Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had Powerful Dragon Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I can hold the buff for around 5 minutes. In that time, I will lead as many away as I can. Izuku aimed to draw as many opponents as possible. Don't worry, Boku bro, we got your back. Shut it, shitty hair, I don't need you. Just act like a wall for the weaker ones to hide behind. Hey, we could pass on our own if we wanted to, Komori said proudly. Do not worry, we have the power of the Lord on our side. We are blessed with the warm light, Ibra said, clutching her necklace. This is the best I can do for now, Izuku said. Those who were affected felt the power course through them. Oh man, this is manly. Tetsu yelled as he felt his armor grow stronger, his muscles pulsating with power. This is the power of a dragon. This is the power all those fear. This is the power that you will sooner or later fight against. But right now. Izuku looked back just as the minute ended. Hordes of students jumped out, ball in hand, ready to challenge Yue. Right now, you are all dragonborn. You're so cringe. Bakugo yelled, raising his hands forward. Kinda, Nana said as one for all coursed through her body. Izuku flexed his back, and his wings flung back. Before all three attacked at once, Bakugo ignited the small puddle of sweat that had built up in his hands, creating a massive explosion that tore open the dirt below them and forced the attacking students back. Nana threw her punch, 20% of one for all running through her as she delivered a supersonic overhead right. The air pressure she generated broke the dirt below and knocked others away. Izuku's wings flapped forward, his powerful back muscles working in sync to create a gust of wind that knocked students off their feet. These three moves were just the start of Yue's defense. While they halted the advance of the other hero schools, the students quickly regrouped. But as they looked back at Yue, instead of seeing the 40+ students that were there before, they could only see one. Come get your dragon, Izuku said, raising his fist in a combative stance. He appeared larger than life, standing face to face with a real dragon user. For the first time, they had to back up their bravado. The tales of how a dragon user could be easily defeated had finally become reality. Izuku smirked as he saw doubt in some, while others rushed forward. Die, dragon scum, a student yelled, hand outstretched. Izuku noticed the pads on his fingers. All users needed to make contact to use their quirk. Izuku turned his arm into scales, his broad shoulders and large biceps transforming into an intimidating suit of armor. He grabbed the student by the wrist, pressing his thumb into the middle of his palm, rendering him unable to move. The student's eyes widened as he realized the power of a dragon. But he still had his other hand. Before he could reach out, Izuku had already moved. With one hand firmly around the student's wrist, he used his other hand to slam into the student's stomach. The powerful fist drove deep, lifting him off the ground and forcing the air from his body. The second slam sent him higher, expelling all the food from his system. This halted the rush of students, each one shocked by what they were witnessing. They quickly rushed again, not to fight Izuku, but to save their friend from being eliminated. Izuku grabbed one of his ball and tagged 2 of his spots, leaving one on his forehead. Instead of tagging it, he spun around, still holding the student on the edge of passing out, and threw him at the horde of students rushing in. The student hit like a bowling ball, knocking down 5 classmates. Izuku took this moment to flee. While it seemed every student had run away, nearly half of the class had just hidden nearby. Flapping his large wings, Izuku raised himself off the ground and dashed past the group, stopping on the other side. Come catch your dragon then. I thought you wanted to eliminate me, right? Or you wanted my spot in the shade, Izuku called down, purposefully sounding rude and condescending to attract their attention. With his wings retracting, Izuku's feet touched the ground. He can't fly anymore, he tired himself out, now is our chance. Kamakiri yelled. He had been one of the students who stayed behind as a backup fighter. Noticing everyone looked scared to face Izuku, he yelled to rally them. The students, focused on Izuku, agreed with Kamakiri. They believed the dragon could not be stronger than them. Now is our chance, charge! The clear leader yelled as all 20 students started to chase Izuku. How did that work? Setsuna asked, acting like one of the dragons. She hid with her group, Pony, Sato, Kamakiri, Kaibara, and Tsuburaba. Izuku's team was also nearby, Tsu, Mei, and Toru. Well, let's follow the tracker I put on Izuku, Mei said, pulling out a small tablet that displayed a compass. What? I like it, she added as everyone exchanged puzzled looks. They had expected something more extravagant. Mei, Tsuyu, and Toru waved off the Setsuna group, determined to find their leader, who was still being pursued by a horde of students. Let's try to get some points. Pony and I will capture people. Tsubu, you can close them in with your solid air. Kama, Sato, and Kai, if necessary, be ready to fight. We're aiming for 1 elimination each, and then we'll gather more to pass together, Setsuna instructed. Everyone nodded, relieved to be part of such a well-rounded team. We should be far enough away not to cause problems for anyone else, Ryuko said to her small team, Momo, Kyoka, Himiko, and Reiko. Indeed. A more secluded area would be better. Kyoka will be more effective in a closed space, Momo suggested. I can scout for such a location if Ryuko approves. It's fine, Reiko. Momo is better suited for leadership than I am, Ryuko replied with a smile. Reiko floated up, easily surveying the area. I've alerted a team approaching from Ryuko's backside. We should head in that direction. There are apartment buildings there. How many are in that team? Himiko asked, and Reiko held up 3 fingers. Let's get you all some points then, Ryuko said, standing up and clenching her fist as they began their small jog into battle. Why did I get stuck with you all? Bakugo grumbled, stomping away. Following him were Denki, Ida, Mina, and Nemuri. Don't be like that, Baku bro. We're all friends here, right? Denki said softly, using the nickname Kirishima had for Bakugo. Shut it, dunce's head. Just keep quiet and take my leftovers, Bakugo growled. He understood the potential of his team. If Denki had a bit more sense, he would realize that in close combat, his electricity could be devastating. Mina had the power to eliminate threats without a trace if she chose to be serious. Ida had incredible speed and strength, but his adherence to rules often held him back. And then there was Nemuri, whose quirk could incapacitate opponents, yet she struggled in combat because of her concern for others. Bakugo felt frustrated. He was working hard to hone his skills while his teammates had such powerful quirks that could make them formidable. So what do we do, boss? Nijire asked with a smile as she plopped down. I assumed you were the leader, Shoto replied. Nijire shook her head. You're way stronger. I'm just here to have fun. Okay, Shoto said, accepting the leadership role. Nijire jumped up and dashed to a ways. You think you can weld things from afar? Have you ever done it by accident? Shoto asked. Please, focus on this exam. We can talk about that later, he added, and Nijire pouted slightly before nodding. I assume others are nearby. With our team of 5, we need 10 eliminations. Aways first, then Yui, Ojiro, Nijire, and myself. Really me? Ojiro asked. Your hand-to-hand skills are among the best. I only rank Nijire above you for her versatility. Wow, that means a lot coming from you, Ojiro said, smiling and nodding in appreciation. They all readied themselves, determined to give their best. This is going to be so easy. We just fight them head-on and kick butt, Tetsu said excitedly, feeling powerful enough to take on anyone. I believe a better plan could be formulated, Ibara suggested softly. Fine with me, just let me have some fun in the fight, Tetsu replied, giving Ibara a thumbs up. Tokoyami, work with Kurwaro. I'll try to restrain our enemies. I want us all to pass without resorting to violence. Kirishima was busy shadowboxing, trying out different combos as he prepared for the upcoming challenges. As they were running away, Hitoshi quickly took control of the situation. We need to restrain them. Best case scenario. Mineta, Bondo, and Hananuki, you all stop them in their tracks. That way we can take them down one by one. Kirishima and I will stay back last. Hell yeah, I am hard as diamond. Kirishima shouted, full of enthusiasm. Not what I meant, but with Kirishima being Kirishima, Mineta will go first, Bondo second, and Hananuki after that. Then Kirishima and I will find a way to pass ourselves. The plan was met with agreement, but just as they were ready to execute it, a group of students appeared unexpectedly, forcing them to reconsider their strategy. Meanwhile, Nana urged Achiko, "We gotta move, activate plan balloon." Though teams hadn't been discussed in detail, Achiko had a plan involving nearly everyone. Everyone grabbed Achiko's belt as she tagged Kendo, Aoyama, and Kiniko. Before tagging herself, Nana grabbed her wrist, holding them like balloons, and used one for all to dash away. With incredible speed, Nana easily outran the chasers, leading her team to a safe location where they could strategize. Back with Bakugo's group, he noticed his team was starting to lag. "Bad luck for you losers," a voice called from a nearby hill. Bakugo scowled at the sight. "Why think that? I can easily take you down." As he spoke, two figures jumped up, camouflaged in rock. Denki, Ida, Mina, and Namuri shouted for Bakugo to dodge, fearing the newcomers would attack. But Bakugo was already prepared. He raised his wrists and aimed at them, unleashing a medium-sized explosion that sent both of them flying back. "That dragon move did more than I thought," Bakugo said with a smirk as they tumbled away. "Raccoon eyes, take them down. Now, leader, prepare to be leftovers." Bakugo commanded, using the momentum from the explosion to leap forward, only to find that the leader was an illusion. "He seems to be an illusion. We should be cautious," Ida warned as he lost sight of Bakugo. Mina jumped forward, narrowly dodging a red ball, using her agility to land safely with a cartwheel. "You are outnumbered. You are already defeated," a voice echoed around them. "Purple, get away from the group, back to back." Bakugo ordered. Namuri understood and sprinted away from the team. "The predator happily takes the one that strays from the pack," the voice taunted. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows, one resembling an orange house cat and the other a bird, leaping toward Namuri. But they quickly realized they had chosen the wrong target. "Now!" Bakugo shouted, positioning himself between Namuri and the attackers. As she unleashed her quirk, a large cloud of pink mist enveloped the area. Bakugo acted quickly, swiping his arms wide and firing multiple explosions, forcing the gas to spread and affecting the hidden students. "I believe it's time to strike," Ida said, sprinting forward to build speed. "They are in for a shock." Denki laughed, directing electricity with precision. Mina coated her shoes in acid, using it to skate around the battlefield. "There are 4 on the left side," Ida called out, charging into the fray. He slammed into one opponent, sending him flying into the others. "Ugh, that hurt," the opponent groaned, clutching his arm. "So will this," Bakugo exclaimed, grabbing another's face and delivering a powerful explosion that knocked him out. "They're getting lucky, just take them down," Denki said as he approached the final 3. They looked at him in fear, unable to react as they were still recovering from the gas and Bakugo's attacks. "No!" they screamed as electricity coursed through them, incapacitating them. "It barely got to finish them off," Bakugo huffed, beginning to count. 2 there, 2 there, and 4, yes, thank you," he cheered. "Bakugo, what do you mean?" "We don't have the points to pass," someone questioned. "Yes, you do," Bakugo replied, grinning. "And I get to hunt to take out some other people, yes ha, the best day of my life." Bakugo cheered as the rest looked at him strangely. "Come on, get your points, losers." Bakugo smiled as each of his group got their points and left him. "Now, to really enjoy myself." Bakugo started moving again, speeding around the area, eager to find a group to take out and win. It would be great to be faster than MidoRyuu. He spotted a small group of 4, all walking closely together. Bakugo landed right in front of them, both hands raised and aimed. No, they screamed in shock as Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion. Each one was thrown back, most too injured to move. Even if they wanted to, Bakugo was already standing over them. "Too bad, I don't get extra points for more eliminations," he said, tapping their points. He grabbed 2 from their team. I pass. Better be faster than that lizard. Bakugo scowled as he walked toward the waiting room. His targets turned green, making it impossible for him to be eliminated. With his speed, he easily dodged others. With Setsuna's group. Let's get them, babe, Setsuna said to Pony. Both were on high ground, hiding as they sent out their parts. Setsuna had sent out her hands, while Pony prepared to be the main force with her 4 horns. Setsuna aimed to take out 1 person, while Pony aimed for 2. The rest of their group stood ready, with Sato and Kamakiri prepared to act first. They needed to knock out the group, something they were both capable of. Kaibara would act as backup in case anyone tried to run, while Tsuburaba acted as a shield to prevent escape. They spotted a group of around 5. It would be a perfect start. Setsuna moved first, sending her hands down. The hands turned into fists as she slammed them against one of the opponents, knocking him out instantly and alarming the others. Not that it mattered. Pony swooped in and took out 2 as they tried to raise their guards. She sent 2 of her horns under their arms, snagging their outfits and putting pressure on their armpits, lifting them off the ground. Setsuna also tried to act, sending her hand out, but one of the opponents caught it. Not so fast, he said cockily, only for Setsuna to poke him in the eyes with 2 of her fingers, forcing him to let go. She quickly grabbed him by the ankles. Enemies coming up. Sato called out as Pony dropped 2 of them. Sato leaned back, his fist at his side, muscles bulking as he crunched down on a sugar cube. He violently twisted his hip, swinging his fist as fast as he could. The large hand landed roughly in the gut of the student, taking him out. Kamakiri crouched down, 2 blades growing on his palms. As he jumped, he forced out a blade right at his feet, kicking him forward with even more speed and spearing the confused student down. 2 down. 1 more coming up. Oh no, more are coming. Tsuburaba called out as he blew a shield of air in front of himself, but it was slightly too late. One of the 3 balls thrown past him tagged him, costing him one of his targets. Kaibara jumped forward at the student Setsuna had thrown down. His forearms spun around at high speeds, gaining momentum as he landed a punch. The stomach area of his costume ripped as he flew back. Pony, I will get the last one and tag the one down. You back up the guys and I will take down the one down there, Setsuna called out, jumping down into the fray. The others nodded, keeping their focus on the 7 charging at them. Sugar, you and me lead. Kai, keep an eye out for more. Sub, protect Pony while she gives support, Kamakiri called out as he sprinted to meet the force head-on. He was unsure if they were truly a team, given how out of sync they seemed. Ground shock. Kamakiri yelled as he jumped high into the air. The opposing force smiled, thinking they could just jump up before he landed. Iduwa. Sato smiled at the command given. Raising both fists and using the increased power from the sugar, he slammed his fists hard against the ground. The impact dented the earth and caused a small shake, disrupting the footing of the group just enough for Pony to add support. Her 4 horns slammed into them, acting like small fists moving at high speeds, knocking the air out of them. However, they were 3rd-year hero students and would not be taken out easily. As the horns flew back, gaining momentum, one of the students raised his hands like finger pistols, firing a small bullet at the horns and knocking them back. He was shooting at the tips of his fingers, which regenerated quickly enough to serve as an effective ranged weapon. Noticing that the horns were unaffected, he decided to focus his fire on Pony, aiming to take out the one in charge. However, as he fired 7 projectiles at her, they collided with a wind barrier created by Tsubu. Ugh, he muttered just before Kamakiri's knee struck him, sending him backward. The others were swiftly taken out by the combined efforts of Pony and Sato, leaving them with enough points for everyone to pass. But where was Setsuna moments ago? She jumped down, ready for a one-on-one confrontation. You messed up, her opponent shouted. Well, eat a dragon fastball. Setsuna retorted, lifting her leg and detaching her fist, holding it like a ball. She swung forward, slamming her foot down and pivoting before launching her fist. Most of her 50 splits were concentrated in her fist, which was divided into 45 parts. Each part moved quickly yet stayed close together, forming a large mass. Just before impact, they merged back into one solid punch, reaching nearly 132 miles per hour, and knocking her opponent out in a single move. Wow, that worked so cool. Setsuna cheered, believing she had relied on her own strength, unaware that Mul was enhancing her power and aiding her in the fight. She tagged the two defeated opponents, passing the exam alongside her friends. Shoto stepped forward, their pace slow but purposeful. They are sneaking closer, Ojiro called out, keeping an eye on the team of 6 that had been following them for a full minute. Yui, act injured. Perhaps this will draw them in. Yui silently complied, stepping on a rock and pretending to roll her ankle, groaning as she fell to the ground. Just as Shoto hoped, this bait worked. The 6 students rushed forward, arms stretched back, running as hard as they could. Aways recognized it as a Naruto run. They jumped from behind, each dressed in matching ninja outfits with colored scarves around their necks. "We are the ninja family heroes," they announced in perfect unison. "You have already lost when we chose you as our enemy." "That's kinda creepy," Ojiro remarked, raising his guard. Yui stood up, hands in her pockets, grabbing a handful of rocks and rubble. "Is that a quirk? Or are you all twins and just know how to talk like that? Do we need to beat one to beat all?" Each ninja looked at them with an air of superiority. "You can't win. We are third years at Shinobi Academia. Our skill outshines all others, even Edge Shot would be jealous." Shoto sighed in annoyance. "I'd rather deal with Edge Shot, he's not all talk." "Attack!" the red ninja commanded, clearly the leader. He stood in front of Nijire. "You will lose to us," they shouted as they charged forward. Instead of fear, the UA students smirked, ready for battle. Yui pulled her hands from her pockets, filled with small rocks and twigs, and tossed them into the air. The purple ninja rushed at her, but as Yui activated her quirk, the pebbles transformed into rugby-sized rocks and the twigs into thick branches, raining down on the purple ninja, who quickly fell under the weight. The red ninja lunged at Nijire, a kunai appearing in his hand. But she was unfazed. Raising her hands with palms open, she unleashed her attack, boosted by Mul's power. Nijire crash. What was meant to be a small cone attack turned into a massive blast, sending the red ninja flying and rendering him unconscious. Orange and blue charged at Ojiro, who stood his ground with Aways by his side. As one ninja swung at him, Ojiro flicked the arm aside with his tail, then hooked his leg around the ninja's neck, throwing him down. The other ninja swiped horizontally with sharpened nails. Ojiro dodged and countered with a series of punches. One to the hip, a gut punch, a quick jab to the liver, a strike to the chest, and finally a powerful blow to the chin, knocking him out cold. Ojiro quickly turned, expecting Blue to have gotten back up, only to find him struggling as Aways had pinned his face and left arm to the floor, while his right arm was secured to his lower back. "Nice work," Aways said with a thumbs up. The final 2 opponents faced Shoto, but they were outmatched before the fight even began. Years of training had given Shoto more experience than many heroes. He easily recognized the subtle movements that indicated an impending attack, the slight lean forward, the shift onto the front foot, the positioning of the leading leg. While these cues might seem insignificant to most, to Shoto, they told a story he was ready to counter. He stood still, hands in his pockets, projecting a cool and indifferent demeanor meant to get into their heads. They boasted about being third years and claimed they could outperform Edge Shot, exuding overconfidence. While some, like Bakugo and Izuku, had the power to back up their confidence, these students lacked the necessary skill. Together, they might have been dangerous, but this was a one-on-one battle against 6. Shoto stomped his foot, sending a thick wave of ice toward them. Green and yellow couldn't react in time. One moment they were rushing forward, and the next, they were trapped in a large chunk of ice. "Yui, Aways, Ojiro, get your points." "You did well," Shoto said, turning to Nijire. "Let's get our final points as well." Nijire nodded and gave a thumbs up to the 3 who would pass right away. Shoto used ice to propel himself forward, matching Nijire's pace as they jogged. They quickly located their enemies. A team of 4 students gathered under a tree, strategizing their attack. "Surprise," Shoto told Nijire. She nodded as he accelerated, igniting his other arm to keep warm, and unleashed a large wave of ice, instantly freezing the group. One student, however, quickly melted the ice around him. "What the?" he yelled, his quirk, hot body, causing his body to heat up upon contact with cold. MidoRyuu took advantage of the moment, standing just inches away from him, and blasted him against the tree, allowing them to pass. "We apologize for the shock," Shoto said as he unfroze them. "Nah, it's fine. You did what you had to, even if it nearly scared me," the hot body user replied, dusting off his breathes. Shoto nodded and pulled MidoRyuu back, who had started questioning the group excessively. Meanwhile, Nana had led her team to a city-like area filled with large buildings. She brought them to the top of one of the tallest structures for a better view of their surroundings. Kendo and Kaneko scanned the area, while Aoyama struck poses. Achiko took a breather, feeling slightly nauseous from carrying the weight of 3 people. Surprisingly, Nana felt energized despite having just sprinted and scaled a massive building. "Wow, Izuku is really this powerful. I understand why Dad was worried," she thought, experiencing his power for the first time, even if it was just a fraction of it. Suddenly, a red ball landed on Aoyama's chest. "We are under fire," Nana yelled. Komori and Itsuka dropped down just in time as another red ball flew over Komori's head, nearly tagging one of her markers. "Seems we are surrounded," Nana said, determination setting in. She charged one for all through her arms, raised her hands, and slammed them down, caving in the ceiling and creating a hole large enough for them to crawl through. Now safe from outside enemies, they found themselves surrounded by 15 students. "You fell right into my plan," the clear leader said, sitting at a table with a thermos beside her, sipping tea. "And who are you?" Itsuka asked, clenching her fists in anticipation of a fight. Achiko stepped forward, while Nana raised her guard. Aoyama posed dramatically, ready to attack, and Komori positioned her hands on her holsters. "Oh, how rude of me. My name is Psycho Intelli, the hero Athena," she introduced herself. "I accounted for all of you. It's what a hero should do." Psycho was confident they would win, but she hadn't anticipated one crucial detail: the small water sprayers Komori had at her waist. "Now!" Nana shouted as each team member grabbed their belts and jumped up, leaving Komori alone. "Oh, seems you will lose alone," Psycho taunted as Komori drew her sprayers. "Or you lose," Komori retorted, spinning and spraying. Mist surrounded her, increasing the humidity of the room. As she activated her quirk, it was over almost as quickly as it began. They had lost, as Komori had successfully used her ability. Psycho hadn't expected her quirk to work so swiftly. Komori had seemed underwhelming during the sports festival. How was she so powerful now? Each of the 15 students began to cough before mushrooms quickly sprouted on them. Moment after moment, by the time Komori stopped her spinning, the students were stuck in place, unable to move, covered in layers of mushrooms. "Wow, you're so much scarier in such a small package," Nana remarked as Komori giggled. "I know, right, Shroom?" Komori smiled as they were able to pass. "Don't underestimate Yue," Nana said, tagging Psycho out. Psycho huffed, unable to move. But with that, Team Nana had passed the exam, all thanks to the impressive and intimidating skill of Kaneko Komori. Next time, my calculations will account for the possible skills and support gear that could interact with the quirks. "I won't be humiliated like this again," Psycho promised herself. With Team Tetsutetsu, Ibra was leading, using Dark Shadow as a scout. "It seems we have located a suitable group. We are just 1 point away from perfection," Tokoyami informed the team, and they nodded in agreement. "I see. We'll need to see who remains alone after this," Tetsu said confidently. "Just let me handle it. I'm super powerful right now, I'll take care of things," he added with a smile. They had a plan. Ibra shot her vines deep into the ground, surrounding the small group without their knowledge. Suddenly, the vines erupted, creating a thick hedge of thorny vines. "We need to fight," the group yelled, relieved to see their opponents were fewer in number. "Take him down," one shouted, trying to bark out an order. Rin transformed his claw into its scaly form and launched multiple scales, hitting the leader squarely in the face and knocking him down. "Hey, you broke one of my teeth. I'll get you for this," the leader screamed in anger, but Ibra was quick to respond. "Do not use the Lord's name in vain," she called out, sending thick vines from the hedge to wrap around the leader, immobilizing him completely. Iron Dragon Manly Fist. Tetsu yelled as he charged forward, his iron-like skin glinting. "They don't call me the Diamond Fortress as a joke." As he swung, a castle wall seemed to form in front of him. Tetsu smiled and struck the wall with all his might, causing cracks to spread. "Impressive, but not enough," he shouted, determined to break through. "Then I will make it enough." Manly Iron Dragon Barrage. Tetsu continued swinging, each blow powerful enough to shake the ground. Sweat dripped down his face as he pushed himself harder, and with a massive overhand right, he broke through the wall. "No, I was unbreakable," the student yelled as he was knocked out. A tiger-quirked woman leaped from behind Tokoyami, believing she had the upper hand. But instead of a small bird, she found Tokoyami smirking. In a split second, Kurwaro emerged from Tokoyami's shadow, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent her reeling. She quickly lost sight of Kurwaro. "Where is that guy?" she wondered, but Kurwaro had already entered her shadow, wrapping his arms around her neck and tagging her out. "I got these," Koko said, holding 3 knocked-out students. With 9 total students left to fight, Tetsu had taken 1 down, Ibra had tied up another, Kurwaro had tagged 1 out, and Dark Shadow had taken out 3 on his own. That left only 3 more, each struggling against the vines. "They're monsters. Monsters, I tell you," one of them screamed in fear. "Please, we simply wish to pass. We would rather not use violence," Ibra stated, wrapping vines around the remaining 3 and stopping them instantly. "I will find another," Tetsu yelled, tagging the knocked-out student before running off, allowing the others to tag everyone. Thanks to Rush and Dabi's training, Tetsu maintained a swift pace. It made it rather easy to keep a fast pace. "Oh, a little kitty all alone," a voice said as a group stepped out from a hidden cell. One of them opened the door and closed it behind them. It had to be their quirk. "I only need 1 point." "We don't, but we will take yours anyway," the large guy with a beer belly and a wild mane of hair said. He resembled a lion, but Tetsu did not care. He slammed his fists together, the sound echoing sharply. The others, who had sensitive hearing, flinched. As they all stared at their friends, Tetsu moved. The lion had placed his tags right on his arm. Yet as Tetsu got close, the lion swung, its large claw tagging Tetsu and kicking him back. "Man, you're not making it easy, but I ain't scared." Iron Dragon, Dragon Fist of Destruction. The simple fact was that Tetsu had portrayed a dragon because he used a dragon in his attack. It struck fear in the students. Half of them instantly ran away, while the others backed off, leaving only the lion, who was shocked and had not seen Tetsu move. This earned Tetsu his final elimination. With Team Kirishima, Hitoshi had taken control of the group. They had an active and useful game plan. As the group ran through the exam site, still escaping from the large group they had just been part of, Hitoshi said, "Let's finish quickly. Don't want to be part of the last group to pass." They stumbled across a couple of men skipping through the exam site while holding hands. Strange, but Hitoshi didn't mind, even if he thought it was a bit odd. Kirishima simply threw Mineta in the air. Grape Rush. Mineta rained down dozens of his purple sticky ball. Bondo jumped up as well, shooting his glue-like substance at the duo. "Eliminate us, we don't care. Today can't get better," one of the guys said. Weird for an exam," Mineta replied just before tagging both, passing the exam. Mineta left as the rest of the group ran further after freeing the duo. "Happy for them, but strange folks," Hitoshi said, shaking his head as they looked for a new group. "Manly though." Kirishima cheered, which hyped him up even more. For the 3 others, this meant trouble. Kirishima rushed in the middle, shoulder first, knocking the air out of one instantly. As Kirishima got back up, he saw a hand going down. He turned hard, but nothing happened. only to see Bando had glued his arms stuck while Hananuki had gotten the last one stuck. "Oh cool, Bando, you were a massive help," Hitoshi said as Bando nodded. He tagged himself out, leaving Hananuki with a single tag. "This is going faster and easier than I assumed." A small girl jumped out, having heard just one voice. She had a plan to jump out, use her demon transformation quirk to look scary, and then use her speed to quickly tag the only person there. But when she jumped, instead of seeing a single person from an unknown school, she came face to face with 3 students from UA. Kirishima squealed loudly, having not expected to be jump-scared. The girl squealed as well before passing out. "This is getting insane," Hananuki said, tagging his last one out, high-fiving Hitoshi and giving a fist bump to Kirishima. "Try your best, guys." They believed it was going to be beyond easy. But as the two kept running, they stumbled into an entire class. 20 students stood around, looking at the two who had popped up. These were third years. "Oh no," Hitoshi said, realizing they were in trouble. "How is it going?" Hitoshi tried using his quirk, but one student with massive eyebrows shot his head towards him, and Hitoshi knew they were aware of his quirk. A horrible matchup. "Let's move," Hitoshi urged Kirishima, but Kirishima was no longer there. He scanned around and saw Kirishima had jumped into the fray. However, Kirishima could do very little fighting. Most of the students with real fighting quirks had stepped around him and started swinging their fists. He could only harden himself, block, and wait for them to tire. Swing after swing, Kirishima stood there, waiting for his moment. "Go to sleep already," one screamed as he slammed his fist down on Kirishima's spine. This, however, shocked a zap of life into Kirishima. He jumped up, the back of his head landing on one jaw, knocking him out. Everyone heard the crack of the bones. Yet they had not reacted as Kirishima swung back. "Bring it, bro. I ain't backing down," Kirishima screamed. Hitoshi was not having a better time. Using Aizawa's scarf, he kicked people away, trying to keep his distance while insulting them, hoping for a response. "I expected more, but you guys already failed before, so why did I expect more? I guess you all dream about entering UA, right? A real school, not one of those extra schools you're going to. Let me guess the name. Loser High, Beach Boy Academia." Hitoshi sounded cocky, knowing that people often responded to negativity. Even now, when they knew about Shino's quirk, they could not stand by. "Shut your mouth," one shouted. "Stick your arms out and spin fast." Shinso had gotten the best one, a student with massive arms that reached his knees if he stood straight. And just as he hoped, he knocked down a couple before Hitoshi's quirk stopped working. By that time, most were taken down. "Kiri, just try and pass." Hitoshi threw his scarf around one of their faces, pulling him in and knocking him off balance. "Dragon Twister." Kirishima spun around, his hardened arms knocking some down. This created just enough of a gap for him to grab 2 ball. Dashing forward like a rugby player, Kirishima charged into a couple of opponents, easily knocking them down and causing them to flip. At that exact moment, he managed to tag one out. "A dragon there!" Hitoshi yelled. This was enough to scare some and get a reaction from most. 15 of the 20 stopped moving, just long enough for Kirishima to tag one out and for Hitoshi to tag out 2. "You ruined our perfect pass record," he yelled, frustration evident in his voice. Hitoshi shrugged. "It's not my fault we passed. Just get better next time." "There isn't a next time. You had 3 more tries. This was our last one. You killed my dream." He tried to intimidate Hitoshi, but with a dragon for a brother and Inko as a mom, nothing was really scary. "If you couldn't pass in 3, you don't have what it takes," Hitoshi said nonchalantly. "Oh, you just wait. I will get you." With Ryuko's team, the 3 students ran up to Team Ryuko, shocked by what they saw. "Ding, here we thought you were alone, but you got a lizard backing you. Traitor teaming up with villains is never what a hero should do." Reiko's face remained unchanged, but Momo, Kyoka, and Himiko looked taken aback. And a hero should never judge someone's appearance. "Thankfully, we aren't heroes yet," Ryuko said with a soft smile as she stepped forward. The 3 opponents instinctively took a step back in fear. "Don't back down now." This is enough points for one of you to pass, is it not? Ryuko said, opening her arms wide to show off her targets. Oh, I guess I shall then. You shall die, a neutral tone said from behind the leader. As he turned, he felt a sharp point pressed against his neck, stopping his head from fully turning. He noticed his two teammates passed out on the floor. Move and I will press this knife deep into your artery. Even if heroes showed up right away, they could not save you. The leader instantly broke character, tears streaming down his face as he cried for forgiveness. Both Momo and Kyoka stepped out, each taking a single point along with Reiko. Himiko dropped the crying man, revealing it was only a sharp nail pressed against his neck by a small girl. This only humiliated him further, but the team continued on, searching for more points. Right now, Kyoka, Momo, and Reiko each had one of the 2 points required, while Himiko and Ryuko still needed all their points. Reiko started to float upwards, scouting the area. I have located an enemy force fitting for us to take down, she stated as she floated down. Oh, that is great. Where and how many? Momo asked, eager to come up with a battle plan. We need 7 total points. This would be a 10-man team. Good, in case some run away, we should still have enough. Yes, they are also entering the residential area, a lot of small houses and buildings for them to hide in. And for Kyoka to locate. Great spot, Reiko? Momo said with a big smile as she began to plan. Hello, anyone here? I am just a sweet small girl scared and trying to hide, Himiko called out, following Momo's plan. Kyoka, standing outside, instantly heard the shuffles and whispers, each one causing tiny vibrations in the ground. This allowed her to locate each person, relaying the information to Momo, who made a small map. I shall walk around then. Ryuko saw where a large force stood waiting, a great spot with their backs against a wall, forcing the enemy to show up at the front. But Ryuko never planned to use a door. I am in location. Momo smiled and nodded toward Himiko, who started skipping around. Let's do what we do best, Kyoka said, standing up and walking in. Reiko and Momo followed along. The girls quickly met up with Himiko as they approached the group. Kyoka sensed the worry, their heartbeats sped up, and some walked back and forth, clearly not expecting to be found. Come out and play with us, Himiko spoke, her voice sounding slightly crazed and dangerous. Her wide yet empty eyes caused one lookout to nearly panic. Guess not, Himiko pouted only for Momo to say, then we enter. Yet they took no step forward, which was the signal for Ryuko. On the outside of the wall, Ryuko transformed. Her hands turned scaly and claw-like, her nails thick and long, and her skin grew scales that overlapped like chainmail. Within seconds, Ryuko stood in her hybrid form. With force behind her feet, the earth cracked under her might as she dashed forward, fists clenched tightly, and threw her fist at the wall. The extreme might of Ryuko easily crushed the wall. As it imploded and fell inward, Ryuko passed through the dust and debris, her dragonic face the first thing the 10 students saw. They screamed, terrified of encountering one of UA's dragons, the exact reason they had been hiding. Hoping the dragon would pass or be eliminated early on, they were faced with the reality of the situation. The 10 students had one way to go, run out the door. 1 dragon or 4 women. Clearly, the 4 women were the easier choice. As they kicked the doors open, the 4 of them were ready. Momo stood at the front, and in front of her was a massive cannon. Fire, she commanded. To the sides, both Kyoka and Himiko stood with their own cannons. All 3 fired, but instead of cannonballs, Momo had created special net cannon rounds. The small casings broke upon explosion, allowing the nets to unfurl and wrap around the group. They wanted to fight back, but thanks to Momo's training, she had developed a paralyzing ointment that coated the nets, rendering them unable to move. One by one, the girls tagged them out. Well done, Momo said with a smile as Himiko jumped up, her fist pumping in the air. Girl power, she cheered. Meanwhile, Minoma assessed his team. He had copied Izuku's quirk and still had nearly 10 minutes left, more than enough time. Shishida, a powerful fighter with a mutation quirk, stood beside him, someone Izuku trusted. Next to Shishida was Siro, one of the best. Capture hero trainees at UA, known for his hard-to-rip, versatile tape. Manga, another teammate with a useful quirk, rounded out the group. But then there was Rumi, a formidable force in UA's first year. Despite her impressive abilities, Monoma felt she was too headstrong. "Just let me kill them easy," Rumi shouted. "It's teamwork and there's no in team," Monoma yelled back only for Rumi to smirk. "But there is an and just let me do my thing," she replied confidently. "Rumi, we both know that's not what Izuku would do," Shishida said, trying to appeal to their shared bond with Izuku. "Like I care how Izuku would do it. I'm going to do it better and faster," Rumi declared as she rushed away, leaving Monoma frustrated. "Wonderful, she's gone," he muttered, knowing Rumi was a significant asset to their fighting ability. "4 of us, 8 points to pass." "Low scouting capabilities," Manga said, rubbing his tricep awkwardly, unsure of their game plan. "Let's just move forward and see what happens," Monoma suggested, shaking his head as he started jogging. They soon encountered a team of 4, just half of what they needed. "Each gets 1 point. Zero goes high, Shishida and I will pinch from the side, Manga, attack from the front," Monoma ordered, and the group nodded, following the plan. Zero shot himself up, firing tape from his elbows to try to wrap up at least one opponent. Manga quickly used his quirk, creating a large wall for cover as oversized ball fell onto the field. "Do not think you can fool the great Oden. My eyes see all for I am the all-daddy," one opponent shouted as he confronted Monoma. Their fists collided, but Monoma easily overpowered him. Shishida tackled another opponent effortlessly, while Zero's tape secured the last 2 against the floor. "The training really helped," Manga said, surprised at how easy it had been. Within 20 seconds, they had secured their points. "You don't have to be mean about it," one of the captured students protested, trying their best, but it simply wasn't enough. Just a minute later, they approached a sight that made them pause. Rumi stood victorious and bored among nearly 30 students. "Ha see! I never needed you and those losers. I am the great Mirko, rabbit hero that can defeat anyone. Baha!" Moments earlier, Rumi had stumbled upon a large group of 40 students from 2 classes who had decided to work together to pass. "Oh, this is just what I need," she thought, jumping forward. With a kick to the ground, she placed her hand down and did a cartwheel, slamming her foot down and cracking the earth beneath her. The mini-earthquake sent shockwaves through the ground, and she propelled herself off the ground, landing on the face of an unsuspecting girl. In an instant, the girl was out cold. Rumi had launched herself into the fray, her powerful kick sending shockwaves through the group of students. The impact was immediate and devastating, knocking several of them off their feet. In an instant, the 40 students had dwindled to 27, and as they recognized the source of their misfortune, 10 of them fled in terror. Only 17 remained, but Rumi's confident grin made it clear that their numbers wouldn't last long. With a swift jump, Rumi spun through the air, and the remaining students looked up in shock. Some attempted to escape, others tried to fight back, while a few braced for impact. But Rumi's heel connected with one student who had tried to block her attack. His arms transformed, growing large and hairy, but they were no match for Rumi's strength. Her heel shattered his forearm, causing a tremor that sent chaos rippling through the group. As the remaining students struggled to regain their footing, Rumi swiftly dispatched them, only to be approached by her former teammates. True to her nature, Rumi offered them a few points to help them pass. She didn't need them all. Meanwhile, Mei was puzzled. "He should be right here," she said, searching for her tracker. All her previous tests had worked perfectly, but now, standing on the rocky slab, she and her friends were confused. Suddenly, the slab began to shake. "Attack!" Toru exclaimed, looking around for the source of the disturbance. "Can you get off?" "I would like to stand," came Izuku's voice from below. "It seems MidoRyuu is carrying the slab," Tsuyu noted, hopping off quickly, followed by Toru and Mei. Once they were clear, Izuku tossed the large chunk of earth aside, dusting himself off. "That was super dusty," he remarked, shaking off the sand. "You laid in stone, what did you expect?" Toru replied, and Izuku shrugged. "Did any of you pass or get points?" he asked. "No, we made sure to avoid fights." From what we've heard, nobody has passed yet, but they might have reached milestones, Tsuyu explained, and Izuku nodded. Alright, I'll lead the charge. Toru, you act as backup and stay hidden. Tsuyu, you're on range support, and Mei, you provide overall support with your gadgets. The group nodded in agreement. As they moved forward, Izuku felt confident in his ability to protect himself, but safeguarding his friends would be a greater challenge. Fortunately, they only needed 8 tags, and with the exam just beginning, it seemed manageable. Mei swapped out her tracker for a different gadget. Izuku, can you scream really loud? She asked. Why? He replied, puzzled. I want to use the sonic wave to scan the area for structures and people, she explained. Or you could give away our location to everyone, Toru pointed out. Oh right. Never mind, Mei giggled, trying to brush off the idea. Let's just keep an eye out. It won't be long before we find someone or they find us. Almost as if on cue, enemies emerged from the shadows. 4 third-year students. You messed with the wrong people today, they declared confidently, believing they were the DMNT force in the fight. The leader charged forward, his fists transforming into sharp, metallic spikes. Izuku recognized the danger and prepared to play it safe. As the leader advanced, the other 3 targeted the girls behind him, leaving Izuku to confront the leader alone. You girls got this. Show them what you can do, he encouraged, stepping aside to give them space. He faced the leader, who was now within striking distance, ready for the confrontation. As Izuku stepped in, the leader swung his fist wider, but the arm simply hugged Izuku as he was too close. The leader grew spikes on his head as it expanded in size. In his mind, it was simple. If he was too close for a punch, he was in perfect range for a powerful headbutt. Yet Izuku was once again faster. He wrapped his hands around the waist of the student, his palms making contact before he squeezed as hard as he could. The leader struggled, but Izuku's grip held his left arm tightly against his body. The leader screamed as he felt his elbow bending painfully into his ribs, each crack echoing in his mind. Izuku began to throw and shake him, intensifying the discomfort. Despite the pain, the leader persevered, willing himself to fight back. Using his one free right arm, he attempted to grab Izuku's face. I will defeat you, he shouted, swinging his arm in a desperate attempt. Izuku tightened his grip, nearly snapping the leader's arm in 2 before dropping him down, leaving him sitting on the ground. Grateful to be free, the leader opened his eyes only to see Izuku's knee aimed directly at his face. Meanwhile, the girls faced their own battles. Tsuyu, the most prepared for a fight, confronted a boy who seemed to have 3 legs, giving him an unusual stability. Despite his imposing size, standing at 9 feet tall and weighing about 500 pounds, Tsuyu faced him without fear. After witnessing Izuku's determination, her instincts screamed at her to fight back. She crouched down and dashed forward, surprising the student. Mid-air, she twisted her body, aiming her feet at his face. "Nanananonunu," he yelled in fear, but Tsuyu acted swiftly. She ensured her heels would make contact, striking him with precision. The impact snapped his head back, and he fell hard to the ground, blood dripping from his broken nose. Tsuyu caught herself in a handstand before lowering her feet to the ground, standing tall as she surveyed the other fights. Toru saw an opponent rushing at her, but she quickly removed her shoes and went barefoot. Her opponent lost sight of her almost instantly. With a smile, she lowered her stance, preparing for her kick. She pivoted on the ball of her feet and, with a deep breath, executed a high kick that struck the man squarely in the face. He had no chance to brace himself, and the kick halted his movement completely, shaking his senses. Confused, he swiped his hand through the air, trying to hit Toru, but he only struck at empty space. "Come fight me straight on," he shouted, eyes wide as he heard her voice right in front of him. Just then he noticed the tags floating slightly above the ground, and one swung forward, hitting him painfully. He collapsed, foam forming at his mouth. In her own fight, Mei faced a student who barely had time to react. She raised her arm, stretching it forward to send a single tranquilizer dart that hit him on the cheek. Initially, he felt nothing, but soon dizziness overcame him, and he fell to the ground. I might have to strengthen the narcotic effect of my Kayama trank, Mei noted into her wrist recorder. Let's all tag one and get ready to tag one more, Izuku said with a smile. Everyone agreed, moving to tag their opponents. Sorry, Toru said to the man she had just kicked, but he could only gasp in response. The group pressed forward, aware that time was running out. Oh, I found a group of pings, 5 people or rocks, Mei announced cheerfully. Izuku nodded. Let's see what that's about then. He positioned himself behind her, ready to protect against any threats as they approached their next target. Mei walked out into the open right toward them, allowing Izuku to see the other group as well. The two groups faced each other. Toru, Tsuyu, Mei, and Izuku stood against a crowd of at least 25 people. Oh, my baby is not precise enough. It read the group as one. That's my bad, sorry, she smiled as Izuku groaned. Well, I don't think they will let us run. Tag as fast as you can. We don't need to beat them, just tag, Izuku said, facing the group head-on. Break the lizard, one yelled as he sprinted toward Izuku. He had a speed quirk and reached Izuku faster than anyone else. Izuku simply threw his fist, slamming it into the guy's skull and dropping him down. Got him, ribbit! Tsuyu exclaimed, shooting her tongue out and wrapping it around the leg of the speedster, pulling him down. Although hurt, he was still awake, but it didn't matter as Toru quickly tagged herself out. Izuku ran forward, arms aimed in front as he charged into the group, slamming multiple opponents down and clutching onto one. When you grab one, two might appear, the person Izuku grabbed said. His quirk allowed him to split himself, meaning whenever someone grabbed him, he would split, making it impossible to hold him with one arm. Oh no, he said as Izuku held him midair. Both versions of the speedster were slammed into each other, but instead of knocking them out, they merged. Izuku tried to come up with a quip, only to headbutt him in the chest, knocking the air out of him before throwing him overhead toward the girls. This caused Izuku to lose his first tag as a woman with snake-like arms slithered in and tagged his target. Izuku quickly grabbed her wrist and squeezed, cracking the bone. The snake's arms were pulled back just as Mei threw a grenade at the group. At first, everyone thought it was a rock, but as Izuku quickly covered his mouth and nose, they realized it was a smoke grenade filled with Nemuri's gas, which Mina had dubbed Nemuri's fart bubbles. The pink gas knocked out the large group, leaving Izuku and Mei to venture into the gas to get their final tags. This meant every student of Class 1A passed the first part of the exam. Izuku and his group made it halfway to the waiting room when they heard the announcer speak again. Oops, I passed out. I missed one announcement. With the 150 spots we have left, it seems 50 slots have already been filled, he exclaimed in shock. It's been 7 minutes and 1/3 have already passed. What a year! Izuku and his group smiled as they finally reached the waiting room. Do you think everyone has already passed? Toru asked as she pulled the door open. To her surprise, most of the students stood inside, each removing their tags, showing they had only recently entered. Ah, I knew I would be faster! Rumi shouted, her pride evident. What everyone apart from her group didn't know was that she had sprinted toward the waiting room. The only group that was faster was Setsuna's. Wow, you all made it. Nice. Izuku said as he removed his buff, regaining some strength. I didn't even need that power. We had no problem whatsoever, Bakugo said, walking past Izuku with a thumbs up. Here, just scan your tag and it drops off. Might not work every time, Kirishima said. As he spoke, Tsu shot her tongue out, wrapping Mei around her waist to stop her from rushing to break it. But I can fix it. Mei whined, looking at Izuku. So can I, he replied, surprising everyone who had no idea he was tech-savvy. He wiped the screen on his breathes. Beep, beep, beep. Instantly, all 3 tags fell off, leaving most of the students stunned. Bakugo smacked Kirishima on the head. You shitty-haired rock. You said you tried that already. I thought I did okay, Kirishima responded, feeling less confident. Anyone already got an idea what's next? Momo asked, shaking her head. We've been trying to figure that out as a group. The best we could assume is that this area might be more of a rescue zone. The surroundings are very similar to the USJ. Good spot. That could indeed be the case. Izuku praised Momo. They sat calmly for the rest of the wait. Izuku took his time watching the multiple screens, trying to figure out what everyone was up to. With Momo's idea, he believed it would be best to get a lay of the land to see how the areas looked and hopefully help choose which area to go to. "What are you thinking?" Nana asked as she stood next to Izuku. "Just some ideas for whatever is next," he said, still looking at the screen. "You think teams again or one solid group?" "Unsure. If it will indeed be hero work, splitting up into the smallest groups possible would be smartest. Of course, we should work together, but the more split out we are, the better the chances are." "Hero work?" Nan asked. "I agree with everyone saying the main focus has to be rescue. We've already fought, but it would be too simple that way. I feel they have something up their sleeves." "Yeah, I know what you mean. I just hope it's not one of the higher-ranked heroes," Nana said with an awkward giggle. "There are only 20 slots left. Finish up, I'm tired," the announcer spoke through the speaker. "Really sounds like Aizawa's twin brother," Mina said, prompting laughter from the group. "Oi, can you keep it down? We are at least taking this seriously," Izuku said, turning to see who was causing the commotion. He noticed a guy who had entered first, talking with a group, but the one causing the scene was one of the newest people in the room. The same group that used vibrations to try and harm the arms. "So are we, but everyone is talking. We'll try to maintain the room volume, sorry," Izuku spoke for Mina, who was mostly confused by the whole scene. They had not even been the loudest in the room. "Ignore him, he's just trying to mess with us. Can't handle talking." Rumi rolled her eyes, seeing through the nonsense. If Izuku hadn't stepped in, she would have confronted him directly. "Seems we don't have just the exam to worry about," Ryuko said, noting that this person might have it out for dragons. Izuku wasn't surprised. Of the 150 slots available, nearly 50 were from UA, and many were eyeing both Ryuko and him. "I doubt they will try anything, but keep your eyes open," Ryuko nodded. They had more time to spend as it took nearly 30 minutes for the final slots to be filled. Finally, all the spots are filled. All 150 students that could pass have passed. This announcement stopped all the fighting. There was no use in it anymore. Some cried, some screamed in rage, and for some, this was one of their final chances. Minutes later, the voice was heard again, allowing those who passed last to remove their own tags. But when the voice spoke again, it was in a bland tone. "Oh no, it seems that villains have attacked the site." "What the?" Bakugo exclaimed, just as multiple explosions rocked the area. Multiple civilians have been caught in the chaos. As hero trainees, your job is to save the people and hold off the villains if needed until heroes arrive. Best of luck, and be fast. I'm dozing off. "Yue, follow me," Nana quickly yelled as she started to run for the door. But everyone tried to rush at the same time. "Fight for it, I am getting through first." Ego clashed in the crowd. "Bro, I can be the door," Kirishima said, pressing his hand on Izuku's arm. Izuku instantly understood what he meant. "Sorry if it hurts." He grabbed Kirishima by the ankles, and Kirishima's quirk activated. "Out of the way!" Izuku yelled as he swung Kirishima like a baseball bat. Some laughed, some screamed, and some expected it. Kirishima broke through the wall, rolling forward and standing up. "Let's go, bro, that was awesome." Yue ran forward, ignoring the struggle for the door. "Next I get to be the bat." Tetsu yelled, thinking it looked cool. "That was awesome, Kiri, totally rad." Mina cheered. "I like that style, totally lit," a girl said, wearing a complete leather suit with cream hair and makeup. "Thanks, I guess," Izuku said as he kept running. "Oh wow, there are screams everywhere," Kyoka said, standing on a small hill and observing the chaos. She had her earphone jack on the ground, listening closely. She didn't feel any increased heart rate, indicating that the people weren't seriously injured or scared, which was a relief. "Let's split up. I heard some third years talking about setting up a med bay on the north side. Whenever we get someone, bring them there," Momo ordered. Izuku slid down toward the broken city. "Ibra, I lift, you grab. Got it?" Ibra nodded, her hair standing ready. "Mull," Izuku said, boosting his own strength as he transformed into his hybrid form, keeping his face normal. He hooked his hand under one of the edges of the building. Izuku, watch out. You can't lift small parts, that will cause more problems. I know, Momo, that's why. Izuku lifted the entire top part of the building, raising 2 floors on his own. I work together with Ibra. Her hair shot under, holding back small rocks and allowing for the safe extraction of a person. Izuku placed the building back down. See? Perfect. A dragon? Get me away, don't eat me, the person screamed, trying to escape Izuku. Initially, everyone assumed this was genuine fear, but a moment later, it was clear it was an act. Kyoka double-checked with her jack. He had no accelerated heart rate. Ignore that. Try to give first aid for any immediate wounds, then bring him over to medical. We're setting up north, tell forth, a voice shouted as they ran past. Spreading the information. Anyway, split up. Tsuyu, there's a water area south-southeast, Izuku said, recalling the layout. Ribbit, thanks, Tsuyu replied, starting to hop away. We'll give backup, Shoto, Tokoyami, and some others called out. The entire group split up. Momo, Ibra, and Izuku stayed within the city, while others like Achiko, Itsuka, and Yui remained nearby. Okay, I stay here. Ibra, you stay close and give support. You all save the rest, and then we move as a group, Momo ordered. Izuku nodded. Don't worry, you are safe now. Stop talking and just save me, I am dying here. Izuku crouched down, looking inside the hole. It was a snug fit, and he couldn't see far in. He crawled inside. The person inside was already smaller than Izuku. This fit, however, got Izuku stuck. Good idea, now we are both in need of saving, he exclaimed. Are you scared of dragons? Izuku asked the man. Why should I care about lizards? I just don't want to die. Great news, Izuku said, his face transforming. His body grew taller until the building rested on his shoulders, and a massive dragon stood in the middle of the city. Light work, the voice roared. Smart idea. Izuku, remove all buildings quickly, Momo called out. Girls, get to work on grabbing all the people. Izuku moved slowly, with Itsuka and Yui at the building he was at, while Ibra dragged people out. They worked together seamlessly, with Izuku easily removing the buildings like toys. Itsuka and Yui ensured that no rubble fell, while Ibra used her hair to lift people out and bring them back to Momo, who was applying first aid to those in need. Onlookers could only marvel at their teamwork. Are they really first years? One third-year student asked, shrugging in disbelief. Wait, Momo said, realizing what they could do. They need better medical attention. We know, but moving them one by one will take too long. We'll just take the big boy for a ride, Achiko said with a smile. Moments later, they had saved the small city, rescuing nearly a dozen actors. Load up, Izuku said as he laid down, allowing them to climb up his tail. Ibra used her hair to lift the 12 actors, and they moved as a group. You two go, she instructed. Izuku walked toward the med bay, ignoring the yells on his back. Some were stuck in fear, but they made it to safety. Jesus, guys. Ever heard of pacing yourself? One of the medical workers said. But this is a sprint. The faster we save them all, the better we can protect them, Izuku replied in his hybrid form. It's been 10 minutes so far, the third year said. Indeed. From what I remember, 20 to 30 minutes is average for the second event. Just then, a large explosion shook the area nearby, and a group of masked men rushed in. Oh no. Ibra, you run toward the city. I'll hold them off, Izuku said. We got your back, lizard, some third years stepped in. One dragon quirk user caused my aunt to lose her leg, but if all might stand side by side with you, I ain't got no problem backing you up. Izuku nodded. Sure. He ran off, heading straight for the chaos. It took only a moment before he saw not one, but 3 pro-heroes turned villains, Gang Orca, Shishido, and Endeavor. Poor little heroes, nobody to save you, they taunted as Izuku and the third years sprang into action against their formidable opponents. Meanwhile, as Izuku and the girls worked on removing civilians from the rubble, other students rushed to save as many as they could. Why are you still following me? Bakugo yelled. trying to run away from Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina. "'Cause why not?" Mina laughed back. They approached a landslide area and quickly spotted multiple people buried, hands sticking out. "Get them out now!" Bakugo yelled, rushing forward without using his explosions to avoid triggering another slide. "Red shovel!" Kirishima shouted, hardening his hands into a makeshift trowel. He dug as fast as he could, creating breathing space for the trapped individuals. Bakugo threw branches to his friends. "Use these, it makes it easier." Each of them took one person, and there were 5 people stuck. "Please save me. I'm too pretty to die," one civilian cried. Bakugo grabbed her by the face. "Shut your mouth. The second I arrived, none of you would die. Just be quiet and let us help you." "How dare you speak to me like that? You're supposed to be a kind hero," she retorted. "Forget that. Would you rather have a kind hero who lets you die, or me, who makes sure you can keep crying at home?" Bakugo scowled, leaving her speechless. "Bakubro, don't be like that. They're just scared," Kirishima said, with Mina nodding in agreement. "Nothing bad will happen as long as we're here." Suddenly, a group of thugs appeared, wearing the black suits of Gang Orca and the animalistic outfits of Shishido, each wielding guns. "You keep digging, I'll take care of them," Bakugo said, stepping forward. "You think you have what it takes to take me down?" one of the leaders sneered. "Baku, I have what it takes to take down your boss." "I'll turn his fierce demeanor into something harmless," Bakugo said with a smirk, provoking laughter from one group while the others seethed in anger. "What, do you think you can stand up to me?" Both groups were now furious. "You're gonna regret this, kid. I don't care what this exam is. Talking back to the boss will get you hurt." Exactly what Bakugo had hoped for. "Well, you have to catch me first," he taunted. Seeing that one of them had a dog quirk only fueled their rage. Without a second thought, the group charged at Bakugo, who sprinted away from the mountain. After reaching nearly 50 meters, he stopped and turned to face them. 2 of them raised their weapons and fired. Bakugo ducked low, letting the projectiles fly over his head. When he turned to see what they were, he realized it was quick-drying cement. "Huh, you can't do anything right," Bakugo exclaimed, using 2 explosions to propel himself forward. He dashed at high speeds against the thugs, who were just basic opponents that didn't follow the rules. Bakugo had more than enough speed to catch them off guard. However, he quickly realized he was up against highly trained sidekicks, far better prepared than he was. Not that it ever stopped Bakugo, he was always ready for a challenge even if it meant facing someone stronger. As Bakugo threw a knee to land an attack, it was blocked with a forearm. "Basic fighting, and I expected more from you," the leader taunted. Bakugo exploded his palms, launching himself upward to dodge 2 more projectiles, which ended up hitting their own teammates. "Crossfire," he shouted, using his weight to stomp one of them in the face, sending him to the ground. "Come on, I expected a real fight, but you're all just weaklings." While Bakugo was engaged in battle, Kirishima and the others had just finished helping the civilians. "We should help Bakugo," Kirishima suggested. "No, Bakugo is strong enough to handle himself. We need to ensure everyone gets to safety," Mina replied, glancing at Denki, who looked slightly surprised. "Nice wording, Mina. I didn't know you were that smart," he said. Mina laughed. "I just listened to Izuku." Meanwhile, Todoroki was asked to create a bridge. He nodded, dipping his finger into the water, freezing it into a sturdy bridge. Tsuyu jumped high, using her swimming skills to dash through the water, rescuing those who were struggling. She wrapped her tongue around several people, pulling them to safety on the ice bridge. "Don't worry, you're safe now," a second-year student reassured the rescued civilians. "More fire. We need a large flame to warm them up." Tokoyami called out as dark shadow flew up, ripping chunks of wood from nearby trees. With enough fuel gathered, Todoroki ignited the logs to create warmth for the civilians. The group worked tirelessly, ensuring everyone was safe. Suddenly, a group of 4 thugs from Gang Orca appeared. "We must defend the civilians. Create a wall," one of the second years shouted. "No, darkness shall be our shield," Tokoyami replied. Todoroki nodded and created a small igloo, which concealed a being of pure shadow. The thugs, standing at an average height, were no match for the massive shadow that loomed over them. As it swung its arm, the ground shook, and they braced themselves for impact. They stumbled but managed to stay on their feet until a wave of ice hit them. "Sorry to do this, but I'd rather not attack heroes," Todoroki said, his arm igniting as a warning. "Don't worry, we're done here." "We can't do much against that shadow," one thug admitted, realizing the futility of their situation. "Yes, Koko is quite powerful in the dark," Todoroki remarked as he walked away. "Monoma, you got that corner." "I do." "Just keep your spot steady. Push forward and lift. We have to keep them together long enough for Rumi to slip in." Ryuko nodded. Next to them, Shiro stood waiting. Ryuko pushed the rubble forward, just like Monoma, who copied the dragon quirk. Both pushed up. Rumi quickly slid in, her legs pointed upward as she placed her feet on the rubble. Made contact and now. She flexed her legs, and Shiro's jaw nearly hit the floor. He could clearly see her muscles, one massive one down the middle and two close to the side, which he remembered were called quads. She pushed the rubble up, lifting the weight of half a building with just her legs. This created enough space for Shiro to slide down and wrap tape around anyone stuck before pulling them out. 2 people were trapped in that building. As Shiro taped up one of their legs and the other person's arm, the other 3 had already started making their way toward the next building. "Are you too good for a little bit? We have to make sure everyone is safe." "No worries, Tape Boy. I will help." A random 3rd year stepped up, revealing he had 6 arms. "I will simply help lift the buildings and get those people out. You just be you and use that tape to close any wounds." Shiro nodded. It was strangely quiet in the exam. He could hear some thundering, but that was it. It felt too weird to Shiro. But he could do very little apart from helping the people. Wait, what the? Moments later, a loud explosion roared through the exam site. "Bakugo!" Shiro wondered as he and his group walked with people on their backs. "Nah, I saw the firecracker run south. That was north." "North? That's where the medbay is," Ryuko quickly added. This got the group to start running. From what they heard, the 3 heroes acted like villains. "I got Endeavor, I still have to pay him back," Izuku said, rolling his shoulder. "Oh well then. Guess I just have to take down Gang." "Well, seems Sure is mine," the other 2 third years spoke. "We heard the explosion. We will clear the fodder." "Who are you calling fodder, monkey boy?" one of the thugs yelled as Ojiro rushed them. Multiple students rushed in to help. Izuku charged forward, his arms turning draconic. He threw a fist that Endeavor caught, only for Endeavor to send his other fist at Izuku, but Izuku caught that one too. Both stood against each other, trying to overpower the other. "You're powerful for a human. And you're humble for a dragon," Endeavor said with a smirk. Both pushed against each other. "To think a mere human could match against you." "For now," Izuku said with a smirk. Instantly, he grew more powerful and overpowered Endeavor, pushing his wrist down and dropping the flame hero to his knees, groaning in pain. But then Endeavor laughed, bursting into flames. Almost like a flame breath, he hit Izuku in the face, kicking him back. Izuku fell on his back, shaking his face. "That's fighting dirty. Come on, boy, you acted like a villain, you know we don't fight fair." Izuku stood back up. "You have a point, but who says I have to fight fair? No cameras mean no proof." "Ha ha ha, exactly. Give them a taste of their own medicine." Endeavor spoke, turning his flames up for their next clash. Izuku slammed his hand in the dirt, his finger-like claws gripping as much as possible before he ripped his hand up. "You tried to blind me with sand," Endeavor said, having dealt with such attacks 1,000 times before. He increased the flames, burning the dirt to embers well before it touched him. But in that small burst of flame, Izuku had disappeared. He made himself known quickly. From Endeavor's side, he felt an incredible amount of pressure as Izuku threw a punch into his ribs. Izuku planted his feet down, resting on the ball of his feet. With a rough twist of the hip, he generated speed and force. He clenched his fist tightly before twisting it as well. Izuku landed his blow perfectly on Endeavor's ribcage. As it landed, Endeavor's head flopped to the side, and his ribs cracked under the pressure. He rolled over the ground, coughing up some blood. You held nothing back with that blow. You aimed to injure me in a single strike. Izuku merely smiled. When fighting for the lives of others, I can't afford to play around. You make me proud to have taught you, but now I will teach you the most important lesson of them all. Endeavor's flames turned bright as they flared up in size. Humility is a hero's greatest lesson. Endeavor started a move that Izuku had never seen before. He forced flames from the bottom of his feet and shot forward toward Izuku at insane speeds. Izuku didn't have time to raise his guard and was forced to take the blow head-on. Endeavor smirked as he threw Izuku back. "Come on, MidoRyuu, you got this." Ojiro yelled as he jumped over two gun-wielding thugs. Gang Orca stood and fought with the third year, going blow for blow. Shishido threw his claw at the other third year, completely overpowering him. "I am your opponent, remember," Endeavor said from behind Izuku as he stomped his foot down. Izuku barely rolled out of the way, only being hit with a small sweep of flames as he rolled to the side. "Don't think I will be easy to defeat." Izuku remembered, "Don't try and win the fight, simply stall them out," he yelled out. Both he and his group had been fighting to win, a fight they would never truly win. They were up against 3 of the top 10 heroes, including the number 2 hero, who was likely to become the next number 1 after All Might's retirement. "You won't be able to win alone," a voice called from the side. It was Nana, rushing over with one for all. She threw a blow at Endeavor, landing a solid hit on his shoulder, forcing him to stagger to the side. "Don't you know it's rude to interrupt 2 people fighting?" Endeavor said, rolling his shoulder, clearly feeling the impact. "Who cares about that villain? We just have to beat you, and we should do that together," Nana replied. "But what about the others?" Izuku asked, concerned for those around him. "Oh, I did not come alone," Nana assured him. Izuku turned to see Tetsu and Itsuka joining the fight against Shishido, while Juzo battled Gang Orca. "Seems the couple will deal with me alone," Endeavor smirked, noticing their slight embarrassment. If he was going to lose, he might as well embarrass them in the process. Izuku dashed forward again, swinging from the left, while Nana approached from the right. As Nana went low for a leg sweep, Izuku aimed high with a lariat. However, Endeavor had more experience as a hero. He widened his stance, bracing for both attacks. "Oh no!" Izuku gasped as Endeavor gripped his arm. With a swift motion, Endeavor used judo to flip Izuku over his shoulder, sending him crashing onto Nana. As they lay there, Endeavor prepared his next attack, intertwining his fingers. He slammed them down like a sledgehammer toward Izuku. Just before impact, Izuku called out, "Valak!" The blow landed with much less force than Endeavor had hoped, thanks to Izuku's enhanced durability. "Now then, see if you can handle the heat." Izuku breathed out flames, creating a fiery tornado that engulfed Endeavor's upper body. He braced himself for the impact, but as the flames subsided, he reached out and gripped Izuku's face, forcing his mouth shut. "You really thought the flame hero would be fazed by your pathetic embers?" Endeavor taunted, lifting Izuku off the ground. But then he noticed Nana had moved in. Endeavor's eyes widened as Nana gripped his waist, and Izuku kicked him in the chest simultaneously. With a surge of aggression, Nana threw Endeavor back, causing him to land roughly on his shoulders and neck. "You are really pushing me," Endeavor grunted as he got back up. "Yeah, to think we would push the number 2 hero to this level," Izuku replied. "Guess holding back would be wrong of me," Endeavor said, revealing his arm guards. He clicked a button, and the guards fell to the floor with a thud. "Eat this, flame beard!" Rumi shouted as she jumped in, spinning and delivering a kick to Endeavor, who slid back from the impact. "More joining the fight? But what about the safety of those you need to save?" Endeavor questioned. "Oh, I was too rude to those crybabies and was told to help here," Rumi smirked, with Izuku nodding in agreement. "I guess this would be the smartest move then," Izuku said as Rumi dashed forward. Endeavor braced himself, knowing a blow from Rumi would be painful, especially with the added force of a dragon boost. But to his surprise, the hit felt normal. "Tricked ya?" Izuku said with a smirk. Endeavor laughed as Nana punched him. You truly are cunning. Knew that would get you, Izuku replied, chuckling. He glanced back at the med bay, where countless civilians were still present, indicating more backup was on the way. Seems we are like fish out of water, Gang Orca remarked, dusting off his arms. Rather not agree with the sushi, but it's time to show our claws, Endeavor declared. Guess we have to fight the real top heroes, he said, joining the group as most of the sidekicks had been pushed back. Wait for me. Just gotta bring these losers back. Bakugo shouted, carrying two elderly people on his shoulders. As he approached the med bay, he rushed to join the fight, excited for the chance to face top 10 heroes. Meanwhile, Mina and Kirishima walked into the med bay with a young lady. All civilians have been saved. Well done, the exam is over. Bakugo's frustrated scream echoed. Phew yuck. Izuku dropped to the ground, exhausted and covered in sweat. Even the top heroes let out a sigh of relief. While they believed they could have won the fight, it was more about how they would walk away from it. Well done. You all had great attacks, one of the third years called out. No, thank you for not ending me with that sonic blast, another replied. He knew that if Gang Orca wanted, he could easily end the fight by paralyzing them constantly. Now to go visit Recovery Girl. Shishido laughed at the number 2 hero. Shishido, should I bring out the catnip once more? Enji spoke with a smirk, knowing how much Shishido hated it. That doesn't do anything. Stop trying to spread false rumors. The heroes walked away as the students made their way toward the front of the exam. Izuku struggled to get up. His body hurt and he could barely move. He had really pushed his limits with the boost. Even if he wanted to strengthen Rumi, he was unable to. He had focused on boosting the students, rushing to save people, and even fighting Endeavor. That truly was too much for him. You all did wonderfully. Now we will pass down all your scorecards. To see if you passed, focus your attention on the large screen. All 148 students rushed over toward the screen, leaving Izuku and Shinso behind. Why aren't you checking? Izuku asked from the ground. His body hurt and he had no need to see. What? I am way too tired for that. I've been running around trying to save people. Hitoshi fell down on his butt, simply laying back and closing his eyes. Wake me up when you get my paper. Izuku nodded as Hitoshi started snoring. After a couple of minutes, a man in a black suit with glasses and an earpiece walked up. MidoRyuu? Yeah, MidoRyuu Aizawa. He nodded as he handed over 2 papers. All of you should have seen if you have passed or failed. Don't worry for those that failed. It doesn't stop the fact that with the end of All Might, we need to fill the streets, not with endless heroes, but with good heroes. That's why we can't afford to fail those with potential. Each that failed will simply enter a course for a small PRD to earn their license afterward. Izuku noticed he passed the exam. Oh wow, 84 points, nice. He looked at Hitoshi's grade, 82 points. He smirked widely. How did you do, lizard? How about you, Boom Boom? Bakugo growled. 72, he barely passed. Bakubro, what did they say? Bakugo showed them his paper. Most of the points were deducted due to his mannerisms. He would have failed the exam if he hadn't earned 3 points for his words to a woman who was crying. Oh my, I passed with a score of it seems my first 8 applications were not perfectly applied, Momo said, her voice carrying a hint of disappointment, even though she had the highest score out of all the examinees. Who failed? I think some third years failed. Bakugo had the lowest score at UA. Leave me alone. Bakugo screamed at Setsuna, who laughed at him. Stop yelling. You all did great, even Bakugo. That mouth is just something that will have to be toned down over the years, Aizawa said as he walked up. Call me later, hot stuff. We can make out and get married. Miss Joke yelled as she jumped into her bus. Aizawa could only groan at his friend's behavior. Man, I wish I felt like I did more, Namuri called out, feeling badly about saving people. Most of them felt pathetic as they could only save so many. Not all of them could carry 7 people on their shoulders and still run at top speed. Nonsense. Even saving a single person is an accomplishment. The likes of All Might are outliers who can save hundreds each time, Aizawa explained as they drove home. We are back home. Kaminari cheered as he ran and belly flopped into the couch pit. His body was sore and tired, and most of the class shared this feeling. They had been fighting since morning. I am hungry, Sato said, walking into the kitchen. Oh yeah, food. I need some food, Ojiro added as his stomach rumbled loudly. Ojiro, my best friend. Yeah, Mina, I got you, Ojiro said, shaking his head as Mina beamed at him. Izuku walked into the kitchen as well. He grabbed one of the bags of rice. Let's make lunch for everyone. Ojiro and Sato nodded. I got veggies then. Sure, I will peel the potatoes. You got the rice. Izuku nodded to Ojiro and Sato. The large sugar rush user grabbed some carrots, tomatoes, broccoli, bell peppers, and onions. Using a peeler, he removed the skin from the carrots and onion. With his own knife, Sato made quick work of the veggies, cutting the stem of the broccoli and dicing the carrots, tomatoes, and bell peppers. When he went to cut the onions, he first grabbed diving goggles to make cutting the onion easier and prevent tears. Ojiro removed the potato peels. While he wanted to throw them away, Bakugo stopped him. Let me try something. Bakugo grabbed the potato peels, rinsed them under the tap, and dried them off on some towels. So what are you going to do, Bakugo? Shut it, Raccoon Eyes. I read some dude used the peels as chips and wanted to try it myself. Bakugo grabbed a pan and filled it with oil. After seeing the oil heat up to the right temperature, he tossed the peels in, and they started crisping up almost instantly. Can I try some as well? Raccoon Eyes, I might share some, but stay out of my space. With the promise of food, Mina quickly followed the orders. She nearly vanished from the kitchen area, making it seem like she had a speed quirk. Bakugo removed the peels shortly after seeing they had browned enough, throwing them on a paper towel he had placed in a bowl. He finished by adding a little salt, garlic powder, paprika, and spices. After shaking the bowl to coat the peels properly, he tasted them. Oh, these aren't bad. Here, try some, he offered to the rest of the class. Not bad, love the crisp, Kaminari said with a thumbs up. You're like a super cook, Baku bro. Totally manly. Yeah bro, like total Chad. Tetsu yelled in agreement. Using the peels is a smart idea. They're a rich source of vitamins, Ida informed them, but none of them listened, giving half-hearted nods as they snacked on the peels. Izuku had finished washing the rice, removing some of the starch, and began making the curry using his mother's notes. He blended onion, garlic, tomato, ginger, and chili into a paste, then heated some oil in a wok. Adding bay leaves, green cardamom, and cloves, he infused the oil with flavor. He tossed in the onions, browning them to a appealing golden color, then lowered the heat and added a little water to prevent further browning. Next, he added red chili powder and turmeric. Since Ibra was a vegetarian, he cooked the chicken in a separate pan, planning to mix it later. After combining the paste with the veggies, carrots, potatoes, tomato chunks, and broccoli, he added a cup of water and a bit of sugar, letting it simmer for 20 to 30 minutes. Once the curry was ready, he opened the rice cooker, serving everyone a healthy scoop of rice topped with curry and chicken, and tofu for Ibra. Oh, this is good! Bakugo exclaimed, though he quickly added, Nah, it's mid. I could have done a better job. His pride as a cook never allowed him to praise Izuku's skill. It's just my mom's cooking, Izuku replied. Nah, Mama Inko cooks way better, Himiko said instantly, a huge fan of Izuku. Comparing this to Mama Inko's cooking was like comparing a child's macaroni drawing to the art of Leonardo da Vinci. Indeed, while I can't cook, I would agree that your mother's cooking is leagues better, Tokoyami said, with Hitoshi nodding in agreement. Your cooking can't compare to Mom's, he added before finishing his meal with a big spoonful. You're one to talk. Just wait, mind control boy, Izuku teased his brother. Try me. I know your weak points, Hitoshi replied, cracking his knuckles. It looked like the brothers might start to fight, but they walked away instead. Try me in Mario Kart, nerd, Izuku challenged, with Hitoshi nodding. Fine, you're getting too cocky anyway. The rest of the night turned into a massive gaming tournament, with only the fights revolving around Mario Kart and Super Smash Bros. In the end, Achiko and Yui went undefeated. Izuku would have been one of the few to defeat Achiko, but Mina whispered distracting things in his ear, turning him into putty and allowing Achiko to sweep him. Bakugo claimed he would win every fight, only to lose faster than anyone else, even to Mineta. As the night came to an end, everyone was getting ready for bed. "Hey, don't you think we should go on a date?" Mina suggested, lying in a cuddle pile with Yui, Ryuko, Rumi, Nijire, and Achiko. Izuku sat at his desk working on schoolwork. Yeah, but how? "It's not easy to date 13 women, Izuku said, with Nana nodding from the ground. "Don't you think we could do a big group date? All of us at the same time? Won't that be hard?" "I assume we would want attention, and giving that while enjoying ourselves would be nearly impossible," Izuku replied, nodding. "Well, what if we split up? Like 7 to 6, Achiko suggested. What? We could group the girls based on interests. For example, Mina, Set, Nijire, Namuri, Himiko, and I all like to dance and party, so we could go out together." Izuku understood. "I see what you mean, that could work. I'm more than happy to try whatever you want. We just need to come up with a fun idea that everyone likes. Something like a big fight would be fun for Rumi, but I don't think everyone else would enjoy that." Achiko nodded in agreement. "Well, Ryuko and Momo like the same things, so they can work, Yui as well, right?" Nana asked, and Yui nodded. "I like the music, so don't mind clubbing with Mina and Set." "Same, I could totally rock a cute dress," Namuri said with a smile. "Cool, so we already have a little group. Namuri, Mina, Yui, Setsuna, and Kyoka are okay with clubbing," Achiko said, writing it down on a piece of paper. "Put me down for the club as well, sounds fun," Himiko added, looking toward Achiko. Mei spoke up next. "Not me, I don't really like them. All the yelling and pushing, not my thing." Achiko nodded as she wrote Mei's name on the other side. "Same, no thanks," Rumi said quickly, knowing she would start a fight quicker than they would be allowed in the club. Achiko noted the other group, Momo, Ryuko, Rumi, and Mei. She wrote her own name down for the party as well, leaving Nana and Nijire. "I think I'd rather go party, so anyone willing to swap?" Nijire asked, with Yui raising her hand. "I am fine with swapping." Nijire smiled and gave Yui a quick kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, babe." Achiko smiled as she showed the paper to Izuku. Now he just had to come up with a date for the Kamer group. Group 1 consisted of Namuri, Nijire, Mina, Setsuna, Himiko, Kyoka, and Achiko. They had already agreed that a club or a disco was the date they would be willing to go on. Now they just had to come up with a date for the other group, which included Momo, Ryuko, Rumi, Mei, Nana, and Yui. "I would say a beach date, but we could do that later as a group when the weather is better." "Yeah, what about a picnic? We can do some relaxed stuff like eating and some more active things like tag," Rumi suggested. This idea was met with agreement. "Now we just have to come up with a date for our outing," Achiko said, with Momo tapping her chin. "We should have a couple of weeks free from any tests or exams. I don't remember seeing any large events other than the music festival on the planner." Izuku nodded. "So we just do it next week. The club thing can be done at any time, right? We should look for a nice day for the picnic. We don't want to be caught out in the rain." "Yeah, that would be unfortunate." "Oh wait, I just saw a notification," Momo said, confused by her tablet. "What do you mean?" "Tomorrow we have an extra lesson. It seems our history lesson has been dropped, and homeroom has been lengthened to double the time, and we have half our lesson in Gym Gamma." Momo read, puzzled. This had not happened before. While they had lessons at the gym, this was the first time they had a double lesson of a single subject. "Oh no, it even has an extra teacher," Nana said, pulling out her phone. This only confused the group more. Nizu fills those spots, right? "This is going to be a hassle," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. He knew Nizu would be a challenge. "Wanna bet cuddle time? I think it's one of those teachers before the exam, like that dragon group. Or Rush." "Nah, Nizu wouldn't do something like that. That would be too simple," Achiko said, willing to put up some cuddle time. "Okay, So Achiko versus Mina versus Nemuri. Winner takes the losers cuddle time. Izuku said with a thumbs up as the girls shook hands, sealing the deal fully. Be ready to pay up, Kirby, Nemuri said as they walked into homeroom. Achiko rolled her eyes. Girls behave, I will make sure everyone pays correctly, Izuku said, acting like the bank, which he was. As they walked into homeroom, Aizawa was already waiting for them. Sir, who will be the second teacher? Will it once again be one of the many teachers we've had throughout the years? Or will it perhaps be a new one? I ain't telling, because Nizu told me not to. Something about it being too funny, I don't know, I slept through half of it, Aizawa said, yawning as Hitoshi walked in. Oh, Izuku, we should tell Mom that Dad is skipping out on sleep. Aizawa's eyes went wide as he stared his sons down. I love you both, but your bodies won't be found if you dare, he said, overly serious, as Hitoshi walked to his seat, laughing, knowing Mom would never let him hear the end of it. I do wonder who it will be if Nizu somehow finds enjoyment in it, Shishida thought out loud as he sat down. Nana was the only one who had heard the stories from Tashinori about how crazy Nizu truly was, how he found enjoyment in the pain and suffering of others, which was everyone according to the self-proclaimed rat god of UA. The class slowly filled up with students, some having fallen slightly behind, but all entered the class before the bell rang. Now then, we will have a normal lesson at first, so get started on homework and finish your final work. MidoRyuu and Momo, thank you for the essays that are due 2 weeks from now. This is not an order for anyone to hurry up, you have 2 weeks to use it. You don't want to come overconfident and believe you are better by delivering earlier and having dozens of mistakes. The class then went about completing various tasks they still had to do. Hey MidoRyuu, am I doing this right? I feel like the answer is wrong, Denki asked one of the brothers who would be able to answer correctly. If he tried Kirishima or Tetsu, they would not help. Yeah, that's right. Though I think you messed up with the addition, Denki said, typing it back into his calculator. This time, the answer looked correct. Thanks, bro. I fat-fingered it on the calculator. Who would have thought? He laughed. Some of the others, like Momo and Achiko, who had completed all of today's homework, were still busy discussing plans. You think we could do it at that one park? It's down south and has this massive cherry blossom field, Nana suggested, with Achiko and Momo nodding in agreement. That would be wonderful. We just have to find a nice warm day, Momo said, already thinking about which tea would pair perfectly with such a lovely day. As time passed, the class lost track of it, and before they knew it, the door opened, and 2 guys stepped in. What? Mineta exclaimed, drawing attention to the newcomers. Where is Yuyu? Aizawa asked, with the blonde boy laughing. Oh, she had no interest in a boring old group of kids that weren't cute at all. The other boy trembled slightly at this remark. Well, students, these are our guest teachers, Tamaki Amikiji and Mirio Togata. They are 3rd years and part of the Big 3, Aizawa explained. This was the first time the group had heard the term. The what? Bakugo said, looking at the group with disdain, unable to believe that the strongest in UA would be a dopey-looking blonde kid and a nervous, timid boy. The Big 3. Due to their impressive skills, their names have skyrocketed through the hero community, and it's believed they are closest to reaching the number 1 spot. Aizawa's praise was genuine, as he valued results over rumors. Ah geez, thanks sir. But we've heard plenty of praise ourselves from this class, Mirio said. Well, enough flattery. Get to what you came to explain so we can move on, Aizawa replied. Yes sir. Well, kiddos, the future is going to be. Mirio paused, waiting for the class to join in, but they were all confused. Ibra, ever hopeful, ventured, bright. Awful. Haha. Mirio laughed heartily at his own joke, while Tamaki turned to face the wall, visibly shaking. Well, anyway, I guess we should explain, right, Tamaki? Mirio asked his friend, who turned around, looking overwhelmed. The students felt an aura from him that was reminiscent of facing a seasoned villain. What is his deal? Someone whispered. I can't, Tamaki stammered, dropping down and hugging his knees as he faced the wall. Well, we tried, Mirio said, throwing his jacket over Tamaki before addressing the class again. I am here for the work studies. But sir, that's only for some second years and most third years. Why would we already have to worry about such things? Ida asked, confused, as this didn't align with the usual rules. Well, I don't know. Nizu asked me to ask you. But if I had to guess, it's because of him right there. MidoRyuu pointed at Izuku, who nodded, assuming this was somehow related to him. What did he do this time? Rumi asked, rolling her eyes. Oh, he hasn't done anything other than propel you all forward. You are way stronger than I was in the first year. You guys are totally crazy, and because of that, different measures have to be taken. That's cool and all, but what are work studies? Someone asked. I can't explain that with words, but I can with actions, Sue. MidoRyuu flashed a big toothy grin. I want to fight you all. This caught the class by surprise. Some were against it, finding it unfair to fight a third year alone, while others, like Bakugo and Rumi, were eager for the challenge. Don't worry about hurting me, you won't even touch me. Haha. MidoRyuu said, momentarily dropping his cheerful demeanor, revealing that he was not someone to be underestimated. So let's go. See you all at the gym and have your game face on. You're fighting Sinsha, not Katie, he added as he walked out. As the students made their way to the gym, they found MidoRyuu already dressed in his PE outfit and stretching. Come on, hurry. I want to see what you're made of. Oh, you just wait, bunker boy. Bakugo shouted, with Rumi adding, yeah, Tintin, you just wait for me to crush your head with my legs. Out of nowhere, Mineta piped up, if you're offering, but was quickly smacked on the head by Denki. No, bro, she was taken, he replied. MidoRyuu just laughed as he continued to warm up. Tamaki had come along but had somehow found himself hiding on the beams holding up the roof, facing the walls. As everyone got dressed, it felt like 40 against 1, and it seemed unfair. You sure you don't want to take half now, half later? Izuku offered, trying to be fair. Yeah, I'm fine. Heroes often fight big crowds, so I'm already used to it, MidoRyuu replied, completely unfazed. Start, he called without giving the group a moment to prepare. The fight started, and just as it did, MidoRyuu had disappeared. Where did he go? Kirishima yelled, only to be dropped to his knees. Bro, what the hell? He hadn't hardened himself and was knocked down, but with rage, he slammed his fist into the ground. I ain't done. It's never manly to give up. MidoRyuu popped up in the middle of a group of girls, leaning casually on Kyoka and Komori. What? He said, and in an instant he struck, knocking them out. Freak! Rumi dashed forward, aiming a kick, but MidoRyuu vanished again. He has some speed quirk or something. Almost, but not really, MidoRyuu said, appearing next to Shiro and taking down Sato and Ojiro with swift strikes. I got you now. Bakugo shouted, throwing an explosive punch, but again, MidoRyuu evaded. Meanwhile, Izuku stood back with Nana and Momo, observing. I have no clue how he does it. He just vanishes randomly. It looks like some blows go through him, Ryuko noted. Now you're getting there, MidoRyuu said from behind Izuku. Izuku swung, but his fist hit the wall instead, shattering it. MidoRyuu took the opportunity to strike back, and Izuku fell to the floor, feeling the impact deeply. Are you good? Nana asked, surprised to see Izuku down. Yeah, but even being ready for it is no good. He's phasing or something. Ding ding ding. MidoRyuu exclaimed, standing still for the first time. Around him, nearly 10 students were knocked out, and in a flash, he had taken down 14. This time, Izuku decided to go on the offense. He dashed for MidoRyuu, surprising everyone. Instead of fleeing, he stood his ground, flexing his arms and preparing to strike. Izuku swung his fist, aiming for MidoRyuu's head, but his hand passed through. At that moment, Izuku felt a sharp pain in his gut as MidoRyuu countered. Izuku quickly grabbed MidoRyuu's arm, trying to hold on, but MidoRyuu phased again, freeing himself. Izuku managed to land a knee to MidoRyuu's gut, causing him to wince. Ah, kid, you're good. You're the first to hit me in about 3 months, MidoRyuu said, impressed. Now then, I think it's best if I get serious. Let's see what you can do. MidoRyuu leaned back and phased through the floor, disappearing from sight. We need to attack the part that's attacking us. That's how we can beat him, Nana suggested. Yeah, attack in pairs. Momo agreed, readying herself for the fight. Forget that. If he can solo, so can I. Bakugo yelled, climbing to the rafters to observe MidoRyuu's movements. If I can't capture him, I must burn, Shoto said, igniting his arm. Todoroki, you can't. He could phase and hit those behind him, Momo warned. Shoto frowned, realizing his fire and ice wouldn't be effective. Thankfully, I'm trained in more than just quirks, MidoRyuu said, appearing in front of Shoto. Hey there. He aimed a kick at Shoto's ribs, but Shoto ducked under it, charging at MidoRyuu. Rumi followed closely, both having a plan. If MidoRyuu stood still, Shoto would hit him. If he dodged, Rumi would land a kick. MidoRyuu, however, phased both attacks, grinning as Rumi stomped the ground hard enough to shake the building while Shoto rushed through him. MidoRyuu kicked back with incredible force, sending Shoto rolling across the floor. How is he that powerful? Shoto asked, and Momo replied, I might have a theory on that. Come on, spit it out, brains. It might help us take him down. Bakugo called from above, still watching as MidoRyuu effortlessly dodged Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. MidoRyuu's laughter echoed, adding to the tension of the battle. They were relentless, and even that was not enough to shake MidoRyuu. I think he phases his hand through our bodies. So what? That wouldn't hurt. No, but when one thing exists, something else cannot. When MidoRyuu phases his hand into our body, both things occupy the same space, creating an extremely high amount of force instantly. Wow, you are smart. MidoRyuu laughed loudly. This was the first time since sparring with pro heroes that someone had figured it out. So how do we block it? You don't. Or rather, you can't. He's right. Well, let's hope this helps me. Izuku rolled his shoulder as he stepped forward. Guard, strength, hero. Oh, and what do those do? MidoRyuu asked, jumping over Ida like it was a game of leapfrog. Valak makes me more durable, Mul makes me stronger, and Hun is a new one. It boosts both my reaction time and speed. Izuku said with a smirk before dashing forward. Everyone's jaws dropped. Izuku was a lot faster. With Mul enhancing his leg muscles, he was already quick, and Hun made him even faster. Before MidoRyuu could react, Izuku struck him with an open palm against his chest, catching him off guard. Tamaki and Aizawa could hardly believe their eyes as they watched MidoRyuu roll across the floor. That did not just happen, Aizawa said, shocked that his son had managed to harm the strongest student in school. Bah! Oh man, that hurt more than late-night spicy chicken. MidoRyuu exclaimed, standing back up and dusting himself off. Let's see how tough you turned out. Don't think you're alone, you B-rated hero. Bakugo roared, landing on top of MidoRyuu, his explosion scorching the floor where MidoRyuu had just stood. But MidoRyuu vanished completely. Behind Momo. Both Momo and Nana attacked. Momo created a small metal combat stick and swung it from the floor behind her, while Nana spun around, aiming a powerful kick at MidoRyuu. However, both attacks phased through him, causing Momo to slam her stick against Nana's back and Nana to kick Momo in the ribs, knocking them both down. Rumi and Bakugo continued to chase MidoRyuu, playing an intense game of whack-a-mole. Over here! MidoRyuu called out, landing a chop downward on Ochako, knocking her out. This went on for several minutes, leaving only Bakugo, Nana, Ryuko, and Izuku standing. MidoRyuu popped back up, jumping over Shoto, whom he had simply kneed from the ground. So, are you finished, or should we add a few more bodies to the pile? MidoRyuu sounded cocky. Both Rumi and Bakugo were twitching with frustration. They hadn't been hit, nor had they landed a blow, which was infuriating. Izuku and Ryuko felt the same way. It felt more like they were being bullied than fighting. I thought you were going full out. How are we still up? MidoRyuu nodded. You're right. Sorry. He looked as if he was going to bow but instead fell forward, phasing through the floor before popping back up at high speeds, aiming for Izuku. Run! Izuku yelled, knowing this wouldn't cause MidoRyuu to flee but might create a moment of hesitation. For a split second, MidoRyuu was confused, which Rumi took advantage of by landing a right shin kick into his chest, causing him to flip and land hard. That was awesome. I landed a blow. Rumi said proudly, glancing at Bakugo. Oh demon, what was that? I felt a chill, MidoRyuu said, recovering quickly. This guy just won't stay down with weak attacks. I need to hit him, I'm the strongest. Bakugo said, which only annoyed Rumi further. Forget you. You want to feel the strongest foot up your back. They faced off, the stress of battling a powerful foe like MidoRyuu getting to both of them. In an instant, MidoRyuu dashed at them and slammed their heads together, knocking them out. You want to keep going, MidoRyuu? Aizawa yelled from the side. He thought this should have been enough to prove his point, but MidoRyuu shook his head. Sorry, sir. I was having way too much fun. Just let me finish this. Ryuko, we got this, Izuku said, knowing they might not win, but their goal was to survive and perhaps land another blow. I don't know if I can, Ryuko said, fear and doubt creeping into her voice. MidoRyuu seized the moment, appearing behind her and planning to slam her down. But Ryuko smirked when she noticed. She spun, growing her tail and slamming it against MidoRyuu's ribs, sending him crashing to the other side of the ring, nearly into a wall. Bah! Oh, that was clever. Tamaki called out as MidoRyuu stood back up. Recovery girl can fix me later, MidoRyuu said, knowing he had at least cracked some ribs. Do you still wish to continue? Ryuko asked, giving MidoRyuu a chance to back down. Oh no, but I will give you all a chance to win. If both of you hit me once more, you win, but I still need to knock you out. MidoRyuu said, offering them a chance. As they agreed, they saw MidoRyuu change. The playful idiot left the building just as a man who was closest to the number 1 slot walked in. Izuku ran for them, staying above ground this time. He charged right at MidoRyuu, throwing an overhead right that phased through him, only to be blasted upward with a force he had never felt before. MidoRyuu stood firm, sending Izuku flying off his feet. Gasping for air, Izuku felt as if he had taken a punch to the gut. Ryuko dashed toward him, hands outstretched, but MidoRyuu simply slammed her down with a punch, phasing his hands slightly before stopping the phase, nearly breaking her shoulder. Just like that, both of them were down as well. That was fun, MidoRyuu said, walking away. It had been a while since he had taken a fight that seriously. Those kids are something, he whispered to Aizawa, who hid a smirk in his scarf. I still don't know what we learned other than pain, Kaminari said, holding his gut. I got strong because of work studies. No way, Aizawa replied, nodding. During his first year, MidoRyuu had the drive to push himself, but he had one of the worst scores in his class. He lacked the control and power he has now. Thanks for spoiling it, sir, MidoRyuu laughed it off. You see, during your internships, you get to play hero for a bit. You learn some things, but overall, you do barely anything. During a work study, you are a hero. The students looked slightly confused, feeling like they had worked like heroes before. You are forced to work full days, for pay of course. The heroes in charge act like you're done with school, you train with them, but you also patrol and handle real situations. Indeed. I expected this to happen, so I came to help anyway, Yu spoke as she walked in, putting her phone away. I am Yu Heya, one of the big 3. The smartest, if you ask anyone. She glanced at Nijire. I adopted this adorable girl, yes? Nijire pet her head slightly, nearly causing Yu to have a heart attack from cuteness. Yu, behave, or I will give you detention, Aizawa said, and Yu pouted, letting Nijire go, who wanted to burst out with questions but chose to stay quiet under Aizawa's watchful gaze. During work studies, you learn on the street, how an arrest is made, how to contact the police, what to look for. You also need to figure out how to interact with the public while juggling schoolwork. These things will not be easy, but those who can manage them will reap the rewards, Yu explained, raising her hand. Ponytail girl, should we all do these? Yu shook her head. No, half of you are not ready for those internships, and some may struggle to juggle both. That's not an insult, just a fact. Only 25% of second years can join a work study, while 75% of third years do so on their own. How do we earn these work studies? Like you earn a job. You contact them. If you want an internship with someone like Best Jeanist, You reach out to his sidekicks, assistants, or him, if you're lucky. Or you can be fortunate and be picked like Mini Might over there, Yu said, gesturing to MidoRyuu, who was trying to talk Tamaki down from jumping, suggesting it would be cooler if they jumped together. So, I think that was it. Find a hero or someone, pester them enough to let you in on an internship, get powerful, and that's it, Yu concluded before walking away. As she passed by Nijire, aiming to grab her, Aizawa slapped her hand with his scarf. Fine, here's my number. I will make sure you intern with me, Yu said with a big smile before walking off. Hello, sir, it's Izuku MidoRyuu, Izuku said, sitting on the floor with a notebook open in front of him, reviewing his latest report card. Oh yeah, what's up, MidoRyuu? I haven't seen you since training, came the voice on the other end. It was Rush, the ranked 5 pro hero. Well, sir, I recently earned my PGMI with a score of most of my grades are around AB+, with some A's. Rush started to laugh. You're trying to get me to intern you, right? You should have just asked. Oh, well, can I do my work study with you? Nope. Don't get me wrong, I would be 100% okay with it, but earlier today, I got an email saying someone else has you in mind. But I am open for your friends, Rush explained, leaving Izuku confused. Who wants me? I never heard anything. I would say, but Kai is calling me. Sorry, I'd rather confuse you than anger her. Rush hung up, leaving Izuku puzzled. Who the hell claimed me, and why am I not aware of it? Izuku exclaimed. Oh me, came a voice from outside. Izuku turned to see MidoRyuu's hand on his window. How did you get up here? It's like the top floor. Hee hee power, MidoRyuu laughed. But wait, you're not a hero. Not yet, but I persuaded the hero I interned with that you would be a cool guy, MidoRyuu said with a cool smile and a thumbs up. In reality, MidoRyuu had rushed to the hero he interned with and bugged him repeatedly. Come on, he's cool, I swear. His hero asked for real data, grades, stats, accomplishments, only for MidoRyuu to have no clue. Apart from knowing Izuku went to hero school and was incredibly strong, MidoRyuu was in the dark. So I intern with you? MidoRyuu asked. Yeah, well, after you pass Sir's test. But it's fine, I have faith in you. You even gave me chills. How did you do that? I tried, but any time I yelled that, "Are you" thing, I just got yelled at for being loud. Izuku smiled, trying to hold back his laughter. It's my quirk. Well, every dragon user has energy within them. Ryuko has it too. It allows for different things, like flame breath. Wait, you can breathe flames? That is so cool. Why didn't you use it on me? MidoRyuu exclaimed from the window. Because I would either burn you or the people behind you. That's dangerous. True, boring but true. Okay, keep talking. With that energy I can do certain things. Like saying "Roo," which scares weaker enemies. Wait, does that mean I am weaker? Izuku blinked slowly. I had recovery heal me for internal injuries you gave me from a single blow. You were playing around the entire time, you are not weak. I wasn't the only one playing around. I didn't go dragon. I know you can. Izuku nodded. He could have transformed into a hybrid form or his full dragon. Fair, but still it was a surprise. I doubt you ever felt fear before. MidoRyuu laughed. He liked Izuku, he was enjoyable. Well, next Monday I will show up at your front door and be ready to meet Sir. MidoRyuu didn't give Izuku time to respond. Instead, he let go and fell backward, spinning in the air before phasing to lessen his fall. All his clothing dropped in a pile on the floor before MidoRyuu popped up, standing in his underwear. Tamaki was right to invest in hero underwear. Mini MidoRyuu is no longer cold, he said boldly, placing his fists on his hips with pride. Before a single breeze could reach him, MidoRyuu rushed to get dressed, not wanting to catch a cold. No way, how? Bakugo screamed, clutching the knife he was using to cut carrots into cubes. I mean, I was calling Rush and stuff to try and earn my internship. But that third year, MidoRyuu Togata, was outside my window and explained I would get a shot at his internship, a hero he calls Sir. Nana popped her head up. That's Sir Night Eye. What? My dad, All Might, his old sidekick went by the name of Sir. He is Sir Night. A strange but kind man for sure. Nana had met him before and smiled, thinking of the fun Izuku would have with him. They would surely clash constantly. Izuku was straightforward. He said what he would do and fought for it, while Sir was different. He kept his word but never made promises. Sir was also more for fun than Izuku. They would be an interesting pair. Nana kept a small smile. Perhaps she would tell Sir a little about Izuku. They could make a powerful team. Why can't I get lucky with an internship? Bakugo shouted. Come on, Baku bro, did you call any heroes yet? Kirishima asked with a big smile. What? No, we heard about it today. How could I? The class looked at Bakugo with shared disbelief. Mr. Lizard Luck can somehow stumble across a hero to intern with, but me? I can't. Isn't society supposed to hate his kind? What the heck? Izuku had to laugh. Good point, but I guess I'm just better than you, even if I'm disliked. I'm totally going to oversalt your food, Bakugo said, though he was too prideful to admit he was impressed. Guess I will give it my best, Momo said, putting down the book she had. Oh please, do it here, Yamamo. Why? Momo asked, confused about why Achiko wanted to see her try for an internship. You are perfect at everything you do. You always know how to speak and behave. Momo blushed at the compliments. Yeah, do us a favor, Queen Yamamo, Mina added. While she wasn't going to work-study, she had enough trouble maintaining school itself. Adding a full-blown job on top of that would be too much for her. Fine. Momo went up to her room but returned 5 minutes later with a bunch of books under her arm. She sat down at the dinner table, placing her grades, her PHLE exams, and some hero laws down. Using a book with hero agency numbers, she began calling. First, she reached out to heroes she had already met. Hello, good evening. I apologize for the time at which I called, but my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I am a first-year student at UA University in the Heroics class. My hero's name is Kriati. Hey, the person on the phone replied. I would like to request an interview to possibly obtain a work-study with Mr. Rush. I earned my provisional license with a score of 94 and made it to the first round of the battle event for the sports festival. All my grades are A. Would it be a possibility? Momo quickly shared her accomplishments. You're not talking to Rush, kid. It's Kai. He is taking a shower. Oh, I apologize. Nah, don't. Rush told me he wanted to have a group of 3, so pick 2 friends, and you get to intern with him. Kai had decided on Rush without consulting anyone, or so it seemed. Rush heard everything as the phone was on loudspeaker, and Kai was anything but quiet. It was not a game of speed. Instantly, Achiko and Tsuyu asked Momo, with Kai overhearing. Yeah, you two come. Just remember, Rush is mine, and I do bite. Kai started laughing before asking their names. Achiko Uraraka, Uravity. Tsuyu Azui Frappy. Cool, Kai, Rush will contact you and stuff I guess. She then hung up, leaving the 3 girls stunned and the rest silent. I knew you were good, but wow. Mina said, her jaw dropping. She needed that level of skill. A single conversation and boom, 3 different internships. Watch and learn from a real MSTR at work. Bakugo grabbed his phone and confidently walked up to the table. He opened the hero book and dialed a number, putting it on loudspeaker. Hell Gang Orca Agency. Hello, I am Katsuki Bakugo. You're that brat who talked trash. Go beg somewhere else. He hung up, leaving the group gasping for air as they tried not to burst into laughter. Bakugo's face turned bright red, steam practically coming out of his ears. His rage was palpable. This is how you do it, Shoto said in a monotone voice. Father, I would like to work-study with you. Okay, your mother would like you home next weekend. She is making soba. Okay. He hung up, and this time the group couldn't contain their laughter at Katsuki's rage and Shoto's simplicity. I'm just going to try the MidoRyuu route. I want an internship with that Tamaki guy. That stare. I need that, Kirishima said, clenching his fist. Oh, he is in the same class as that short red-haired girl. I'm going to intern with her. She seemed to like me, Nijire added with a smile. Both decided there was no time like the present. They jumped up and headed for the 3rd-year dorm room. MidoRyuu was playing it smart. Hey, I wanted to talk, but a friend didn't feel safe alone. Could you have Tamaki meet him too, so we can talk alone? She texted, receiving a thumbs up in response. As they approached, they were shocked to see a tied-up Tamaki leaning against the wall while Yuyu paced excitedly. Cutie! Yuyu yelled, running up to MidoRyuu and hugging her. Hey, I wanted to work-study with you. Done and done. Who is your hero? Oh, Ichuck. He is nice and listens well. He's also extremely skilled at training quirks. You'll do way better than those other weird dragon types. Yuyu said happily as Kirishima approached Tamaki. Sir, can I work with you? No, just let me be. I can't, sir. Letting someone be is unmanly. I want to get stronger. Kirishima began his well-practiced routine of persistent pleading. Please allow me to intern with you, he repeated loudly and proudly. Tamaki struggled to cope with the barrage of requests, his heart racing. Fine, just stop, I'm going to cry, Tamaki said, trembling. Kirishima cheered even louder, wrapping his arms around Tamaki. Leave me be, please. Tamaki dropped to the floor, still tied up, and crawled into a corner seeking peace. Izuku stepped into his dorm room. At the foot of his bed, his hero outfit was neatly placed in the large briefcase Yue provided. Next to it was his school bag, containing all his important documents. Since he had no clue how MidoRyuu would act, he was prepared for everything, even bringing bandages and wrist wraps in case they wanted to train. Throwing the bag over his shoulder and grabbing his hero suit, Izuku made his way down the hall, offering friendly nods to those he passed, wanting to keep the noise down early in the morning. He was glad to see MidoRyuu already waiting, dressed in his UA outfit. Yo, buddy, you ready to get a job? Izuku nodded. Good. MidoRyuu turned and started walking toward the train station, with Izuku following a few steps behind. So why be a hero? With everyone hating you, it's not the easiest job to get into. You're telling me. But because of the hate, I think. MidoRyuu turned around, walking backward. Everyone hated me and my mom when my quirk came in. Even heroes treated us terribly, ignoring crimes. Izuku nodded, aware of the harsh reality. But then I found a true home, where we even met Dad. He smiled, recalling fond memories. I went through life normally, but then I died. MidoRyuu nodded, slightly confused. A hero used an explosive fist to hit me in the heart after I didn't back down. It stopped my heart. If not for May, I would have died. MidoRyuu nodded, somehow sidestepping a street lamp perfectly. I remember that guy. He got arrested. Think he continued his same behavior in jail and it cost him dearly. Izuku shrugged. But I understood then that no matter who tries, the world will continue to see dragons as bad guys. The media and the heroes strengthen that stereotype. So I have to change it myself. If I become a hero and show that not all of us are like that, I can start that change. Nice. MidoRyuu ended the voice recording from his phone without Izuku even noticing and sent it right to Sir Night-Eye. He wanted to know more about the boy than what he saw on the news, more than the rumors that traveled through the heroes. Let's talk fun. This was depressing. Emo dragon, MidoRyuu said, laughing, which caused Izuku to chuckle. What do you want to talk about? Types? Huh, I mean you are dating a dozen girls, right? They don't look the same, so what is your type? MidoRyuu wondered. Hey, why should I go first? You're the senior. Set an example, Izuku replied, and MidoRyuu just laughed. Fine. For me, it's fully based on personality. I want a good mix and someone to have fun with. Izuku nodded. Of course, a nice butt and a good set of abs won't get me complaining. Fair enough. I guess I am the same. Each of the girls is appealing, not just because of how they look, but because of who they are. Oh, so some are ugly on the outside? Izuku gave MidoRyuu a playful shove. What? You want to get me killed? All my girlfriends are appealing inside and out. Izuku said, looking around for sneak attacks from assassins, much to MidoRyuu's joy. As they continued their talk, they soon reached the Night-Eye agency. Izuku looked around the hallway and found it pretty bland. The gray wallpaper didn't really show anything, nor did the pictures. Well, it's your time now. Survive. MidoRyuu said as he gave Izuku a large shove into a room. Izuku stumbled slightly as he tried to get his footing. He heard the door close, followed by a series of locks. MidoRyuu. Yes, sir, Izuku MidoRyuu, he said as he straightened himself and turned toward the voice. Sir Night-Eye, a well-respected hero and former sidekick of All Might, stood before him. Why should I allow you to apply for a work study with me? Well, Izuku cleared his throat before taking off his backpack. These are my grades, showing I pay attention in class and have the ability to apply that knowledge. These are the results of my spars against some instructors such as Endeavor. I am quite durable and not afraid to get in harm's way when needed. Powerful enough to spar with the likes of Endeavor and remove buildings from people. I am adept enough to have multiple blows against Mr. Tokage. I see. So you believe you are better than us? We should take you because we can't handle it on our own. Sir said dryly. No sir, of course not. With my quirk, I can apply buffs to others, which makes them stronger. This would allow a well-respected and efficient hero agency like yours to flourish even more. Fine, some questions to see if you belong. Izuku nodded. You're boring. What will you do to be funnier? I don't know. Izuku said, extremely confused. A child has broken both their legs and can no longer walk. What do you do? I pick them up and bring them to a hospital. They see you as a dragon and scream for you to stay away. I ignore them, pick them up and take them to a hospital. They start punching you. I ignore it and bring them to a hospital. They start using their quirk on you. I knock them out as painlessly as possible before bringing them to the hospital. What's the point of this? Izuku said, cutting Sir off. Just because someone doesn't like the fact I am a dragon won't stop me from doing my job. Fine. Let's say I believe you. I don't think you would improve this agency. Instead, I believe you would bring down its reputation and prestige. Then I will find a different one. Oh, so you only want to be here for its prestige? Nah, I don't care where I go. I could not care if I worked under All Might or the lowest-ranked hero in Japan. All I know is that I won't work under someone that cares more about their reputation and prestige. You know I would be a massive help. I have proven that through my days at UA. Call Rush, Endeavor, or even All Might. They will tell you that I try my best and won't give up because it gets tough. Sir Night-Eye fixed his glasses as he hid a small smirk behind his hand. I won't stamp it, but take the stamp away from me and I will allow it. Deal? Sir Night-Eye offered his hand, and Izuku smirked. Yes, sir. Izuku walked up and grabbed his hand, staring right into his eyes. I know your quirk, Izuku said with a smirk as Sir Night-Eye nodded. I assume so. But I have dealt with stronger. From Sir's BRST pocket, a mechanical flower popped out. A puff of green dust shot right into Izuku's face, causing him to cough as his eyes and nose began to water. This was Sir Night-Eye's move, attempting to pull Izuku down to loosen his grip. But Izuku remained steadfast, pulling Sir closer and wrapping his other arm around the hero. Now you won't dodge, he declared. But now you cannot reach, Sir replied. I will reach after you let it go, Izuku smiled, his face red and watery. He began to bang his head against Sir's chest, delivering countless headbutts. However, these barely fazed the hero. Instead, Izuku found himself confused as Sir began to fall backward, having simply pushed forward. As Izuku landed, his grip lessened for a mere second, which was long enough for Sir Night-Eye to escape. How barbaric and unfunny. You should know heroes have to save people, both from evil and sadness, Sir said. You just want a second All Might. I won't follow in his footsteps. My road is one I make my own, Izuku replied, crouching slightly before dashing forward. Sir simply closed his eyes and shook his head. A simple sidestep caused Izuku to miss, and he stumbled over a desk, flipping over it and landing on a chair. Demon, should have expected that, Izuku muttered. Just like this won't work, Sir said, standing still as Izuku threw the desk aside and rushed toward the other side, hoping to corner him. But Sir walked toward his chair and sat down, leaving Izuku looking foolish. I can see the future. I know what you will do before you think of it. No matter what you do, I can dodge, Sir stated confidently. Izuku smiled. Then you know how this ends. He transformed into his hybrid form. If I make sure you can't dodge. The room was small enough for this to be possible. Izuku flapped his wings out wide, touching the walls, and as he walked forward, inching toward Sir Night-Eye, his wings closed the area even more. Sir nodded as he grabbed a stamp. Smart if you wanted this, he said, then threw it out the window. Now what? Izuku asked, determined. Now I rely on my friends. MidoRyuu, can you get it? Laughter echoed from outside the door. Sure, bud. MidoRyuu phased through the door, standing in his underwear, before phasing again through the window to catch the stamp from the floor. He walked back inside, looking pleased. Well done. I hadn't expected you to do that. I thought you would want to get it yourself. I don't care for the fame or fortune, sir. All I want to do is complete the job. And sometimes you need friends for it, Izuku replied earnestly. Sir nodded, pulling a second stamp from his chest pocket and stamping the paper. Don't disappoint me. Talk with Bubble for your schedule. Izuku stood in shock, not expecting that to be required. Thank you so much, sir. Also, sorry for the room. He grabbed the desk, placing it back quietly before walking out. Interesting. Nana was correct. He does seem to be a lot like All Might, for better or for worse, Sir mused. Well done getting the job, bud, MidoRyuu said with a thumbs up as he sat on the floor, putting on his socks again. Hello, MidoRyuu. I am Bubble Girl. My real name is Karakoko Awada. It's nice to meet you. You have met MidoRyuu, and this is Juzo Moshi, or Centipeder, Bubble Girl introduced herself. He has the most seniority apart from Sir, then me, and then MidoRyuu. You will listen to orders in that line. Now this is your desk. The laptop on it is yours. Please use it for work only. There is a map called Completed Tasks on it, which contains examples of all the paperwork. If you have questions, feel free to ask, but you should be able to figure it out without help. Izuku nodded, trying his best to keep up. Your schedule is a 3-day one from Monday to Wednesday. You will work from 2 to 8, meaning a 6-hour workday, totaling 18 hours a week. You will be paid bi-weekly, so keep that in mind. Lunch and dinner will be supplied by us. If you are on patrol, the cost limit is 30 for a single meal. Keep the receipt and it will be reimbursed, Bubble Girl explained with a smile. Are you sure we look okay, Yamamo? Achiko asked as they stepped into the common room. Yes, Achiko, you look more than fine for the 5 minutes we will wear this when getting introduced to everyone at the agency, Momo replied with a small smile. Achiko laughed, still worried. I just don't want to give a bad impression. Don't worry, Achiko. We met Rush before, and I met Kai before. They are really kind people. You will fit right in, you adorable Kirby, Nana said with a smile. Suddenly, Nana looked down at her watch. Oh no, my work study. She charged up one for all, realizing she had been too lax. She rushed up the stairs, skipping each step and nearly jumping from level to level until she reached her floor. Dashing toward her room, she nearly broke the door down. Thankfully, she had everything ready, her briefcase and bag. Nana jumped out the window, having secured her internship through her dad. While All Might was no longer an active hero, Might Towers remained a booming place for hero business, providing her with a great internship opportunity. She rushed over toward the agency, a large building owned by the hero Fatgum. Nana hurried inside, breathing heavily as she glanced at the time. I am so sorry I was a minute late. It won't happen again. Nana exclaimed, and the lady behind the desk giggled. You're fine, girlie. Gum won't be back for at least 20 more minutes. What? But he told me. Yes, he was planning to be here 20 minutes ago, but on his way, he noticed a shop opening that had his favorite slushie. The woman seemed amused by Fatgum's antics rather than annoyed. Nana merely nodded. Come sit. Can I get you something to drink? The coffee, Coke, or some water? Some water would be nice, please, and thank you. The woman behind the counter nodded and got her some water. As Nana looked around, she noticed the office was rather bland. Fatgum appeared playful on the outside, but his office lacked character. The only things that stood out were the awards and pictures on the walls, showcasing Fatgum and his sidekicks enjoying food challenges. Here you go, hun, the lady said, handing Nana the water. They chatted about what it was like being a hero for Fat Gum when he finally walked in, stomping his way with a bucket-sized slushie. Oh yo, Nova, right? Yes sir. Nana Yagi, the bright star hero Nova. Nice. Well, come in, sit down, stand up and walk around. Nana looked confused by the orders. I'm kidding. Come let me show you around. Nana nodded as Fat Gum explained everything. I do things slightly differently than other heroes. Once a week, you are required to complete a cardio track here at the office. While I believe in eating whatever you want, I also think a hero should always be ready to save people. Depending on your schedule, one of those days will be your workout, but it will be shorter, about 4 hours. Then you'll have 2 normal days, which are 8-hour days. Nana wrote it down on a small notepad she brought with her. Food will always be provided. We have a lunchroom here stocked daily with fresh fruit, as well as warm and cold meals. The pay is standard for the industry. Most of your days will be spent doing patrols. Any questions? Will I learn how to fill out the paperwork? Yes, you will. Though I forgot, my sidekick also invited a kid from your school. A Kirishima or something. Oh, Kirishima. Yeah, tell me a little about him. Nana nodded. While Fat Gum had not yet met Kirishima, he was aware of the boy. He wanted to see how Nana would react. Would she speak poorly of him to elevate her chances? Would she praise him just to see him fail to meet expectations? Kirishima is an extremely loud, hard-headed fool with a heart bigger than anyone I have ever met. No matter what is going on, he is always willing to help and fight for the greater good. I have no doubt that in a few years, he will become one of the greatest heroes there is. High praise from the #1 hero's daughter. I might be downplaying it if you knew him, sir. Hello, ladies. Hello. Hi. Hello, Ribbit. Rush was sitting at the front desk waiting for them. Welcome to Rush Agency. Tell me if I am rushing it. He laughed at his own joke, though one of his sidekicks found he did that too often. It's an honor to have this opportunity, sir. Oh, stop it, you're going to make me blush. Rush jumped off the desk. Come follow. He stepped through the door, showing a bunch of sidekicks working. This is the main working area. You see those 3 desks here? He walked up to the tables and slammed his hands on them. These are yours. We will provide you all with a laptop that has to stay on company grounds. As for games, sadly, they are blocked. He looked at one of his sidekicks. You told me to do that, sir. I expected you to go against my orders. His sidekick just shook his head. We would never play games during work hours. That would not be right, Momo said, not wanting to disappoint the work study. That's fine. Now, as for work hours, most schedules are like 3 days. We don't start like that. Instead of a 3-day work PRD with 6 hours each, we have a 6-day work PRD with 3 hours each for the first 2 weeks. Achiko raised her hand. Not needed, Uravity. Just ask. Oh, okay. Achiko was slightly surprised but continued. Why is that? Rush nodded as he sat on the desk. Because I find it handy. For everyone else, you learn everything in a single day. I wasn't the best learner, so I never got it that easy. So I split it up, 1 day for patrols, 1 for paperwork, and all that. Achiko nodded, glad to find it was a helpful explanation. Now then, one of the most important things is payment. The girls perked up at this, surprised by the topic. I try to pay each of my sidekicks well, but with your age and the starting rate as well as the low hours, this will be the starting pay for each of you. Rush pulled a paper out of his bag. Achiko's eyes widened in shock at the amount. Momo looked underwhelmed, while Tsu simply nodded, pleased. Now then, we also have a monthly competition. Funniest arrest, Rush said, as the sidekicks giggled. Sir? One of them asked. Don't worry, I will explain. Rush walked over to a wall covered in pictures. These are the previous winners. Every month, we account for all the arrests, and whichever one is the funniest wins a $500 bonus. The current #1 is Johnny, a magician who dealt drags. Wait, how is that the funniest? Achiko asked. Well, you know that cloth trick where they pull out thousands of cloths tied together? They nodded. Now, Think of that, but with bags of drags. The three girls blinked in shock as one of the sidekicks pulled out their phone, showing a video of the incident. "Spit it up, scumbag," the hero shouted, as the magician kept pulling out bag after bag. He held a total of 5 kilograms of drags. The girls' eyes widened at the amount. "But that's that. We start with a nice patrol this early morning," Rush told them as the girls walked off to the locker room to get dressed. "Good morning, Father," Shoto said as he entered the Endeavor agency. "Refer to me as Endeavor when we are here." "Yes, sir." Shoto understood the need for formality. "Burnin, show him the paperwork and all." "Yes, sir." Shoto was aware of the hero's schedule and pay. "Just fill it out like this, and when you're done, send them to the company email and CC me on each." Shoto nodded. "MidoRyuu, go left, cut them off." Bubble Girl yelled as she chased a thief. "Yes, ma'am." Izuku rushed forward, dashing to the side. He hopped over a car with ease, ending up in the alleyway where the thief was headed. The thief tried to squirm past Izuku but earned a fist to the chest, stopping him in his tracks. Izuku quickly flipped him onto his stomach and restrained him. "Well done." Bubble Girl breathed heavily after her chase. "Thank you, ma'am." "Wow, I didn't even need to show up," MidoRyuu said as he approached. He and Sir had already caught the other robber. "It was all because of Bubble Girl's knowledge of the area," he added, praising her. "I see. Either way, well done. You two stay here with the criminals. MidoRyuu and I will return the stolen items," Sir instructed. As they walked away, Izuku let out a breath. "Why do I feel like Sir doesn't like me?" "Because he doesn't?" Bubble Girl replied, unsure. To her, Sir seemed normal, like he did with everyone. "Wait, you mean he doesn't like me, or he doesn't like me?" Yes," Bubble Girl said. "Who knows? Maybe you just have to be funnier. Sir wants people to make others laugh." "I see. Sad to say, I wanted to be a hero and not a comedian." Izuku shook his head. "Not like that. Think All Might. He made people smile." "Yeah, that's MidoRyuu's thing. People scream when they see a dragon." "Dragon where?" one of the criminals yelled, scared he was going to be eaten. "See, even a thief is scared of my kind," Izuku said. "WB, you're that dragon hero." "I'm sorry. Please don't eat me and my future kids. I don't want to die." The thief started to cry, only for Bubble Girl to press something on the back of his neck, causing him to pass out. "I never knew it was that bad," Bubble Girl said, feeling sorry for Izuku. "I never had someone say I was going to eat them and their kids before," Izuku replied, not surprised. "Not all of us are bad. I just need the chance to show it, you know?" Izuku said, gripping the two thieves by their belts. "Let's go to the street. The cops can find us easier there, right?" "Yeah." "Smart idea," Bubble Girl agreed, following Izuku. "Sir, you want to ask him, right?" MidoRyuu said, looking at Sir Night-Eye, who nodded. "Indeed. You already have the support of many behind you. Yet his goal is grand, All Might grand. Perhaps having him join in on the raid could change the perspective of others." "You want me to be a part of a raid?" Izuku asked Sir Night-Eye as the older hero entered the lunchroom. "Indeed. I understand if you don't want to talk about work during lunch, but I was unable to bring it up earlier due to your patrol hours." "Oh, it's fine. I would be honored to participate in the raid if you want." "Not just participate, I wish for you to lead." This caught Izuku off guard. Up until now, he had thought Sir disliked him. But this was a significant step up, established hero-type action. "Why me, sir? I would love to, but it doesn't make sense with the other heroes you have working under you here." "Tell me, MidoRyuu, what is Togata's dream?" To save 1,000,000 people?" "Indeed. Will that dream start with him leading this raid?" Izuku shook his head, remembering Sir's explanation. The Night-Eye Agency's current mission was to take down a large Yakuza cell. They called themselves the Shai Hasaikai. Sir and the rest had already spent hours looking into each crime. "Will this raid help Bubble Girl take care of herself?" Izuku asked. "No. Could this raid make a massive difference in how the outside world sees you?" Izuku nodded. "Exactly. Add the factor that you might be the most physically gifted being here, which the public likes. So we will show that off, Sir explained. Izuku nodded, but he knew it wasn't close yet. They were still trying to learn more about the group. Thankfully, today was a full patrol day, and right after lunch he went back outside. Well, come on, team leader, MidoRyuu teased Izuku. He was proud of the fact it would be a massive talking point. They just had to hope that the media did not misrepresent it. Just a simple center patrol. We will keep our distance from each other, so each is on one side of the street. Keep in seeing distance, MidoRyuu instructed, and Izuku nodded. Weirdly enough for Izuku, the reason for this was to avoid being attacked. When a criminal sees two heroes, it often feels like an unfair matchup, so they would hold off and commit the crime later. This created a problem, as the heroes couldn't stop it right away. But if there was only one hero visible, it seemed fair, and if they were going to commit a crime anyway, it wouldn't matter to face one hero. Izuku felt a twinge of jealousy during the patrol. People recognized MidoRyuu as the dragon from UA, and they treated him kindly with waves and laughter. In contrast, those who recognized Izuku often stepped aside or looked down as he passed. He was shaken out of his thoughts when he felt something crash against him, a small girl. Instantly, Izuku noticed a multitude of things: the bandages covering her limbs, her lack of shoes, and the fact that her dress looked more like a ripped pillowcase. Her face was dirty, and her hair was a complete mess. She looked barely 10. "Hey, are you all right?" Izuku crouched down and offered his hand, feeling a connection with her. The girl seemed frozen, unable to move until footsteps echoed from the alley behind her. She jumped into Izuku's arms and whispered in the softest yet weakest voice, "Help me, don't let him take me." Izuku was taken aback. "Eri, come," a voice called from the shadows of the building. As the figure stepped out, Izuku could see the man clearly. He wore white sneakers, black suit breeds held up by a brown belt, and a matching black dress shirt with a white tie. An olive-green bomber jacket with a thick purple fur collar completed his look. His dark brown hair was cut short but slightly messy, and the most noticeable part was the bird beak mask he wore. His golden eyes were focused on Eri as she gripped Izuku's coat tightly. "Sorry, hero. Seems the brat ran away." "You know how dragons are," the man sneered, his hatred evident in his tone. Izuku stood up, his pupils turning into slits, his arms becoming scaly, and his hands growing sharper. His forehead sprouted horns, resembling a crown. It was clear to everyone now that Izuku was a dragon as well. This shook the man, who took a step back, almost retreating into the shadows again. "Oh, I know how we are," Izuku growled back. Eri had stopped shaking, but the man clenched his fist tightly enough for Izuku to hear his knuckles crack. "Seems you ain't getting her back," Izuku declared, determined to protect the girl from any more pain. MidoRyuu had now caught up and crossed the street. Unlike Izuku, he instantly recognized the man. "What seems to be the problem here?" MidoRyuu asked, remaining friendly as he backed up his friend. "This hero isn't giving me back my child," the man said. "Yeah, heroes don't often give back victims to abusers," Izuku snapped, his teeth sharpening as he prepared to fight. However, MidoRyuu understood the best course of action. "Let's just keep this civil. Lemillion, I ain't giving her back." "I know what his kind like to do to mine," Izuku retorted, ready to confront MidoRyuu if necessary. "I see. Well, sir, if you disagree with our opinion, you are more than welcome to walk with us toward the police station and sort this situation out." They heard the man grumble something before he turned to leave. "This won't be the end." "I know exactly who you are now, Izuku MidoRyuu," he said as he walked back into the shadows. "If you want to end it, come on then." Izuku roared back, only for MidoRyuu to stop him. "What are we letting him walk for?" Izuku demanded. "That is overhaul. If we stop him now, we might only get him for a year or two if we're lucky. If we wait, we can take him and his entire group for life." MidoRyuu hated the situation just as much as Izuku did. He wanted to stop the troublemaker here and now. But that sadly was not how you could stop all crime. Those sneaky villains like Overhaul had to be completely dealt with, or they would return stronger. But the child was saved, which brought its own challenges. Izuku sat in Night Eye's agency, with Sir Night Eye sighing in the room while Bubble Girl took pictures, and MidoRyuu laughed. Centipede was trying and failing to remove the 10-year-old girl, confirmed as Eri, from Izuku. The girl clung to Izuku as if she were glued to him. Seems you've earned yourself a daughter. MidoRyuu chuckled as he sat down, only to phase himself before he landed, falling to the floor. This small act got Eri to notice him, but she still didn't let go. Eri, you have to let go. You need to see a doctor and make sure you're healthy, Izuku urged. No, I don't want to leave you. You like me, you won't hurt me, Eri replied, her voice carrying the weight of her past pain. Izuku understood completely. While he had grown up with his mom and made friends, Eri had endured her suffering alone. For the first time in ages, perhaps her entire life, she had someone willing to fight for her. I can take her to UA and see if Recovery Girl can check her out. That might be for the best, Tsunade said. There were very few possibilities that would work out well. Eri was a victim of abuse, something they had been discussing for hours, trying to get answers from her. The fact that she had connected with Izuku meant separating them could cause real harm. Thank you, sir. Come on, Eri, I'll take you with me at least for now. Izuku smiled as Bubble Girl draped her coat over Eri's shoulders, shielding her from the cold. On the way, Izuku thought it best to warn everyone. Hey, Dad. Yeah, Izuku. You're on speaker, by the way. Your mother is here, along with Nizu and Recovery Girl. Izuku was slightly surprised at how convenient that was. They're interested in hiring me to paint the medical room, Inko assured him. Well, that's great, so I don't have to make more phone calls. Everyone could hear Izuku wanted to share something important. It's hard to put this into words that don't sound strange, but he took a deep breath. I saved a small girl from a Yakuza boss who was abusing her. She's grown attached to me and won't let go. What? Inko said, trying to process what she heard. Yeah, but now that she won't let go, I was wondering if she could stay with me for a little while? Until she feels better and can go with a family that can take care of her. As Izuku finished speaking, they could all hear her voice. No, please, I want to stay with you. Please don't leave me. Her broken voice struck a chord with everyone, filling their hearts with sadness. It's more than all right. Bring her over right away. I'll make sure she's healthy, Inko said. I'll be in the dorm and make her some food. The poor girl must be starving. You're taking the subway, right? I'll meet you at your stop. The four adults were instantly willing to help. Recovery Girl jumped up from her chair and walked into her office, preparing supplies to ensure Eri's health. Aizawa sprinted toward the subway station, jumping over cars and weaving through pedestrians. Inko took charge in the kitchen. Katsuki, you and Kirishima, could you please clean a little? Nem and Hime, please go to Izuku's room and make sure the bed is nice and made. I need one of you to get a small mattress from the spare room and set it up in Izuku's room. Inko stepped into the kitchen as she spoke, confusing the class. Why? Katsuki asked, grabbing a broom and tossing a cloth to Kirishima, who grabbed a spray bottle to clean surfaces. Izuku is bringing over a child. This startled the girls. He got someone PR'd in tea and we weren't even aware of it. Mina exclaimed, shocked, while Inko shook her head. God no. That boy is denser than Haru's carrot bread, Rumi laughed, recalling her mother's terrible cooking. So what then? Katsuki asked. He saved her. He'll explain better, but she came from abuse, so I want to make sure she feels safe and comfortable. As Inko explained, the class understood enough to start helping. Kyoka and Achiko assisted Inko in the kitchen, while Tokoyami headed to the storage closet, using Koko to carry heavy items to Izuku's room for the second bed. Everyone else began cleaning, ensuring the entire dorm was safe and welcoming for a child. I want this child to feel at home. As Izuku stepped out of the subway, he smiled at the sight of his dad waiting for him. Aizawa greeted him back with a smile and a small nod. Izuku held Eri close to his chest, his right arm supporting her as she used it like a chair. With his left arm gently resting over her back, he tried to soothe her in the crowded subway. Eri, this is my dad. Dad, this is Eri, he introduced them. Hey, Aizawa said, tilting his head slightly. Eri peeked out from Izuku's side for a moment before hiding her face again, clearly still scared. Don't worry, Eri. He's a hero like me. He even saved me before. He's a great person, Izuku reassured her. Eri looked up again, her hand waving at Aizawa, who returned the gesture. They continued their walk toward UA in silence. Aizawa had questions, but they were about Eri's past, and he chose not to ask, not wanting to cause her any distress. Upon arriving at UA, Izuku took Eri to Recovery Girl to ensure she was in good health. Thankfully, the school was mostly empty at that hour, with only a few teachers finishing their work, allowing Izuku to avoid any curious stares. He smiled as he entered the nurse's office, where Recovery Girl had already prepared everything she needed. "Eri?" he called softly. "Who?" Eri responded quietly. "I need to sit you down for a little bit, okay? We need to make sure you're healthy," Izuku said gently. "No, I don't want to leave," Eri replied, her fear evident. "I'll be right here, Eri." "Don't worry," he assured her. Eri reluctantly agreed but remained anxious. He helped her onto a chair and stayed close by, while Aizawa stood at the door to ensure it remained closed. "Hello, sweetie," Recovery Girl greeted in a calming voice. "I'm Chio. What's your name?" "Eri," she whispered. "Nice to meet you, Eri. Can I do some tests?" "I'll try my best to make sure they don't hurt at all," Recovery Girl said. Eri nodded, almost as if she understood the process. She extended her arms as Recovery Girl applied a small cloth with local anesthetic to her arm. Eri was confused but stayed silent. When she saw Recovery Girl grab a needle, she closed her eyes tightly, bracing for pain that never came. Instead, she felt a small pressure and opened her eyes in surprise, realizing the needle was already in. With Overhaul, it had always hurt a lot, but this was different. "Now that we go, plenty of things to test. Now, Eri, can you say, triple it?" Chio asked. Eri nodded and opened her mouth wide. Recovery Girl checked her teeth and smiled, glad they were okay. "Do you know what this is?" Chio asked, holding up a thermometer. Eri shook her head and looked at Izuku, who smiled encouragingly. "We use this to see how warm you are. Can you place this part under your tongue for a little bit?" Eri nodded, following Recovery Girl's instructions. "Okay, thank you, sweetie. Now I need to check your heart, but I'm going to have to touch you." "Don't be scared," Chio said. Eri nodded again. Izuku's calm presence reassured her as Recovery Girl placed the stethoscope against Eri's chest. Eri winced at the cold metal, and then it was placed against her back as Recovery Girl listened to her lungs. Strange," Recovery Girl murmured, causing Izuku to perk up with concern. "What is strange?" he asked quickly. "Is there something wrong? Is she sick or malnourished?" he pressed. "I'll need to test her blood to be sure, but apart from perhaps being slightly underweight, she seems to be in great health. Good dental hygiene, clear lungs, and a healthy heart. If she had walked into my office alone, I wouldn't have guessed anything was wrong," Chio explained. "What? That makes no sense," Aizawa added. "Eri, have you gone to the doctor before?" Izuku asked. "No, but the bad man always did things and forced things on me," Eri replied, her voice trembling. "Can you tell us what those things were?" Izuku prompted gently. Every day I had to brush my teeth. I also had a bunch of things I needed to eat with food, like medicine," Eri said. Chio rolled back in her chair, retrieving something from a drawer. "Like these," she said, showing Eri some medicine. Eri nodded, recognizing them. "They look different, but yes," she confirmed. "What did you eat?" Chio asked. It was always a sandwich. Enough to fill my tummy," Eri replied. Chio understood now. It seems that instead of feeding her a balanced diet like every human should eat, they forced her to survive on cheap food and simply gave her the nutrients through pills. She did replace all of them. "Well, you can take her with you. I will do some blood tests and when I get the results, I will tell you," Chio said, reaching into her pocket. "Here you go, sweetie, for being such a good little girl." Chio placed some gummies in Eri's hand. "What is this?" Eri asked, confused. Chio grabbed a different one from her pocket and placed it in her mouth. "It's candy." Eri nodded as she tasted it. "Oh wow, this is so good," she exclaimed, her excitement evident. The sweet flavor was something Eri hadn't experienced in years. Izuku scooped her up, enjoying her delight as she snacked on the candy. "You're still hungry, right?" Izawa asked, to which Eri nodded softly. Good. There will be plenty of food. He knew his wife well, and when she cooked to help others, she went all out. He recalled a bake sale from years ago when Inko had brought an overwhelming amount of treats that had sold out in just 2 hours. As they walked into the dorm, Izuku was surprised to see the table laden with food while Inko was busy in the kitchen. No, Kirishima, sweetie. Small slices, not chunks. Look, Inko instructed, demonstrating with a carrot. Kirishima tried his best but couldn't match her skill. Hey everyone, Izuku announced, catching their attention. Inko appeared in front of them, her presence instantly comforting. Hey baby, you're not hurt, right? Oh, and this must be Eri. Hello, sweet angel. How are you? She spoke softly, soothing Eri. As the others gathered around to meet Eri, Himiko asked, Hey Izuku, gonna introduce us? Izuku nodded and introduced the group to Eri, who looked slightly overwhelmed. Come, let's get you something to eat, Inko encouraged, guiding her to a chair. What would you like to eat? Inko asked, but Eri hesitated, unsure of the unfamiliar food. I don't know. I'm sorry, she replied softly. Inko shook her head. Then you just have to try everything to see what you like. She began filling Eri's plate with a variety of dishes: curry, fish, meat, and veggies. Izuku smiled as Eri cautiously took a bite, her eyes lighting up as the flavors hit her. Soon, she was eagerly trying everything, filling her cheeks with food. Yeah, mom cooks good, right? Izuku said, sharing a smile with his classmates as they watched Eri enjoy her meal. After a while, Eri leaned back in her chair, her belly full. The combination of a full stomach and the day's events made her doze off, snoring softly. Oh, where is she going to sleep? Izuku wondered. She can take my bed, I'll just sleep on the floor. Before he could say more, his mother interrupted. Do you think I would let you sleep on the floor? No, I already had them set up a bed for her in your room. You're awesome. But stop hitting me so hard, Izuku said, rubbing the spot she tapped. Oh, stop your whining. I know the things you do as a hero. Izuku considered whispering something back but decided against it. As he picked up Eri, the girls quickly followed him. Can we sleep over? Namuri asked, wanting to ensure Eri was safe. I mean, I don't think we should all stay, that might scare Eri. But some of you can, I guess. Pick yourselves, Izuku replied as he entered his room. The hallway fell silent as the girls exchanged determined looks. They raised 2 fingers, indicating only 2 could join. A mental agreement was made, and they prepared for a playful standoff. Not it, they shouted, rushing to touch their noses. Some, like Mina and Himiko, stumbled, while others like Momo were just a bit too slow. The winners were Ochiko and one other girl. You can't use your quirk like that, it's unfair. Namuri protested. There were no rules against it, Nana replied proudly, having used her abilities to win. In the room, they found Izuku gently laying Eri down, ensuring the blanket was over her. The tender way he cared for her sparked a flutter of emotions in the girls' hearts. They knew their hero careers had to come first, but in that moment, they felt a warmth that made them wish for more. As the next morning arrived, Izuku was already awake, sitting on the floor next to his bed. His face showed worry, and Izuku had trouble sleeping at first, mostly to make sure Eri was fine. He constantly woke up due to her tossing and turning, making small scared sounds. Even now that she was safe, in the dorm of one of the strongest first-year classes ever seen, in one of the best-defended hero schools filled with heroes and students who knew how to defend themselves, she was still unable to get a peaceful night's sleep. This enraged Izuku to a level he had never experienced before. The terrors this child had to endure because of that low-life overhaul fueled his longing for the raid to start, to put an end to that scum so Eri could live her life. Without realizing it, every single person who encountered Eri wanted to protect her. Katsuki grumbled to himself at the early hour, holding his hero suit briefcase in one hand and a notepad filled with his accomplishments in the other. Normally, he wasn't one for writing down his achievements, but Momo suggested that detailing his abilities would show heroes that he had both power and brains. Katsuki would rather keep that secret to himself than admit she helped him. He kicked the door open, his face proud. I am here for an internship and I won't take a no for an answer, he roared at the lady sitting at the front desk. It was silent for a moment as she looked at him, but Katsuki stood his ground. Okay, the woman said, gesturing for him to come closer. Katsuki was surprised but glad they seemed to see the error of their ways. Name. Oh yeah, no, sorry, what? You have been blacklisted for terrible breath, small issues, and the worst case of arrogance we've ever seen. Those are terrible reasons. I have great breath, and I am not arrogant. The lady shrugged. Sorry kid, can't help ya. Try somewhere else. Katsuki grumbled as he walked away. Tell that scum-sucking beach I will get him back for this. When I open my own hero agency as the #1 hero, and his but comes crawling toward me, I will kick him out. Sighing, he found a bench and plopped down. Why the hell am I being left behind? MidoRyuu got an internship. Yagi got one. Even Uraraka and Azui got one. Why am I being left out? My grades are equal to or higher than theirs, and I do just as well or better during hero tests. So why can't I earn a single internship? Katsuki felt annoyed but knew why. He was known for his abrasive personality, and that made him a risky choice for heroes. He slapped himself hard in the face, the sound echoing through the empty park before he picked himself up, fixed his tie, and adjusted the rest of his UA uniform. He walked back toward the gang Orca agency, this time politely opening the door. I understand, ma'am, and I apologize for my rude behavior earlier. I understand you can't accept me. I would like to leave my information here and ask for any tips on how to improve or for my information to be shared with other heroes looking for interns. This radical change surprised the lady behind the desk. I don't think so. You shouldn't really do that. I understand, thank you for your time, Katsuki responded with a grateful bow before turning to leave. The lady smirked. I knew you had it in you, kid. You're hired. Huh. Katsuki turned around. Like I said, you can intern with Orca. But I was blacklisted. The person you fought with is a junior here. He has no say in who gets blacklisted. I've known Gang since he was in hero school. Katsuki, though still frustrated, felt a mix of confusion and relief. Kid, in every show you've ever given, you've shown two things: that you kick a lot of butt and that you're unbearable to be around because of how you act. The only reason you passed the PGMI was because the people you saved understood your actions. Most won't, meaning you got lucky. I saw potential in you. Not everyone is willing to take on two small armies of sidekicks from two top 10 heroes. I just had to make sure you could behave. Katsuki couldn't help but smile slightly, his head low as he understood. I still appreciate the opportunity. He raised his head. I won't let you down. Man, I love patrol. Meeting the people. The fresh air. It's the best, Kirishima spoke happily as he walked next to Nana and Fat Gum. Yeah, the snacks are always fresh as well, just made and warm. Oh man, best patrol time ever, Fat Gum said, grabbing one of his breakfast burritos. The steam still rose from it, but he didn't care as he took a bite, chewing without a second thought. I guess, Nana replied, wishing she could be in bed with Izuku looking after Eri. But she had a job to do and was determined to become a hero like her parents. She found that both Kirishima and Fat Gum were extremely similar in their enthusiasm. Oh, pay attention ahead, Fat Gum warned, noticing the signs of a robbery. Two men stood in front of a store, glancing around with their backs turned. Both Nana and Kirishima were ready to sprint toward them to make an arrest, but Fat Gum held them back. They aren't doing anything bad yet, he explained. Just then, 3 masked men burst out of the store, one holding a pistol while the others carried a large bag of cash. Grab them, Fat Gum commanded. Instantly, both heroes sprang into action. The power of one for all surged through Nana as she crouched down, pushing herself forward with incredible force. The air pressure caused Fat Gum's hoodie to flutter slightly as she reached the group in an instant. The gun was raised, not at Nana, but at Fat Gum. Get lost, hero, one of the robbers shouted. Nana crouched slightly and threw a punch at the gunman, but he was quick. He pulled the trigger, aiming at Fat Gum, but Kirishima dashed to the side, his skin hardening into a rocky texture. The bullet pinged off his head. In the next moment, Nana rammed her fist into the gunman's gut, sending him crashing into a wall. The force of her attack knocked another robber back as well. 2 out of the 3 were down. Without hesitation, Nana spun around and landed a heel kick to another robber's face, perfectly regaining her stance. 2 remained. She grabbed both by their shirts and clapped her hands together, smashing them against each other with tremendous force, knocking them out. Done, Nana said proudly, only to have the thug she had kicked back pop up behind her with a knife aimed at her neck. Just as the blade lunged forward, Kirishima threw a punch at it. The steel shattered upon impact, and the small shards fell to the floor as he struck the hand holding the knife. The robber cried out in pain just as Fat Gum approached, holding a small red cylinder with a needle point. "What the hell are you shooting?" Fat Gum asked, looking at the man who was now crying about his hand. "No matter what, we'll arrest them and put them in jail," Fat Gum said firmly. Later, in a dark office illuminated only by a small All Might-themed lamp, Sir Night Eye spoke to Fat Gum. "I need to talk to you about the people you arrested earlier today." "Yeah, sure, what about it?" Fat Gum replied. "Did you test those rounds?" "Oh yeah, I just got the results back." "Let me check," Fat Gum said, opening his drawer. He dropped the snacks he was holding. "It's important." "Fine," he said with a laugh, opening the envelope on his desk. The cause was some plastic, but the inside. "What the? What?" Night Eye asked. "I think they tested Kirishima instead." "What?" "It says it's human DNA. More importantly, human quirk DNA. Like active DNA. Even if your sidekick was harmed, it would stop being active moments after leaving the body or after he stopped his quirk, right?" "Indeed. So that means whoever sold those rounds has found a way to keep a quirk active outside the body." "Yeah, oh no. They found it strange as well, so they tested the blood for quirks and got a hit." "Oh no. Yeah. It's from a missing kid." This revelation turned both their stomachs. Sir Night Eye suspected the Overhaul group, who had been spotted with those rounds before but had never known their purpose. "So the police report." "Oh no," Fat Gum said, looking up the name. Both parents seemed to have vanished, and their neighbors and close family were all brutally murdered. Fat Gum examined the crime scene pictures, noting the blood everywhere, as if the victims had been exploded from the inside out. "Let me guess. Their name is Eri," Night Eye said, burying his face in his hands. "Oh wow, I never knew you could read minds," Fat Gum joked. "Now is not the time for jokes, Fat. Now is the time for action," Sir said, hanging up the call and starting to formulate a plan. He believed Overhaul was just a simple thug, a lowlife who robbed stores, threatened people, and sold drags. But they were serial killers. Eri sat in the middle of the dorm living room, experiencing comfort for the first time. With Overhaul, she had constantly been sitting on concrete, using cloth merely to shield herself from the cold. Now, she felt as if she were on a couch, the soft pillows supporting her as her classmates gathered around, watching her enjoy normal things. "Eri?" Izuku asked, holding a plate of food. She peeked up at her savior. "You want some fruit?" he offered, placing the plate down. Eri crawled closer, eyeing the fruit uncertainly. "I don't know if I like them," she said. "Well, let's try them together," Izuku suggested. He picked up a slice of orange, popped it in his mouth, and made a pleased sound. Eri watched him and decided to try it herself. She bit into the orange, her eyes widening in surprise. It's weird," she said, not liking the sensation of juice escaping. "It is, but how does it taste?" Izuku asked. "Good," Eri admitted, her expression brightening as she savored the flavor. Izuku smiled and grabbed a grape, and Eri followed suit. Just then, Izuku's phone rang, startling Eri. "Oh, sorry, this is Sir Night Eye," he explained. Eri looked slightly sad, but Ryuko stepped forward. Eri noticed Ryuko's fierce demeanor and realized that even Izuku wasn't alone. "Why are also a dragon?" she said, her voice trembling. "Yes," Ryuko nodded. "I might not be as strong as Izuku, but I am." "You totally are like manly strong," Kirishima shouted from across the room. "Why don't they hate us?" "Mr. told me dragons are hated," Eri said sadly. Nana spoke up this time. Those are the words of those who are ignorant. Dragons can be scary, but as Ryu and Izuku have shown us, they can also be very kind. You, Eri said, looking at Nana with wide eyes. Nana smiled softly. When I was a little kid, I heard everyone say dragons were bad. Like most people, it held me back. But then I met Izuku. She glanced at him fondly. And he showed me. All of us, Ida corrected her, adjusting his glasses. Yeah, I guess all of us, Nana agreed, with Eri still gazing in awe. He showed us that no matter what quirk you have, you can be the kindest person alive. Eri was amazed, realizing just how incredible Izuku truly was. Hey, Eri, I need to leave, he said. And no, please no, she replied, her voice filled with concern. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on her head. Remember Sir Night-Eye? He needs someone to patrol an area for him, and he asked me. Eri looked sad at the thought of him leaving. But they will keep you safe, right? Of course we will. It's our duty as heroes to protect everyone, Izuku assured her. Yeah, I wish a big meanie would try something, Katsuki chimed in, catching himself before he could curse. See? They will keep you safe. And if anything goes wrong, I'll be back in no time, Izuku promised. Eri nodded, still a bit scared but comforted by the presence of her friends. Izuku rushed out of the dorm room, his hero suit already on. He ran toward the subway, focused on his mission. Unbeknownst to him, a hidden figure lurked in the shadows, following him closely. The figure entered the subway after him, blending into the crowd, stealthily trailing Izuku toward the agency. Hey, sir, you needed me where? Izuku asked as he approached. Ah, MidoRyuu, thank you for coming quickly. You'll need to cover this section. I know it's double your normal route, but heroes are stretched thin today. A massive brawl occurred, and some are injured. No problem at all, sir. I'll keep in contact every 10 minutes as usual, Izuku replied. As Sir Night-Eye resumed his conversation with Bubble, Izuku headed to the locker room to get dressed. Meanwhile, the hidden figure observed from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. A glint of light reflected off a small part of a blade hidden in the figure's coat, indicating that the attack was not just meant to intimidate Izuku. See you all in about 3 hours, Izuku called out with a smile as he set off for his patrol. Thankfully, the people in the area had become slightly nicer toward him. While the fear and hatred for dragons still lingered, they no longer showed it as openly. They stood by, watching him as he walked through the halfway empty shopping street, keeping an eye out for any trouble. While heroes were low, the thugs did not know that. This meant Izuku was likely just in for a long walk, and he was fine with that. About 30 minutes in, he heard a voice call out, "Oi, hero," from behind him. A shadowy figure that had been trailing him for nearly an hour stepped out, brandishing a large bayonet-style blade. "Oh, I don't think you should try that, buddy," Izuku said, eyeing the person, who looked about 4'5" and very skinny. "I was hired to gut you like a fish and send you to my employer wrapped in a bow of your own guts," the thug replied, pointing the blade at him. Izuku's demeanor shifted. "They told you I was a dragon?" he asked, his tone casual. "Oh, they did. It just won't be a problem when we have a small army." From the shadows, a dozen more figures emerged, each holding various blades, from butterfly knives to kitchen knives. "Guys, we shouldn't do this. You're going to cut my jacket and get hurt. Just lay down with your hands on your head." "Nah, get stabbed," the leader taunted as he charged at Izuku with his blade forward. Izuku was taken aback by the thug's reckless approach. He aimed a kick at the thug's face, but his leg hit nothing but missed, causing him to nearly trip. At the same time, he felt the blade slice his shirt, though it didn't cut his skin. How did I miss?" Izuku muttered as another thug rushed him. He threw a right hook, but again it missed, and he felt the blade cut him again. "Now you're beginning to annoy me," Izuku said, frustration creeping in. "Run," he commanded, using one of his dragon abilities to instill fear. But none of the thugs fled. "What the absolute? What's going on?" Izuku exclaimed, confused and irritated. They were clearly weaker than him, and if someone like MidoRyuu could feel fear, at least one of them should have run away. "What did you try? You think speaking weirdly makes us scared? It won't even help." We can't feel fear now, one of them screamed, revealing their quirk. I see. This is all your quirks at work, right? Each of you has a quirk that helps you fight. Oh, you're smart, but you'll still die. The 13 villains charged at Izuku, but each attack passed through him like mist. He realized that they were not the real threats, but he was still feeling the effects of their attacks. Poison, he wondered as everything went blurry and dizzy. Now you feel it. You truly are strong, but now that it has entered you, the fight is over. Your quirk will stop working, only for an hour, but enough to die, the thug said with a sick smile. Izuku felt his strength waning. Okay, this is getting annoying. I'll just end it quickly, he said, taking a deep breath. While he attempted to unleash fire, but his quirk had already stopped working. Great, he muttered, realizing he needed to find a way to turn the tide. Rush, don't fail me now. He lowered his stance, widening his legs and raising his arms in a combat position. Try me. As the leader charged, Izuku executed a full spin kick. Just as he suspected, the mist vanished, and his foot connected with the leader's head, dislocating his jaw and sending him crashing to the ground, knocked out. Instantly, Izuku felt a surge of clarity, though his quirk was still inactive. No longer dizzy, guess that was his doing. As the remaining thugs rushed him, Izuku regained his bearings. He charged through one of them, grabbing the thug's head. That's such a cool quirk, he exclaimed, lifting the nearly 5-foot thug and throwing him against the wall. Spit flew from the thug's mouth as he crashed against the rock, and Izuku noticed the change in the others' expressions. They felt fear again. Faz. Izuku invoked, unleashing the second stage of his ability. This would cause them to flee. The thugs, who had once been scared of Overhaul, now faced the true power of Izuku. He seemed to grow to the size of a mountain, flames bursting from behind him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. Their minds registered his immense strength, and some thugs couldn't handle it, passing out instantly, while others dropped to the ground, trembling in fear. Sir Night-Eye, I have 13 villains here that tried to kill me. Let me see who sent them, Izuku said, grabbing one of the crying thugs. His hand wrapped around the man's neck. Who sent you? Izuku asked, his voice steady despite the tension. The man, terrified, stammered, some dude in a bird mask, I don't know his name. Please, don't kill me. His fear was palpable, echoing through the room. Sir Night-Eye sat at his table, papers neatly stacked thanks to Bubble Girl. I wish to thank you all for coming earlier than expected, he said, surveying the room filled with heroes. Posters adorned the walls, and he had gathered a mix of well-known and lesser-known heroes, including a group of sidekicks from UA. Fatgum was present with his sidekicks as well, all patrolling around Overhaul's known locations. Normally, I would conduct more research to ensure a successful raid, but due to the villain's actions, we lack that opportunity, Sir Night-Eye explained, glancing at Izuku. What happened? One of the lesser-known heroes, Rocklock, asked, his dreadlocks tied back. After some interrogation, a group known as the Hidden Blade, infamous for assassination, confirmed they were hired to kill MidoRyuu here by Overhaul, Sir Night-Eye revealed. Gasps filled the room as some heroes realized the gravity of the situation. So they tried to kill a hero? Rocklock asked, maintaining his calm demeanor. No, they attacked a hero, Sir Night-Eye corrected. MidoRyuu recently saved a small girl from Overhaul, but we were unaware that she was being used for something sinister. Fatgum stood, prompting Nana and Kirishima to look up at him. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small, see-through box. A few days ago, during what we thought was a simple robbery, Nova, Red Riot, and I encountered some trouble. When one of them shot at me, Red Riot's quick actions saved me. I inspected the bullet and it was this. He passed the box around, revealing a small tube with a syringe on top. I found it strange and decided to test it. The main component inside wasn't gunpowder or drags. It was human DNA, specifically, the DNA of the child MidoRyuu saved. Izuku's anger surged as he processed this revelation. The room felt the intensity of his rage, and the atmosphere thickened. What? Izuku's voice was laced with fury as he crushed the table beneath his hand, splintering the wood. His eyes narrowed, striking fear into those who had never witnessed his power before. "Calm down, Izuku," MidoRyuu urged, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I understand your rage," Fat Gum added, trying to defuse the situation. "Amateur. If you can't control your emotions, leave," Rocklock challenged, standing next to Izuku. Izuku turned, towering over him, anger radiating from him. "Try and make me leave," he shot back, determined to confront Overhaul. "I called you an amateur," Rocklock retorted. "Shut up, both of you. Sit down and be quiet." Sir Nightie's authoritative voice cut through the tension, regaining control of the room. "If you have a problem with my sidekick Rocklock, the door is right there. We need him more than we need you," he stated, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. This felt like a stab to the heart for the more experienced pro-hero. "And why is that?" someone asked. "Because he is stronger than all of us. If we needed skill, we could find plenty, but we lack real power. He can crush anything that gets in his way, especially if he controls that rage," Sir Nightie explained, signaling for Fat Gum to continue. "Like I said, that DNA is from the girl MidoRyuu saved, which poses a significant threat. It attacks quirk cells. If I had been shot with it, my quirk would have stopped working for 24 hours, Fat Gum revealed. "What?" MidoRyuu exclaimed. "Are you all okay?" Achiko asked, concern etched on her face. The heroes nodded. "We are, but some might not be. We spoke to the gunman, who told us how he received the rounds. A man with a beak mask, identified as Overhaul, contacted him. He called it a cure for the hero problem, a get-out-of-jail-free card. He claimed this was just a small taste. He would later sell them the complete project, a permanent quirk-erasing bullet," Fat Gum concluded. The heaviness fell hard on each of the heroes. Overhaul was creating bullets that could incapacitate any hero. "This is a dangerous effect, and we have no real clue how he obtained it," Fat Gum told them. "The fact that the DNA is still active is the problem. And because of this, we must attack soon." Sir Nightie said, adjusting his glasses. "That is why all of you are here. I want each of you to patrol your areas and relay any information you find about Overhaul. Since he has no active warrants, he won't hide from the police or the heroes. Don't engage him for any reason. If we want to do this, we must do it correctly and take down the entire organization." Sir Nightie explained, clasping his hands in front of his face while leaning on his elbows. Izuku was the first to leave the room, still angry about the information they had received. All he wanted was to find Overhaul and make him pay. He made his way toward the gym, unaware that some heroes were following him, including Rocklock. "Wait up," MidoRyuu called out, holding them back on purpose. "What is it, senpai?" Momo asked, trying to remain respectful but eager to help calm Izuku down. "Oh, nothing. Just trying to stop you from calming MidoRyuu down," MidoRyuu said with a smirk. "Why would you want to do that?" Momo asked, puzzled. "Simple. To show everyone that he really has what it takes to lead the group." MidoRyuu understood why they might be annoyed. Here he was, an active hero for over 10 years, and some kid who had just graduated from hero school was taking the lead on a high-level raid. That would frustrate anyone. But if they saw that Izuku was more than just a kid, it might change their perspective. Sir Nightie had already played it smart by placing a poster behind him on the wall, featuring MidoRyuu and All Might together after their battle against the evil overlord. Izuku approached the large, heavy-duty sandbag, its clean chains holding it off the ground, the thick leather protecting the sand inside. Without thinking, he threw a powerful right haymaker. The punch connected with a loud thud, and the chains snapped under the force, sending the bag flying backward and tearing it open, sand spilling everywhere. "MidoRyuu, use the dummy instead," Sir Nightie's voice came through the loudspeaker. Izuku nodded, planning to clean up after he calmed down. "Glad I didn't make him mad," Fat Gum said with a small smirk, sensing Rocklock's tension as he imagined himself as that sandbag. Izuku focused on the RBB dummy, a special-grade training tool designed to withstand heavy impacts. He slammed his fist against its face, the base barely moving. The second blow landed on the liver area, shaking the dummy slightly less, but Izuku didn't let up. Blow after blow struck the dummy, which absorbed the punishment, shaking slightly with each hit but remaining intact. After a minute of venting his frustration, Izuku felt calmer and brushed the sand off his legs and shirt before heading toward a different hallway that led to a storage closet. As he walked, the other heroes entered the gym, mostly to check out the dummy. Rocklock stood at the forefront, eager to test it. He assumed he could make it move and led with a jab. "Ouch, what the?" Rocklock exclaimed, hurting his knuckles. The dummy didn't budge, it felt more like metal than RBB. Thinking it was just a fluke, Rocklock took a better stance. He dipped his right hand back and, with a twist of his hips, landed a powerful right hook on the dummy. "That hurt," he yelled, realizing he might have injured his hand as if he had hit a concrete wall. Fat Gum looked confused and pushed against the dummy's face, surprised by its sturdiness. "Wow, that is his dummy. Sir ordered it from a site for strength users. It weighs a couple of 100 kilos at the base. The training dummy has a metal underskin with reinforced RBB that was created in the USA with the help of Quirk. It said all Might and Star have used it to train. I have tried, but it's not really for everyday use," MidoRyuu explained to the heroes. He had trained with it himself, and while he could wail on the dummy for a good while, its durability and skin were next level. Rocklock waved them off as he bumped shoulders with MidoRyuu while walking out, clearly annoyed that he showed up. Just then, Izuku walked in with a dustpan and some duct tape. "Here, let me help," Momo said, grabbing a broom to help sweep up the sand. "Yeah, we can lift it together, then we can link it back up," Kirishima offered. "What are you doing?" Eri asked. Everyone at UA had been treating her so nicely, allowing her to ask questions without any punishment. It made Eri, who had been sheltered, wonder a lot. "Push-ups," Katsuki said, dropping his chest almost to the floor before pushing himself back up. "Why?" Eri asked. "To get even stronger," he replied as Kirishima walked by. "Yeah, you can even make him stronger by sitting on his back," Kirishima joked. "Yeah, wanna?" Izuku asked with a smile. Even though Katsuki could be difficult, he had been trying to contain himself around Eri. He had yelled once near her, and she nearly cried, so he had been lowering his volume since then. "Ah, really?" Eri asked, and Katsuki replied, "Yeah, not like that lizard could." Eri laughed and then sat down on Katsuki, right in the middle with her legs crossed. "I can see the TV from here," she said, giggling as she popped up and down slowly. What followed was an adorable interaction, with Katsuki forced to switch from push-ups to planks as Eri wanted to keep watching the show. Katsuki had no problem with it. It was a good workout for his core, endurance, and arms. Some of the guys tried it too. "Stay up, Mr. Denki, it's the song I like," Eri encouraged. "I'm trying, kid, but I ain't built like them," Denki said, biting his lower lip as he struggled to maintain his plank position. He managed to hold it for the full time, but as the intro ended he collapsed. "Thank you very much, Mr. Denki," Eri said. "No problem, kid," Denki replied before passing out. "Arich," Rumi exclaimed, jumping slightly in the air. Her right leg bent lightly as she swung it through the air, connecting with a sandbag. Right as Rumi landed, she spun around, landing her heel on top, causing the bag to swing back and forth. She stepped back after the heel kick and finished up with a jumping knee, causing the sandbag to break off the chain. "Oh wow, you are really strong, bunny lady," Eri said in awe. Rumi smirked, placing her hands on her hips. "You know it. I have the strongest legs out of all of UA. My legs are registered lethal weapons," she said, making Eri even more amazed. "Can I learn to do that?" Eri asked, walking up to a second sandbag. "Sure, try and punch it," Rumi encouraged. Eri nodded and hit it as hard as she could. "Oi!" she exclaimed, having hurt her hand. Kirishima ran up. "You need to make sure you punch well," he said with a smirk. Rumi crouched down next to Eri. "Okay, so a little through the legs," she instructed, placing Eri in the correct form. Kirishima held the bag steady as Eri punched slightly harder, barely moving it on her own. Kirishima then pulled back, tearing the chain off and running into the wall. "Wow, I did that?" Eri yelled, shocked. Rumi found it too cute and added to the joke, but as Eri turned, her hand accidentally tapped her leg, causing Rumi to jump back in surprise. I say, Mr. Funny Hat here, Eri said, moving her pawn to the other side of the board. Momo nodded as she grabbed the knight and moved it, making a hoarse sound. As Izuku and Eri came down, they saw Momo beating Toru in chess. Eri wanted to know what it was and asked to play. Momo agreed, trying to explain the rules, but it was too hard for Eri to remember all of them. So, she started making them up as she went. Yo, Yamamo, why are these two here? Kirishima asked, noticing the black and white pawns on the table. Oh, Eri said they were hungry, so they are now picnicking, Momo replied. Eri nodded as she moved two pawns at the same time. I am pretty sure that's not how it's played, right, Eri? Kirishima asked, and Eri nodded again. Both are friends, so they move together. She informed Ida, who fixed his glasses and nodded. Understandable. Carry on. He walked off, not wanting to ruin the fun of someone so precious. Who is winning? Shishida asked, with Eri responding, everyone. This broke their hearts as she was just too cute. It was Achiko's day to cook. With most prep already done the days before, she was just cutting some veggies. Having great knife skills, Achiko held the spring onions on the cutting board with her left hand, her fingers curled up. The knife rested on her knuckles, making it impossible for her to cut her fingers. With smooth rocking motions, she turned the long spring onions into small slivers, perfect for the ramen noodle dinner they were planning. The meat had already been pre-cooked and cut. Meanwhile, Eri was next to her, holding a butter knife and chopping air just as quickly, her tongue sticking out in concentration. Let's do some star cucumbers, Achiko said, and Eri nodded. Achiko grabbed a cucumber, rinsing it under water to clean the skin. Making the first cut at a 45-degree angle, she continued until she had an appealing array of star-shaped pieces. Wow, you're really good at cutting food, Eri said, dropping her knife in awe. I learned this from my mommy. It's often cheap, and when it looks fancy, it can be used everywhere. Achiko placed the cucumber slices in a container, adding a little grated garlic, soy sauce, fish sauce, chili for a kick, and some toasted sesame seeds. Where are you? Eri called out, trying to find Toru. They had played a class game of hide and seek, and Eri had found almost everyone. Toru was still hidden. Toru giggled. Toru! Eri exclaimed. Eep! Toru had been standing on top of a table. While Toru had been naked before due to her quirk, it was surprising during a game of hide and seek. I just kind of never lost a game. I can't start now, Toru said, now dressed and sitting in the corner. Still, you can't cheat like that. Next time, we will tape a bell to your forehead. No, I won't. I swear. I won't cheat anymore. Please, not my perfect record. Toru pleaded as Momo, Itsuka, and Izuku stood above her with their arms crossed. They had only been looking for 2 minutes, but they found her antics cute. Fine, this time you won't be punished, but next time, we'll have Kyoka look. Kyoka grabbed the mic as Mina and Eri stood excitedly in front of her bed. She had her legs crossed, using a small speaker to play music and amplify her voice. It's crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy, Kyoka sang. Happily, Mina started to dance with Eri, lifting her each time she tried to jump. They sang along with Kyoka, whose voice carried the joy they were having. The entire dorm room heard the appealing voice of the petite rocker girl, and many girls gathered at the door to listen. Mina and Eri spun around, heading into the hallway as the girls clapped along with the beat. Kyoka ran the song back, her energy infectious. The entire class joined in, dancing with Eri. No matter how awkward it looked for some, like Katsuki or Ida, no one stepped away from the fun. Izuku smiled as he held Eri's hands and spun her around, cherishing the joy on her face. He wished for the troubles ahead to be resolved for Eri's sake, and thankfully, it would soon be over. Hey, that's him, Mr. Brave said to his ally. Yeah, that's Chrono, Kesajiri replied as he messaged Sir Night-Eye. They had seen multiple members go in and out of a building. Sir, we found the building. With your research, overhaul will be here within the week. We just saw Chrono enter for the first time. Good. Thank you too for the work and dedication you have put in over the last weeks. I appreciate it, Sir said, hanging up the phone. He placed his hand on his oak desk, pushing himself up and cracking his back as he stood. Slowly, he made his way across the room toward the whiteboard. Shai Hasaikai was written in black marker in the middle with Overhaul's name below it and an arrow pointing to the 8 bullets listed underneath. I merely hope the future I have foreseen shall never come to pass, Sir said, rubbing his face. While Sir Nightie's quirk mostly worked for a day, it happened randomly. He could look further into the future, having seen a troubling vision involving All Might, who appeared to be in grave danger. However, it turned out to be a misinterpretation of the situation, as it was actually a strategy by MidoRyuu to confront AFO. Sir Night-Eye also had a vision of a woman he encountered on the street, who was suffering from cancer but eventually made a full recovery. Most recently, he saw Izuku standing in ruins, covered in blood and surrounded by AFO, Overhaul, and others, all appearing confident and in control. Please let it be wrong just this once, he thought. In the dimly lit office of Sir Night-Eye, he addressed his sidekicks. Today we will start the raid on Overhaul. He focused on Izuku. You will be in charge of the field. It's your duty to lead everyone and come up with a plan on the spot. Unfortunately, we have no information on the quirks or names of Overhaul's crew. All we have are beliefs. Izuku nodded, having done his own research on the group. I want to know your plan, Sir Night-Eye prompted. Be loud and annoying, just so Overhaul hears me coming, Izuku replied confidently. Sir Night-Eye looked at him with intensity. Why? He hates me. He wants me gone for what I did with Eri. As long as I'm alive, he won't rest. He's hired people to kill me. The moment I announce my presence, he'll come after me, Izuku explained. Sir Night-Eye shook his head. So you wish to die? Izuku quickly countered. Even if Overhaul has a one-hit kill ability, he still has to hit me. With his rage, I doubt he'll be clear-minded. With the backup I'll have, I'm sure I can win. He smiled, knowing he had more support than Overhaul could anticipate. All right then. I will trust you. I'll see you out there, Sir Night-Eye said as he stepped outside. Don't worry, MidoRyuu, I have faith in you. You have the heart of a leader, Bubble Girl said, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Bubble. You'll do wonderfully. Don't doubt yourself, Centipeter added as he joined them outside, leaving MidoRyuu and Izuku alone. So, you think you're going to win that fight? MidoRyuu asked with a smirk. It won't be a fight, it's going to be a massacre. I'll make Overhaul pay for all the pain he caused Eri. That girl hasn't spent a single day afraid. I'll drag him in front of the cameras and show everyone, Izuku declared. Why the cameras? You want to be famous? MidoRyuu teased. Izuku shook his head. Eri is watching. Everyone will be watching. Guess Uncle MidoRyuu will have to step up, MidoRyuu laughed. Uncle? Yeah, you're basically her new dad, and I'm like your big brother, Izuku joked. As MidoRyuu stood up and walked toward the door, he said, just be yourself. I'll have your back no matter what. And I have yours, Izuku replied as MidoRyuu stepped through the door. Alone for a moment, Izuku slapped his hands on his knees and stood up. Time to go to work. He followed the group outside. The walk to the bus and the drive were filled with Sir Night-Eye giving Izuku tips. They arrived at a small warehouse district and entered one of the empty buildings, where all the heroes gathered. Achiko waved at Izuku, who waved back, causing Momo to smile. Nana and Kirishima gave him thumbs up, signaling their trust. Despite some lingering glares from Rocklock, they had lessened over time. Thank you all for coming, Izuku began, taking charge. Sir Night-Eye smiled, proud of him. I understand it might be strange to take orders from someone younger and with less experience, but I hope you can look past that. I'll do my best to ensure this raid goes smoothly and that everyone makes it home safe. About 500 meters south of our current location is a small compound. This is where Overhaul is located, thanks to Mr. Brave and Kesajiri Man. I will lead the charge. We're going in loud and hard. The beginning will be straightforward. We'll fight as a group, but with each encounter, we may lose members. They will deal with the fights themselves, and we simply have to make sure the villains stay down. I have full faith that we will succeed, and I will make sure all of you get home unharmed, Izuku said, clenching his fist tightly. His classmates looked at him with pride. We are here at an undisclosed location. Moments before the raid on a high-threat group will take place. We have earned exclusive rights to be a part of the start, a reporter announced. I am Faith Act, and I will be bringing you live updates. We have learned the names of some heroes involved, yet we have been asked to keep them secret for now. Stay safe there, Theo said from the studio. Oh, I will, Faith replied. Hey, it's starting. Kaminari called out as the dorm gathered around the TV. Come on, kid, let's watch Izuku kick butt. Eri nodded, and Katsuki lifted her, carrying her to the couch just as Sato placed a large plate of fruit on the table. Snacks are always needed. Eri was focused on the TV. She had been told what was happening. Izuku wanted her to know he would get rid of all her fears and make sure she could smile and laugh again. He better kick everyone's butt, or I will kick his. They all believe he is the strongest of us, and I won't have him tarnish my name, Katsuki said, causing some of the class to laugh. However, Yue's hero course was not the only one watching. In Izuku's community, a large screen was set up in the street, where families gathered to watch. Inko sat up front, with Hendrik beside her, ready to squeeze his hand for support. Chi-Chi sat on the other side, cheering loudly for her nephew. Kick there but little Zuzu, she shouted. Meanwhile, Shigaraki held a knife, repeatedly stabbing a picture of Izuku on a table. Dust and blood smeared the walls nearby. I will pay you back, brother, for what you did to father. A family does not do that to each other. Family loves each other, Shigaraki said, his hand trailing over the hands that held him. It seems they are moving, Faith announced as the heroes charged out. Izuku led the charge, maintaining a steady jog. The 500 meters they had to cross was covered in moments as the police force rushed to position with dozens of trucks and cars. Knock knock, bad guys. Izuku called out. He and Nana charged their fists before dashing forward to punch the large gate. Nana's gate bent inward before slamming back, while Izuku's door flew off its hinges, crashing into the building and taking down a wall. Overhaul, I have come to get you. Izuku's voice took on a low, powerful tone that resonated through the air. Down in the deep hallways, Overhaul heard it. Kill him! Kill him! He screamed, his anger boiling over as he prepared to confront the fight himself. Rikiya Katsukame was the first to arrive. A massive figure standing nearly 3 meters tall, he wore a tight black tank top and olive drab jeans, with a plague mask covering his face. You will pay for what you did to Overhaul. You will pay for what you did to Eri, he roared. Izuku responded, his voice steady. You will not win. As Rikiya charged, Izuku jumped forward, dodging his attack. With a twist of his shoulders, Izuku threw a powerful punch that landed squarely on Rikiya's chest. A crack echoed as Rikiya screamed in pain, flying back and bouncing on the ground before struggling to get up. Nana stood beside him, charged with one for all, and slammed her hands down, driving his head into the dirt. Achiko followed up, touching his torso and causing him to lift slightly. Our turn, son, MidoRyuu said, dipping into the ground as Tamaki transformed his fingers into squid tentacles, wrapping around Rikiya. Taki swung him around before slamming him hard into the ground. MidoRyuu then landed a powerful uppercut, and Rikiya fell back, completely knocked out. One down, Izuku said, cracking his hand. These kids are hardcore, Mr. Brave remarked, plucking out some of his hair to create a hair sword. These kids are hardcore, Carmilla Toga remarked, watching little Izuku in action for the first time. She knew he was a strong young man, one her daughter admired greatly. What are you standing around for? The boss wants them dead. Toya Setsuno shouted, his presence commanding as he approached. He was a skinny man dressed in black breeds, a dark green shirt and a rose-colored tie, with one eye obscured by his long blonde hair and a plague mask covering part of his face. With him were 2 others from the Shy Hasakai. Yu Hojo, towering nearly 2 meters tall and muscular, wore a simple medical mask instead of the usual beak-like mask. The third member, Sormitsutabe, was slim with dark eye bags and a burlap sack hiding most of his facial features, dressed in a purple dress shirt and gray briefs. As Overhaul's top enforcers arrived, the low-level thugs felt emboldened. They roared in defiance, charging forward, believing they could succeed today. The three enforcers observed how the heroes would respond. The media had such to an aerial view, capturing the chaos as nearly 36 thugs surged ahead, with even more emerging from below. The heroes prepared to act, outnumbered but determined. Mr. Brave dashed forward, wielding a long strand of his hair like a sword. He blocked a thug's attack with a pipe wrench, sliding it aside and knocking the thug to the ground with a shoulder move. He quickly moved on to the next opponent. Rocklock leaped over a thug, landing behind him to grab the man's belt, immobilizing him. He dodged a baseball bat swing that struck the thug instead, then knocked both out with a swift move. Izuku charged past the heroes, intent on taking down the three leaders quickly. Thugs attempted to block his path, but each of Izuku's steps cracked the floor, his strength overwhelming. As he barreled through, he shouted, "You want to kill me? I'm right here." He rushed at the blonde-haired man, only to hit a crystal wall instead. "It won't be that easy," Hojo taunted, having used his quirk to create a shield. But just as Izuku braced for a blow, Momo swung down with a massive hammer, crushing the crystal. "Izuku, your arm!" Momo called out as Izuku noticed his arm was becoming encased in crystal. "Annoying prick," he yelled, ripping his arm free as the crystal shattered. "I got him, you worry about the other ones," Momo instructed, hefting the oversized mallet on her shoulder. Sorimitsu lunged at Izuku, mouth wide open, but Kirishima intervened, holding him back. "One left, and he is for you," Kirishima said, using his strength to push the enforcer back. Momo swung her hammer again, narrowly missing Tsuyu. "Momo, please watch where you swing that thing," Tsuyu exclaimed, delivering a double kick to a nearby thug. "I apologize, I'm not used to handling a weapon this big," Momo replied, starting to run toward a more open area to avoid hitting her friends. "Don't touch the dragon, I want to have fun with him, ha!" A loud voice boomed as a new enforcer charged in. "Guess I take him then," Sun Eater said nervously, facing Yu, who stood in his way. The hall erupted in chaos as chunks of wall and door flew through the area, hitting both heroes and villains alike. "Yu, you're mine," declared Kendo Rappa, the newest enforcer, a massive muscular man with long light brown hair and a plague mask, ready to join the fray. His most noticeable feature was his gloves. His hands and wrists were covered by several leather straps, while his knuckles were shielded by metal. "Who are you?" Izuku asked. "I'm here for overhaul. To get to the boss, you gotta get through me. I ain't nobody special, just someone who likes to fight those that are strong. Join a boxing gym. If we fight, I will break you," Izuku replied with conviction. He had no interest in battling Overhaul's lackeys. His focus was on restructuring Overhaul's face. But Rappa rushed forward, his elbow rolling back unnaturally before he threw a punch at Izuku. Izuku raised his arms, but the blow slammed him back, nearly making him fall. "Izuku!" Achiko yelled as she took down a thug. "Don't worry, Chaco. I will take care of him easily." She wasn't the only one yelling. Back in Izuku's hometown, the viewing party gasped as they saw him take the punch. "Don't just take it, fight back, rip out his kneecaps." Chi-Chi screamed with fierce intensity. "No!" Eri cried as she watched Izuku get hit, but Ryuko reassured her with a gentle pat. "Don't worry, Eri. It would take much more to keep Izuku down." "Yeah, that little lizard is a tough customer," Rumi added, boosting her own ego. "Just have faith. He will easily win," Monoma chimed in from the other side. "Nowhere to run now, little lady," Hojo said, thinking Momo was trying to escape. "I am aware. We should be fine here." Momo grabbed her mallet. "We shall have to keep it short. I wish to assist my fellow heroes in arresting the likes of you." Yu stared at Momo with disdain, his arms covered in crystal, one shaped like a sword and the other a hammer. "Let's see how strong you are then." Yu charged forward. Momo twirled around, swinging her mallet to keep him at bay. Suddenly, a Matryoshka doll popped up in front of him. As he looked back at Momo, she held a plate in front of her face. He blinked, and the top of the doll popped off, followed by a loud bang. Yu dropped to his knees, screaming in pain as his senses were overwhelmed. "You're done." Momo declared, raising her hammer high. She slammed it down, landing squarely on Yu's back. The massive weight brought him down to the dirt, damaging his ribcage and spine. Ack! He squealed, defeated. Oh, get banned from life. Denki laughed, pointing at the scene as Momo struck you. I guess Momo got used to handling a large weapon from hanging around Izuku so much, Rumi joked, only to blush when Eri asked what she meant. Ichi used to grab large things and fight with them, Ryuko saved the moment, giving a judging look at a blushing Rumi. Etiet. Sora screamed as Kirishima held his mouth open. Eat a knuckle sandwich then. Kirishima shouted, pulling his hands back before throwing a punch that landed squarely on Soramitsu's cheek. But Sora charged right back at Kirishima, aiming for his jugular. Kirishima stepped aside, but not completely. Instead of his neck being torn open, a chunk of his arm was bitten off. Even through my quirk. Kirishima yelled as blood rushed down his arm. I eat you now. Soramitsuki declared, his mask now slightly stained. Kirishima clenched his fist. If you can bite through my quirk, I will just get harder. With determination, he pushed his quirk to the max, his sharp angles becoming sharper and his skin harder. Unbreakable! Kirishima yelled, transforming before their eyes. His skin seemed to crash against itself, sparks flying off him as he took on a demonic appearance. Every part of him became hard. His eyes, hair, and even his aura. Arg! Kirishima charged forward, his enhanced strength propelling him. As Soramitsu lunged at him, ready to bite, Kirishima shouted, "Try this." Red Gauntlet. His fist made contact with Sora, whose teeth, capable of biting through steel, cracked under the force. Kirishima pushed through, driving his fist into Sora's throat with the force of a sledgehammer. Sora's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, flying back and rolling on the ground like a rag doll. Kirishima dropped to his knees, his quirk deactivated and his face in the dirt. I ain't done yet, he declared, standing back up, dirty and bleeding, but ready to return to the fight. Oh, get him, Kiribro! Tetsu shouted as he watched his friend fight on TV. Even when he saw him bleed, Tetsu knew that he would win. But then jealousy crept in as Kirishima reached a new level. Oh man, gotta train. Tetsu roared with pride at his brother by choice. This year, students are truly something else, Niza remarked from his office while watching the news feed. Yeah, they are a migraine instead of just a headache, Recovery Girl added, taking a pain reliever. Hope that didn't scare you, I've got a lot more to give. Kendo shouted as she charged at Izuku. Izuku stood still, then transformed into his dragon hybrid form. This scares people, he roared back. Run! His voice echoed through the area, causing thugs to tremble. Kendo felt a rush of excitement instead of fear and rushed forward, throwing punch after punch, but Izuku easily stopped him, holding his fists tightly. Not as strong as you think you are, Izuku said, stepping aside and using his strength to throw Kendo against the wall of the compound, nearly breaking it down. Someone take care of him. I am finding overhaul. No worries, I got him, Fat Gum called out, throwing a thug aside as he approached the large enforcer. His quirk is his arms. Break them and he's done, Izuku said, charging down the hall where thugs were still rushing out. They halted as Izuku ran toward them, grabbing two of the first ones and using them as shields. We have the advantage now. Use the break MidoRyuu has given us and clear the field, Sir Night Eye instructed from behind the group. With the exit blocked, even for a moment, they could arrest the thugs and regroup. As Izuku took his first step down, he faced a sea of thugs. He grabbed two by their heads, his claws gripping them tightly enough to make them struggle and beg for release. Ignoring their pleas, he pushed back against the crowd. Dozens of thugs pushed forward, trying to attack the heroes, but it was futile. Izuku held his ground, using the two thugs as shields. As soon as he had solid footing, he slammed them into the wall, embedding them inside it, leaving them unconscious. Come on, Izuku, where did you go? I want to see. Chi-Chi shouted, annoyed that Izuku had ventured into enemy territory. Inko was worried, unable to see her son as he faced danger. Where did Izuku go? Mina asked, having looked away to grab a handful of grapes. He ran down the enemy lines. Oh, that's why they stopped running out. I assumed that was all they had, Mina said with a smile. Aren't you worried? Eri asked timidly, fearful for Izuku's safety. Mina shook her head, a sentiment shared by the other students. They don't have what it takes to stop Izuku. Just wait, little unicorn. In a bit, Izuku is going to come back carrying a bunch of bad guys, Mina said, playfully booping Eri on the nose. Indeed. MidoRyuu is highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He has taken down formidable opponents on his own. I believe he will succeed here as well, Ida stated, adjusting his glasses. Eri nodded, though she didn't fully understand some of the more complex words he used. Boo, what's the fun in having a dragon hero if you can't see him fight? Toru complained as she sat on the couch, her tail wagging. It's indeed frustrating. This would have been the perfect moment to see his growth, Rex said, gently stroking Toru and Kanna's heads. The grandfather added, he has followed your training. I sense great things from him. He is no longer the same boy who needed help. Izuku's voice carried loudly through the halls, a single warning, lie down or die. Some thugs listened, dropping down in fear, while others took it as a challenge and fought back harder. But in the hallways, none could move, fear paralyzed them. Good, Izuku said, placing his palm on one of the thugs before pushing him back. They all fell like bowling pins. As Izuku stepped over the first hurdle of defeated thugs, he stumbled slightly, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. His eyes couldn't focus, and his head felt heavy. Izuku leaned against the spiderwebbed wall, only for chunks to crumble away, forcing him to one knee. Seems like heroes started drinking on the job, he muttered as a new villain emerged, chugging an entire bottle of sake like it was cold water at 3 in the morning. Drunk? I haven't drunk at all, Izuku replied, struggling to clear his mind. Oh, might be just me then, the villain laughed, still drinking. Izuku pushed himself back to his feet, his head spinning. He swung his arm, aiming for the villain's head, but missed. Oops, just coming up short, Didoro Sakaki said, his long black hair and mask obscuring his face. He wore dark brown breaths that were slightly too short, revealing his legs, and a fur sleeveless jacket. His quirk, sloshed, caused anyone within a certain range to feel inebriated. If hitting the real you is hard, I just hit all of you, Izuku said, taking deep breaths. Didoro looked confused, but he had just finished his sake, throwing the empty bottle at Izuku, who barely registered it. Fire breath. Izuku released a large breath of fire that consumed the hallway. Thugs making their way through were engulfed by the flames, and Didoro was pushed back, burns covering his body as he fell flat. Finally, I feel like me again, Izuku said, shaking his head as he got back up. The white halls were now covered in bits of flame and soot. Though it was a weak blast, it had done its job. Izuku grabbed Didoro by the belt and neck and took a few steps back to the stairs, throwing him up. Arrest his butt, he is an enforcer, Izuku yelled as he resumed his march forward. Back on top, the heroes were still working hard to arrest the groups. Who are you, Fatso? Where did the dragon go? He was way more fun. Kendo Rappa shouted, searching for Izuku. You get me, sorry to disappoint, Fatgum replied, marching toward Rappa. When I break your skull open, I bet he will come out. Rappa screamed excitedly, dashing forward. He stomped his foot in front of Fatgum and pulled back his arm, rolling his shoulder with his quirk. His arm flew forward at incredible speed, hitting Fatgum in the chest. Most men would crumble from a single blow, but Fatgum was one of the most durable heroes. Each hit felt like a mosquito bite, but he could still feel the impact. With each blow, his fat layer shrank slightly, as his quirk allowed him to store energy as fat. Normally, he had enough energy for days, but now he felt the pounds falling off. Kendo was relentless, and Fatgum held his ground, dirt flying up from the force of the blows. You're nothing more than a punching bag. What a joke you are, calling yourself a hero. Kendo taunted. I call him a hero. Out of nowhere, the still bleeding and battered Kirishima dashed in front of Fatgum, his unbreakable form on display. He braced for impact as Kendo's fist came down on him. Kendo pet his head slightly, and his fist collided with Kirishima, who shouted, "Red shield!" His legs dug into the ground as he held on, feeling as if his arms were breaking, yet he remained standing. Kendo threw another punch, targeting Kirishima again. In those crucial seconds, Fat Gum pulled his hand back, tightening his fist until his knuckles turned white. His heart began to glow. "Thank you for being my shield, Red Riot," he said as Kirishima finally fell back, his unbreakable form fading. Fat Gum pushed his fist forward, transforming as his hoodie shrank to an ill-fitting size. His round face became chiseled and thin. He aimed at Kendo, who had no time to block. The pure energy from Fat Gum's punch knocked Rap out instantly, breaking his rib cage and damaging his organs, forcing whatever food Kendo had consumed to be expelled. His body stopped as it crashed into a wall, laying flat on the road with chunks of rock around him. Defeated. "I get left with you," Toya spoke, insulted and annoyed. Sun nearly broke down, but he had to work. He had to follow MidoRyuu's example. "Fine, let's make this quick," Toya said. Tamaki shared the same belief. He created a shell on his left arm, planning to use it with the squid he had eaten to blunt force Toya. Yet it disappeared. "What?" Toya smirked as he held the shell. With his quirk, larceny, Toya could steal anything he could see and hold. The shell was easily grabbable. Tamaki assumed the size was the issue, making his fingers turn into thick tentacles. This time they stayed, Toya could not steal them. Pushing his hand forward, the tentacles rushed ahead. He would grab and hold, yet Toya jumped over them. Now standing outside of Tamaki, he ran forward, stealing one of the thug's weapons. Just as he swung down with the knife, trying to cut down Rocklock, he swiped his hand against his back instead, resulting in a strong elbow slamming into his face. However, now armed, Toya rushed at Tamaki. As he approached, knife in hand, he twisted his body, moving the knife forward, aiming for Tamaki's ribs. But the turtle shook, and the lobster sandwich provided enough defense to deflect the stab. At that moment, Tamaki transformed his arm from squid to elephant snout. Tamaki maintained a diverse diet during his hero days, eating the strangest foods. He could use goat with only goat milk, which got him an elephant. Tamaki drank something called black ivory coffee, made from Arabica beans eaten by elephants and then processed through their waste. The digestive enzymes altered the coffee's taste, allowing him to use the elephant quirk. Using the elephant trunk, he slammed it into Toya, who was built for speed. The massive snout took him down, slamming him to the floor. A kick to the face from the donkey he had for dinner last night knocked Toya out. Izuku rushed forth, needing to locate Overhaul. He barely noticed the thugs he slammed out of the way. They crumbled like sand, their bodies ragdolling into the walls as he stayed his course. He had one person to find, one person to drag out from the dark pits of despair and confront. And Izuku felt he was getting closer. Yet more obstacles appeared. "What? Where do you think you're going?" A voice called from the corner. "Hopefully toward your boss," Izuku replied nonchalantly. "You are heading toward the grave and nowhere else," the man responded, wearing a black cape, baggy breeds, and a black bowler hat, completing the look with a black plague mask. "How many heroes are there?" "Too many for you to handle," Izuku shot back. "If you wish not to play truthfully, I shall enforce the rules upon you." "Who leads this assault?" Shin asked. Izuku smirked. "You're talking to him. Who are you?" "I am the tool of justice for Overhaul. I shall show him the true path he must take. I will take you down, just as I have taken others before you." At that moment, Shin pulled out a gun. Izuku barely saw the glint of the barrel before he moved, pushing off the ball of his feet. The floor nearly cracked under his weight as he dashed forward, ducking his head low to avoid the line of sight. The first bullet flew through the air, piercing Izuku's shoulder. The bang echoed loudly through the hallways. "What was that?" Bubble Girl asked, grabbing the collar of a thug and flipping him around before slamming him down onto the floor, kneeing him in the neck. Sir Night Eye threw a weight across the area, landing it perfectly on the knee of another thug, stopping him just as Ochako grabbed him and spiked him with a hammer. "That was a firearm. Do not worry about MidoRyuu, he is powerful enough to survive," Sir Night-Eye reassured, knowing from his glimpse into the future that Izuku would be fine. Yeah, Izuku's got this, Nana said, palm striking one thug in the chest with OFA, breaking a wall. Everyone was worried for the pro-hero MidoRyuu, but they believed in him. However, the camera caught the sound. Did you hear that? That was a gunshot. It was muffled, but that was definitely a gunshot. It sounded like it came from the direction MidoRyuu went. As Izuku felt the lead enter his skin, he grumbled but continued to reach out. Grabbing Shin by the hand, Izuku said, "Let go of my men." With all his might he squeezed, shattering Shin's hand. A scream escaped Shin as the bones broke, some piercing through the skin. The pistol in his grip crumpled under Izuku's power. Izuku then raised his other hand and slammed his fist into Shin's face repeatedly. With each blow, Shin's hat flew off, and he lost more teeth. By the fifth hit, his skull fractured, and his eyes rolled back. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Let go of my men." Izuku dropped the gun and Shin's hand, watching as Shin crumbled. Turning around, Izuku expected to see Overhaul, but instead, a strange man stood before him. "I am the one that stands between you and Overhaul," the man declared. "Then you die," Izuku replied. "No, you die today," the man countered. Suddenly, Izuku was blindsided by a dark entity that rushed out from behind. He was slammed against the wall, his head hitting hard. A roar filled the air, and Izuku recognized the sound. A Nomu was pushing him into the wall, blocking his sight. "What the heck?" Izuku exclaimed. "You seem to know what this being is," the masked man said. "We acquired it due to a deal with a useful individual. Be useful and die." He turned and walked toward the heroes. "Don't you walk away. I will break all your bones for this." Izuku roared in rage. His skin transformed, becoming scaly and leathery, muscles strengthening as his nails sharpened. His eyes turned to slits, and horns began to form on his forehead. "Down!" Izuku commanded, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he pushed the Nomu off himself. The Nomu, now with extra arms that ended in blade-like fingers, roared again, its movements unnatural. Izuku took a deep breath and activated his shield skill, his skin hardening to block attacks. He added strength to his abilities, conserving energy for Overhaul, who had just emerged, stepping over the defeated forms of Izuku's friends. "Disgusting," Overhaul remarked, and the heroes fell silent. "Izuku," Nana muttered, realizing they could not let Overhaul escape. The thought of Izuku being lost filled them with rage. "You killed our boyfriend," Nana shouted, her body flexing with newfound strength. Inko felt her strength waning but knew Izuku was still alive. "Izuku, get there now," she roared, her voice echoing with determination. Eri, tears in her eyes, trembled in fear. "Where is Papa?" she asked, feeling his presence. "Eri, I am coming for you," Izuku's voice resonated through the area. "Let the villain try." Bakugo shouted, surprising everyone. Instead of cowering, Eri seemed emboldened. "Yeah, let him try. I'll take him down," she declared. "We will break him like a wooden board," Itsuka added, and Ida adjusted his glasses, joining in. "Why, you're not scared?" Eri stammered, but her friends reassured her. "Izuku will handle it," Ryuko said confidently. Her eyes had turned into slits without her noticing. She maintained a brave face, but in reality she was extremely worried. Everyone was, but they could not allow Eri to see their concern. "Don't worry, Eri. Izuku does not die easily." "No, he does not," a voice said from the door. In walked All Might, or well, the weakened version, Tashinori. "Oh, hello, sir. Please, have a seat," Tetsu said, offering a chair to the now-retired pro-hero. "Don't worry, I might look frail, but I still hold my own. Just like MidoRyuu will. Do not worry about the safety of your friends or loved ones. Believe in their victory," he said. "Come on, kid. If you die now, I will win Scrabble, and that is not a fair way to win." Kai screamed from her couch. Her phone had dropped on the floor. She had been on a video call with Rush, who was sitting in his office. "Oh no, I knew I should have shown up," Rush stated, feeling the weight of his absence. "I have someone to defeat. Get out of my way." Izuku pushed forward, the knives bouncing back from his skin. He shoved the large Nomu into the wall and pulled back his right arm. Fo told me before, it's extremely difficult to destroy a Nomu. He slammed his hand down onto the creature's chest, each blow more powerful than the last. What the hell am I feeling? A thug said, his quirk not helping him much. Izuku! Achiko cried, falling to her knees as she felt the vibrations more intensely. Izuku is still alive. He is still fighting. Her voice invigorated everyone, and they began to feel the tremors. I missed him. He's back there. I will find him. Overhaul thought, convinced he was still in the fight. Izuku released a breath of flames, the heat scorching the Nomu's skin and causing it to melt. After around 20 seconds of pure flames, he fell back, slightly out of breath. Now, where is Overhaul? He muttered, pushing himself off the floor, groaning at the pain. MidoRyuu, where are you? Overhaul shouted. I am coming for you. Just sit and wait like a good boy. Izuku roared back, their voices echoing through the halls. Overhaul slammed his hands down, transforming the floor into a smooth surface that turned into spikes, launching them toward Izuku. Izuku ran forward, feeling strong enough to defeat Overhaul. He saw the spikes rushing toward him but ignored them, still under the effects of spawn. He raised his fist, pulling back as the spikes crept closer. With a loud roar, he threw a punch, his knuckles making contact with the rock spikes, breaking them apart as he charged through. Did that kill you, brat? Overhaul screamed as he stopped the rocks. Izuku bit his tongue and rushed forward, each step cracking the floor. Even the heroes and villains above felt the rumble of his approach. Speak to me, boy, or I will harm Eri 1,000,000 times over. Overhaul threatened. Right as those words left his mouth, Izuku dashed out from the halls below, transforming into his hybrid form. His large wings propelled him forward at incredible speed. Like a rocket, he charged at Overhaul, his skin transforming into dark scales that formed an unbreakable armor. With a powerful leap, Izuku slammed his fist into Overhaul's gut, the force sending the villain tumbling through the air. Izuku stood tall, his fist extended, ready for the next move. The force pushed Overhaul off his feet, shaking him to his core. He collided against the rock wall of the outer perimeter, dislocating his shoulder and breaking both bones in his right forearm. As he struggled to make a sound, blood rushed from his injuries, staining his clothing. Overhaul's left arm gripped his right, and in a moment his arm healed, completely restored. He slammed his hand on his chest, fixing the rupture in his abdominal wall. Despite the brutal impact, he was back at full strength. Izuku approached Overhaul, each step purposeful and heavy with meaning. The shock of his presence froze everyone in place. One overconfident thug attempted to rush Izuku, transforming his finger into a sharp spike, aiming to eliminate him and claim the prestige he craved. But before the thug could act, Izuku's hand gripped his head, his sharp nails digging in and forcing the man to feel the pressure against his skull. The sound of cracking echoed in the thug's mind before everything went dark. He is back with a vengeance. Chi-Chi screamed as she watched Overhaul's body fly away. Inko's eyes were glued to the screen, her heart swelling with pride as she saw her son looking powerful and heroic. There he is. Denki yelled, though it was unnecessary. Everyone was already watching. Eri, who had never seen heroes as anything but a source of fear, now understood their true nature. For the first time, a smile formed on her face as she watched Izuku with stars in her eyes. That's right, you little sheet, make it home too, Scrabble. Kai shouted, biting her nails in worry, using the game as a distraction from the tension. Oh hell yeah! Rush cheered from his office, thrilled to see his student breaking barriers. He has truly grown, Rex said with a proud smile, petting his wife and daughter. Still room for improvement, but he might at least give you a run for your money, Toru joked, confident in Izuku's abilities. I want to meet him, Kanna said, and Rex nodded in agreement. The fun will start now, Nizu said, sipping his tea. Oh man, I would love to spar with that kid. He might make my time enjoyable, Gran Torino added, stretching as he sat up. Why you got lucky, punk? Overhaul spat as he pushed himself back to his feet. Izuku remained silent, his focus solely on Overhaul. The world around him faded away as he walked forward, and Overhaul's panic grew. Realizing the power difference, Overhaul charged at Izuku, but his speed was no match for Izuku in his dragon form. Izuku extended his hand, transforming his nails into a sharp blade. In an instant he sliced off 2 of Overhaul's fingers, leaving the thug to drop to his knees, screaming in pain. "Fix yourself then," Izuku said calmly, his words devoid of fear. I am Overhaul. I am a threat to society." Overhaul shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. "Don't make me laugh. You are a bully, abusing your power. You are not a threat, you are merely an example I have to make." Overhaul felt the weight of his own failures, replaced by a surge of rage. "How dare you?" he yelled, but Izuku interrupted him with a powerful kick to the chest, sending him crashing back. Shooting him back toward the rock wall he had slammed into before, Izuku's voice rang out with fury. "How dare a coward like you prey on a small child? I will make you feel the fear she felt." For the first time, Izuku pushed his limits toward something he had never tried before. The spell he unleashed, Mar, was the highest stage of fear. Ryu could cause people to stumble back, while Faz could make weaker minds crumble. But Izuku used Mar, the greatest of the 3, focused entirely on Overhaul. The fear he instilled was palpable, paralyzing Overhaul as if a cold hand had reached out from the ground and held him in place. His heart pounded violently, and cold sweat drenched his skin. His body trembled uncontrollably as darkness enveloped his vision, dragging him down into despair. A scream tried to escape his throat, but the weight of fear held it back. Each thought was clouded by dread, as if fear itself had taken root within his soul. In that moment, Izuku transformed in Overhaul's mind into a colossal creature, its eyes deep and terrifying, ready to devour. Overhaul struggled to move, but it felt as if claws had sunk into his flesh, dragging him down to where he belonged. The cold hand of death gripped his heart, squeezing tightly and stopping its rapid beats. Overhaul began to rethink his actions, realizing that the true force of terror before him was Izuku. The fear awakened something primal within him, too overwhelming for his human mind to comprehend, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Izuku dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his arm, nose, and eyes. The strain he had put on himself was immense, but he had succeeded. The thugs who had once feared Overhaul now saw their leader reduced to a trembling mess. They understood the fear of dragons now and chose to flee rather than confront Izuku. Yet one more of the 8 bullets remained, Hikiji Tengai, with his short spiky pale hair and traditional dark yukata, wearing a plague mask. Alongside him was Joy Irinaka, known as Mimic, dressed in a black suit, and Hari Kurono, known as Chronostasis, hidden beneath a large coat. "What did you do to Overhaul?" Chronostasis screamed in rage, seeing his friend defeated. But before he could act, Nana appeared behind them, covered in one for all. Hikiji had anticipated her arrival and activated a shield around them. "Distraction," Nana said as Momo floated in the sky, wielding a massive hammer. "Release," Achiko commanded, stopping her quirk just as Momo swung the hammer down, shattering the shield like fragile glass. The force of the impact caused the building to crumble. Nana kicked Mimic with all her strength, sending him soaring into the air. Sir Night Eye, with precision honed over years, threw weights that connected hard with Mimic, knocking him out. Before the others realized what was happening, Nana grabbed their heads and slammed them together, causing them to collapse. With the final villains defeated and arrested, the cheers of many heroes filled the air. Medical support arrived to aid the injured, including Red Riot and MidoRyuu. The raid had been a complete success, and Faith began making her way toward the group for an interview as the camera cut back to Theo, who reviewed the results of the operation. "I will go over some of the live reactions on social media," Theo said as his screen shrank and moved to the side, opening a large tab. "Theo, move your face out of the way. I'm trying to see my little nephew." Chi-Chi shouted from the street, nearly throwing her slipper at the screen. "Relax, Izuku will be fine," Alice said, looking back at her husband, who was clutching her hand with tears in his eyes. MidoRyuu looked pathetic. What kind of hero leaves his group? Really rookie move, Theo said with an eye roll, though he kept a serious expression. While I would agree that MidoRyuu could have shown better leadership skills, we must remember that this is his first ever mission and his first year at a hero school. MidoRyuu has broken records that stood long before All Might became a hero, Theo reminded the viewers. I expected worse from dragons. Like all people stayed alive and everything. Very perceptive, Mr. B00 Tai. With the stigma surrounding Dragon Quirk users, we expected the worst. Yet MidoRyuu truly showed us that what matters is a person's character, and he demonstrated that he is someone we can trust. Many who knew Izuku smiled, having faith that he could change public perception over time. He had a powerful voice and an influential name backing him. Defender of Respect says, if I were MidoRyuu, I would have stayed back, letting the extra heroes handle the lower-level thugs and waiting for the big boss. That shows true power and leadership. But a dragon like him could never understand the high IQ moves that those like myself use every day. Theo tried to remain professional but cracked up halfway through. People like this clearly don't understand reality or think themselves more important than they are. If MidoRyuu had stood back and allowed his fellow hero to be harmed, the public would have gone for his head. A dragon weakening the hero force from the inside would be the headlines. A leader leads, he shows how it's done, Theo ranted slightly. MidoRyuu was great. It's awesome that dragon quirks are getting good representation. No longer the villains holding us down. For the first time, we have someone to hold us up. Theo smiled as Kinder messages popped up. Indeed, beef chicken. Oh, and here we have Sassy Sandra. I had hoped for the dragon combo, Ryukyu, I believe. I've been following both since the sports festival. Awesome to see two dragons making their way, Theo nodded as he read it. Oh, but it seems Faith has found herself some interviews. Let's get into the action. Thank you, Theo. As you all can see, I am here with the hero Rocklock. Rocklock raised his hand in a wave toward the camera. Mr. Rocklock, being a seasoned veteran of the hero industry, how do you feel about MidoRyuu's role today, and how did he do? Rocklock nodded in thought. The ego in me is mad. I would have loved to lead a group myself. Yet the hero and man in me fully understands why MidoRyuu led. His leadership skills were rough, but he stormed into the dragon's den, so to speak. He has more than enough power to take a leadership role and the charisma for it. As for what he lacks in leadership, I don't doubt he will improve quickly. I see. So the rumor of you not liking MidoRyuu was false? There were several reports of this. No, those are true. During our first meeting, I believed him to be rude and full of himself, but after learning more about him, I realized I was mistaken. Now, if you could excuse me, I have some work to do. Rocklock started making his way toward the villains. Mr. Night-Eye. Faith instantly approached the biggest name on the floor. Sir Knight, some questions. All right, Lemillion, Bubble Girl, make sure MidoRyuu accepts the medical treatment. Others are also being treated, Sir told them as they nodded. Could you tell us what that was about? Faith asked, wanting to know more behind the scenes. Yes, due to several injuries sustained today, Fat Gum, Red Riot, and Wireman, MidoRyuu has refused treatment for his arm, wanting to help them first, Sir said, slightly tired. Faith couldn't help but laugh. Sorry for that, Faith added. But some questions about today. Being one of the biggest known names here, a man who has led many battles before, why did you not lead today? It's because I've led so many before. I chose to let someone else lead this one. And why pick MidoRyuu? There were other names with more experience. Indeed, heroes like Fat Gum and Lemillion have more experience. However, MidoRyuu has a drive to prove himself, more so than most heroes I've ever met. Each hero wants to prove they can be a hero, but this usually stops when they reach their goal. MidoRyuu does not want to prove he can be a hero, he knows he can. His drive is to prove that dragons are not villains. This means that while most heroes have to fight negative thoughts, he has to fight societal standards, Sir explained. Then how do you believe he did? Unrefined yet sublime, Sir Night-Eye said. This has been his first true mission where he led. He has fought villains before, and we know he would excel in this situation. However, this was about seeing how he would lead. He seemed more eager alone, Faith noted. Sir Night-Eye gave a sad nod. Indeed, when you live your life not believing you can count on anyone but yourself, you start taking things upon yourself without checking with anyone. That is what MidoRyuu has to unlearn. He must learn that even if the heroes around him cannot carry the buildings he can, they can still help lighten his load, Sir Night-Eye explained before leaving the interview. Oh, perhaps we can speak with them, Faith said as she navigated through the crowd. She quickly made her way to the 4 girls from Izuku's class. Sorry, but could I ask a few questions? Faith asked, appearing near the girls. Okay. Achiko and Tsuyu gently encouraged Momo and Nana to respond, as they were more experienced and less shy about these things. First of all, I would like to congratulate each of you on a very successful first mission and appearance, Faith said. The 4 girls smiled and nodded. It has truly been a wonderful experience, Momo shared. I would like to know your thoughts on the fact that your classmate led a raid. Nana took the opportunity to speak. I think I speak for our entire class when I say we are extremely proud of the path he has forged for himself. He has crossed boundaries that I never believed would be crossed. The girls nodded in agreement. Many believe MidoRyuu is the youngest hero to have led a raid, which is a significant accomplishment. What do you all think about that? Faith asked. It wouldn't surprise us if MidoRyuu has truly broken limit after limit set on him. I just hope that by the time we are all heroes, there are still limits for us to break, Nana joked, having seen enough All Might interviews to feel confident. I have heard some feedback from the news station, and one of the main talking points is that MidoRyuu seemed like a bully against the gang leader. Some say his actions were inexcusable, Faith continued. Achiko nearly went off on a rant but was stopped by Tsuyu. Momo, however, took the question. Those people are trying to undermine a good hero before he even becomes one. Heroes fight evil daily without waiting for a court to declare them evil. All Might has defeated countless villains in raids just like this. MidoRyuu was the one who uncovered that Overhaul was harming a child. To label MidoRyuu's actions as evil would be to ignore the greater evil that was Overhaul, she stated passionately. Indeed, to claim MidoRyuu is evil would be to claim All Might is evil. I would know, Nana added, prompting Faith to jump in. Speaking of All Might, how does it feel for the sidekick of your father to allow someone in who fought alongside him during his final battle against that powerful dragon? Do you feel left out? Nana shook her head. I am grateful for MidoRyuu being there. I truly believe that without him, both my father and I would have perished. Oh, it seems MidoRyuu wants an interview, Nana said, glancing to her side. Izuku waved at them, not even noticing the news station, but the girls wanted to escape the camera. The news team quickly rushed to Izuku's side. MidoRyuu, how are you feeling? Faith asked. Good? Who are you? Izuku replied, confused. My name is Faith Act, and I am the newest reporter for Truth Station, Finding the Facts. So wait Truth and F.Act? It's almost like those names were made to fit that station, Izuku said, shaking his head at Faith's laughter. It's fate that I become a reporter, I guess. But to the important questions, Faith said, raising her microphone toward Izuku. How do you believe your first raid and mission turned out? Izuku nodded. It's unfortunate that we took damage, such as Fat Gum, Red Riot, and Wireman. And yourself? Faith prompted. Oh yeah, I guess. But I would rather take damage than those who work with me, Izuku said, tapping his bandaged arm. However, I do think the raid was a glowing success. As far as we know, we captured 100% of the group present today, including every major player, with Overhaul being the most important one captured. About your fight with Overhaul, while there are positive beliefs about your actions, there are also negative ones. Some believe your actions resembled those of a bully. What do you have to say to those people? Faith asked. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts. Well, I can't say much. It was the case, yet my reasoning was sound. Overhaul's career of evil was built on bullying those weaker than him with his quirk. He has killed countless people and harmed many more. Izuku paused for a moment. Some of the things he has done are unforgivable. I let my emotions get the better of me. However, I do believe my actions were justified. An example had to be made. No matter how powerful you think you are, there is always someone higher up on the food chain. For the longest time, that was All Might. Are you saying you are now the new All Might? Faith asked, surprised. Izuku quickly shook his head. God, no. I could never live up to the man that was All Might, to the safety he had people feel when he arrived on the scene. In terms of power, I still have a ways to go before I can even say I am near the top. However, I will do what All Might did. I will always put myself in harm's way to protect the innocent. I will fight evil wherever I find it. And if there are villains out there who wish to claim they are the strongest by pushing down those weaker, they can seek me out, Izuku declared, sending a message to all the villains. Us out, you mean, MidoRyuu said, throwing his arm over Izuku. The cameraman noticed and took a couple of steps back, now shooting in wide lens, capturing not only Izuku but all the heroes standing around, a collective force. Izuku sat in the back of the police bus, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The mission had been a full success, and they had captured everyone they needed to. Sir had asked a police officer if he had the time to bring the students back to their school, and he happily agreed. So now, Izuku, Nana, Achiko, Tsu, Momo, Kirishima, MidoRyuu, and Tamaki sat on the bus, talking about random topics. Oh, sorry, getting a call, Izuku said, seeing it was his mom. With a smile, he accepted the call, and his smile widened as he saw his entire street trying to fit their faces into the camera. Izuku, are you hurt? His mom's worried voice echoed through the bus. I am fine, Mom. But your shoulder. Show it to me, show it now. Yeah, you little weakling, why didn't you just roll out of the way of the attack? Chi-Chi shouted, only to be interrupted as Alicia pressed her hand against Chi-Chi's face and pushed her away. It's bandaged up. I am going right to recovery, girl, I swear, Izuku assured her. This caused Achiko and Nana, who sat nearby, to lean in. We will make sure of it, they chimed in. I am still coming to see, his mom insisted. You did really well, young man, Hendrik said, giving Izuku a prideful nod. Thank you, sir. The praise did not stop with Mina's father. The entire street shared their pride for Izuku. The first step to showing the world that character is more important than quirks is to start judging people on the quality of their character instead of the nature of their quirk. Inko ended the call as she stepped into the car, not allowed to video chat and Your mom seems like a lovely woman, MidoRyuu said, and every first year nodded in agreement. She is one of the loveliest, Izuku replied. Oh, I hope she will cook for us again, Kirishima wondered, nearly completely bandaged. I hope so, Achiko said with a smile. Is she a good cook? MidoRyuu asked, and the group nodded their heads vigorously. Best of luck, you guys. Hope you turn out to be the heroes we hope you all to be, the police officer said as he let them out. Thank you, sir. We will try, Izuku replied. The officer, who often dealt with heroes, appreciated seeing these kids both during a mission and afterward. They were just normal, kind people. You kids stay safe and enjoy your time off. Time off? Achiko asked, and the officer nodded. Due to the fact none of you are real heroes yet, the law states that after a raid, any student doing a work study gets a week off. Even MidoRyuu and Tamaki? Both nodded. Kirishima normally would get time off due to his injuries, so he most likely gets 2 weeks if he wants, but the rest of us get a week, MidoRyuu said, waving the group off as he headed back to his dorm to sleep. You two come with me, Momo said, pointing at both Izuku and Kirishima. They nodded and walked toward the medical area, passing some dorms. Wow, heroes, good job today. Didn't see that coming from a dragon, one of the students yelled from a window. Did he mean that as a compliment? Nana asked, annoyed at the negativity. Relax, that was nice, at least nicer than what I am used to, Izuku said, waving his hand dismissively. It's still not okay. No, it's not. But I can't expect them to change in a day. They continued walking without further interruptions until they reached Recovery Girl, who was already waiting for them. Yeah, I saw, she said as Kirishima and Izuku plopped down in the chairs. MidoRyuu, you're going to be able to walk home. With your injuries, you might have to be carried, she informed Kirishima, who nodded in understanding. With a gentle kiss on the forehead, all of Kirishima's injuries were healed. He instantly passed out. But for Izuku, it was not that easy. Recovery girl had to check if Izuku had any metal in his arm from the bullet. Did the ambulance take it out? She asked. Not that I remember, he replied. Lay down. The recovery girl grabbed a portable X-ray machine made by Island and scanned his arm. Seeing the bullet was intact and inside, she said, "Thankfully I don't have to cut you open. Sadly, this is going to hurt." She could give him morphine or something to knock him out, but Izuku refused. He would endure the 5 minutes of pain to avoid hours of confusion. With a long pair of tweezers, Recovery Girl was able to remove the lead bullet nearly instantly before kissing his shoulder and fixing it. Your dense muscles slowed it down enough for your thick bones to stop it, thankfully without breaking apart. She dropped the bullet into a metal tray. I will clean it up, and you can keep it as a souvenir. Izuku threw Kirishima over his shoulder as he grabbed the small plastic cup with the bullet. Thank you, ma'am, he said as Chio nodded. You did well today, kiddo. Try not to get shot next time. Izuku smiled as he and the group made their way back, ignoring the yells from the other dorms and sticking to small talk on their way home. We should plan one of the dates this week, Momo suggested. That would be smart. It's easier planning around school than around school and work studies, she added. I can check the schedule later today and talk with the other girls to see who is free this week, Achiko said. Seems we are last, Izuku said, hearing the voices inside the dorm already. We're back, Ribbit, Tsuyu said as she opened the door, and just as Izuku assumed, his mother had not come alone. Alice and Hendrik were sitting with their daughter, talking. Nemuri and her mother Lilith were chatting with Inko as they looked at Chi-Chi, who started asking if any were rich enough to marry her. My baby! Izuku exclaimed as he quickly passed Kirishima to Nana. Inko charged at him, grabbing his arm and nearly pulling it from his body as she inspected it. Move your fingers. Izuku wiggled them. Inko then started moving his arms around, making sure they had full range of motion. Mom, you're breaking it. Izuku screamed, his voice cracking. The dorm erupted in laughter at the sight of the unbreakable Dragon King of Yu crumbling under the might of a 160 centimeters middle-aged lady. Don't be such a baby, Inko said, hugging him tightly. The class went slightly pale as they heard a loud crunch, believing Izuku's spine had just been broken by the hug. Oh no, Izuku said as he was let go, reaching to pull out the bullet. The cup got broken. The hug had been so forceful that the cup had shattered. Eri, worried by the sound, instantly ran up. Hey, are you okay? She asked. Izuku crouched down. Of course I am. I told you I was going to beat him up. Eri's eyes filled with tears. Don't worry, sweetie, you're safe now. This broke the dam, and tears rushed down her cheeks as she hugged Izuku. Thank you, Papa, she said without thinking. Izuku looked worried for a second, trying to understand her words, before he gave a soft, peaceful smile and hugged Eri back. Meanwhile, Inko pulled out her phone, snapping countless pictures as she fainted from the cuteness. Guess you're a father now, eh? Mina teased Izuku, only for Alice, her own mother, to smirk. And you're now a mama, she said, already smirking as Mina's skin turned a slight shade of purple. Nemuri smirked. Never thought I would already be a gilf at my age, oh my, Lilith added, laughing along with some of the guys and girls. This is sinful to speak about, Ibra said, grabbing the cross around her neck. Setsuna floated her head toward the religious girl. How do you know what they mean, though? She asked, a large smirk on her face. Ibra blushed and stuttered, trying to find a way out, wanting to show that she just knew because of things and not any sinful behavior. Mom, can you cook something? Izuku wondered, lifting Eri as she was still crying. This woke Inko up right away. Of course, baby, anything for my sweet child. She moved toward the kitchen. How you doing, Izzy? Izuku asked as Shinso walked up. Could be better. I don't have the dense bones you have, Shinso replied, his arms and back still cracking from Inko's hug. Sounds like a you problem, Izuku said with a smile. I would whoop your butt if you didn't carry Eri. He stuck his tongue out playfully. Can I help? I want to get better at cooking, Nana asked with Inko nodding. The more, the merrier, Rumi wanted to help as well, even though she felt she didn't need to improve. However, her mother held her in a tight embrace, unable to squirm out of the hug from the old bunny mom. "You aren't going to kill us here, sweetie," her mother informed her. Rumi remembered that cold winter day when she had asked her daughter to heat a can of soup on the stove. Simply add soup to the pan, place the pan on the fire, stir until warm, and take it off the heat. Somehow, Rumi messed this up. She ended up burning the cupboards above the stove, yet the soup remained cold. From that day forward, she had banned her daughter from even looking into the kitchen. "I ain't that bad," Rumi protested, but it was no use. Ryuko was also playing defense. "Here we crush the garlic, then with a little salt, we move the blade to turn it into a nice paste," Inko instructed Nana. Nodded in understanding. She added the garlic to the pan, along with thyme, salt, and pepper, then tossed in green beans for extra flavor. "Can you do the meat?" Nan asked. She grabbed the chicken legs and placed them in a large pot with water, boiling them first. While the chicken cooked, she made a sauce, starting with soy sauce and adding honey, rice vinegar, and garlic paste, just as Inko had taught her. She grated in some ginger, added sesame oil, black pepper, red pepper flakes for a little heat, and cornstarch mixed with water to thicken the sauce. Inko tasted it and nodded approvingly. "Very good, Nana." Nana took the chicken legs out, patting them dry with help from some students. Once dry, they went right into the sauce, coating each piece before being placed on a baking sheet. They were baked at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 15 minutes, flipped halfway, and then broiled for an extra 2 minutes to make the skin crispy. The dish was served alongside Inko's green beans and a cup of rice, which everyone devoured. To accommodate Ibra, they also coated tofu in the sauce, ensuring the vegetarian could enjoy the meal. Izuku's alarm rang and groggy, he rubbed his eyes as he sat up in bed. The sunlight barely illuminated his room. His tired eyes quickly focused on the clock, only 5. Turning off the alarm, he got up, still in his shorts. He stepped out of his room and moved toward the bathroom to wash up, quickly using the toilet and washing his hands and face before planning to shower later. As he made his way to the common room, he tried to stay quiet, not wanting to wake the girls or Eri. Upon entering the common room, he turned on the lights and saw he was alone. He walked into the kitchen, excited to prepare food for the picnic date. Opening the fridge, he grabbed a loaf of bread, a cucumber, cream cheese, and salt and pepper from the spice rack. He stepped outside to pick some fresh dill from the garden. Using a mandolin, Izuku sliced the cucumber into thin pieces and set them aside. With a kitchen knife, he chopped the dill into smaller bits. He opened the bread and laid it in 2 stacks before spreading cream cheese on both slices. He layered cucumber slices on one slice, added a sprinkle of salt, pepper, and dill, then placed the second slice on top, pressing down gently. For presentation, he cut off the crusts and sliced the sandwiches into triangles. Looking at the neatly packed sandwiches, Izuku felt he needed more. Thankfully, he had planned for this. He opened the vegetable drawer and smiled at the hidden bar of chocolate someone had placed inside. Instead, he grabbed carrots, celery, bell peppers, and the remaining cucumbers. The preparations were straightforward. He washed the vegetables in the sink, peeled the carrots, and cut them into sticks before placing them in a container with cold water to maintain their crispness. For the celery, he trimmed the ends and cut them to match the length of the carrots, slicing them in half since they were thick. He added these to the container with the carrots. He had 6 bell peppers, 2 yellow, 2 red, and 2 orange. After washing them, he removed the stems and seeds, slicing the peppers lengthwise and placing them in a Ziploc bag. Finally, he washed the cucumbers, sliced them lengthwise, and removed the seedy parts, cutting them into thin strips before adding them to a bag as well. Everything was placed in the fridge next to the hummus for dipping. "Well, that is done," Izuku said, cracking his back. The kitchen felt a bit cramped for his height, making food prep a challenge. With a smile, he decided to head to the gym, spending a couple of hours working out. He had prepared overnight oats, which everyone enjoyed. As he walked over, he thought about the day ahead, holding a massive smile. He was going on a date with not 1 girl, but 6. And that was not even counting the 7 other girlfriends he had. How he got to this point, he had no idea. As Izuku entered the gym around 6, he saw there were already some people active. "Yo, little bro," MidoRyuu said with a wide smile. "Hey MidoRyuu, up early," Izuku replied. "Or up late, haha," MidoRyuu chuckled, and Izuku honestly had no idea what MidoRyuu had been up to. He was the type to stay up the entire night working out. "So I heard the news. You going on a date?" "How do you know that?" Izuku asked, genuinely surprised. "Well, I stalk you, so that's how I know," MidoRyuu said with a smirk, making it hard to tell if he was joking. "Nijire got excited during her work study a couple of days ago about the date. You then told me." MidoRyuu explained, "Well, I'll leave you to it. Gotta finish my set. I'm doing a superset, bench press, tricep pushdowns and weighted pull-ups." He was training his chest, triceps, and back muscles. Izuku normally would love to work in with MidoRyuu, one of the few who could match his strength, but today was reserved for a light date. He decided to forego cardio and save his energy for the girls he loved. As he walked toward the warm-up area, the girls began waking up themselves, eager to prepare just like Izuku. They made their way down together, smiles on their faces, feeling adorable. They had 2 meals in mind, 2 meals that would fill Izuku up. Momo grabbed the bread from the cabinet, tossing both loaves toward Yui, who pulled out 4 toasters from her pockets, ready to toast the bread. Rumi stood outside the kitchen, banned from helping, but she smiled to cheer them on. She planned to make a sandwich at the end, one that would taste better than the rest. Ryuko grabbed the tomatoes. "Rumi, could you grab me some paper towels? That way you can be useful," she said, trying to annoy her friend slightly. "Fine," Rumi replied, dropping her smile. She grabbed a roll of towels and tossed it at Ryuko, who caught it easily, laying down a couple of towels. Ryuko began cutting the tomatoes, slicing them about half an inch thick, allowing the sharp knife to glide through effortlessly. She laid each slice on the paper towel and sprinkled a small dusting of salt on them to draw out moisture, ensuring the sandwich would stay crispier. Meanwhile, Nana pulled out the bacon she had made the night before. While cold, it still maintained the perfect crisp, a recipe she had learned from Toshinori when they were in America. May was the last girl active, carefully plucking lettuce leaves to ensure each piece of bread got its share. Yui placed the toasted bread down, spreading a thin layer of mayo on top. May added a leaf of lettuce, followed by Ryuko with the tomato slices, and Nana with the bacon. They topped it off with the final slice of bread and cut the sandwich into triangles, maximizing the bread per sandwich. "Well done, girls, and here Rumi," they said, handing her the same ingredients prepared the same way. Rumi created her sandwich while the girls watched. "That's a little heavy on the mayo, but nothing that would ruin it," Nana commented. "I would do 2 leaves of lettuce, but personal preference, you know," Momo added as she placed the remaining tomato slices without extra salt. "Nice," Yui said as the sandwich was completed. Momo was then asked to slice the sandwich into 6 parts, which she did. Each girl took a bite. By all logic, the sandwich should have been tasty, yet Ryuko exclaimed, "What the?" spitting it out. Everyone followed suit in a panic. Momo grabbed one of the sandwiches and took a bite. "How did you make it taste bad?" she asked, confused. The others tasted fine, but Rumi somehow tasted like stale bread, uncooked bacon, and moldy tomato, all dusted in metal shavings. "I don't know. You all looked at me as I did it. I don't know what happened." Rumi shouted, equally frustrated. With a pout, she plopped down on the couch. "Let's just make the second sandwich. I got this recipe from Mama Inko herself," Ryuko said. The girls nodded, eager to watch. "First, we need chicken." "I made that yesterday," Nana said, handing over the chicken BRST. "We need to shred this." "Allow me," May offered, grabbing a hand mixer. She turned it on, shredding the chicken perfectly. They had around 8 cups of chicken, which they mixed with 2 cups of mayo and 1 cup of Greek yogurt. Ryuko took charge. "Okay, then I need 4 celery stalks finely chopped, 1 apple diced, and 1 cup chopped walnuts." Nana grabbed the walnuts, chopping them into bits while Yui diced the apple after removing the core. Momo tackled the celery, completing the task just as easily as the others. Ryuko mixed the food together, adding around 4 tablespoons of Dijon mustard and tasting it with her pinky. The other girls joined in, and after adding salt and pepper, they all agreed it was good. I need a little parsley, Ryuko said, and Nana went to grab it. Just a little will be fine, Ryuko added, and soon the parsley was sprinkled on top. They used whole grain bread for the sandwich, spreading the mixture between 2 slices before slicing them in half. We should try it, Momo suggested, liking her lips. This was a MidoRyuu recipe, and just the idea of it tasted good. Yeah, I think that's part of quality control, Nana chimed in. Each girl took half a sandwich, reducing the total count. Oh, that is good, Mei said, satisfied as she devoured her half. Now that was nice, the girls agreed, opening the fridge to see the food Izuku had prepared. They grabbed their overnight oats before moving toward the TV to watch some shows, enjoying their time before getting ready. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the gym doing dips when he received a phone call. Hello, Izuku speaking, he answered, not recognizing the number. Hello, brother, a sickly voice responded. Tamura, Izuku said, recognizing the voice. You remember me good. I will be the last thing you ever remember. I'm going to kill you. I am weak now, but in time, you will turn to dust. I cannot forgive you for what you did to father. We are flesh and blood, you don't turn on family. Shigaraki yelled through the phone. We can settle this now. Any place, any time, Izuku replied. No. This won't be done when you want it to be done. I get to decide when we are done, as I am the older brother. The call was disconnected, and Izuku quickly called Nizu. Don't worry about it, MidoRyuu. Right now, I have a hero team already locating Mr. Shigaraki. He is not in the country at the moment. Enjoy your time off today, you have more than earned it, Nizu reassured him. Izuku nodded through the call. Okay, sir, thank you, sir. He ended the call and checked the time, almost time for his date. Izuku stepped out of the gym, the sun still not risen. As he began to leave, he noticed Nana and Rumi walking toward him. Hey, Nana, Rumi, I didn't expect you two here this early, he said. Wanted to get at least somewhat of a pump going today, Nana replied, just as much a gym rat as Rumi and Izuku. Yeah, I went for a light workout. Didn't want to get too sore later, Rumi said with a smirk, playfully pressing against Izuku. Oh, I am going to make you sore tonight, she teased, and Izuku chuckled. Sure you will. He kissed her, and Rumi's teasing demeanor faded as her cheeks turned red. As Izuku pulled back, Rumi nearly stumbled forward but managed to regain her composure, trying to maintain a powerful facade. Why you're excused for now, go home you stink, she said, rushing into the gym to gather herself. Cute, Izuku remarked as Nana approached. I don't get anything, she said with a small pout. Izuku smiled and leaned in to kiss her, deepening the moment. There you go, he said, leaving Nana with a slight blush. As he headed toward the dorm, he took a deep breath, his own cheeks turning red. You're red in the face. You didn't go too heavy, did you? Momo asked. Izuku's face turned slightly redder. I went a bit harder than I should, but I'm fine, he assured her, and Momo didn't press further. He spent the early morning with Eri, making sure she ate her fruits. Oh, I am gonna take this, he said, slowly reaching for one of Eri's melon pieces. She claimed she was full, but the tasty fruit quickly disappeared as she proudly ate the last piece. Good job, Eri. He always steals my food like a meanie because I am not as fast as you, Achiko said, giving Izuku a playful glare. Achiko, it was one bite. You offered it, he replied. You're supposed to decline when offered. As the sun began to rise, the group decided it was best to have their date a bit earlier than planned, giving them more time together. Eri, you will listen, right? Eri nodded. Don't worry, Mido bro, I will make sure she has a good day. We're gonna hit some arms, Bakugo added from the kitchen. Okay, but no blood on her clothing, we don't have any more lemon juice, Rumi warned. Eri waved from the window as Izuku and the group walked toward the gate. I really hope they don't mess everything up, Izuku said, and Ryuko smiled. Don't worry, Kyoka and Achiko are still there, so it won't be as bad, she reassured him. The girls heading toward the picnic were the usual ones, the ones who followed the rules. The ones who would join Izuku at a disco were the more adventurous types. Who told you about this? Momo asked as they stood in front of a large forest. Kaneko, Yui replied softly. Well, she did say the open area was through the woods, Momo said, looking at the paper she had been given. At the split tree with a red and white band, walk forward for 200 meters and you'll arrive at paradise. The group walked forward, thankfully able to follow a somewhat clear path. Oh wow, Momo exclaimed. She had been to large parks before, but she had never seen anything like this. The grass seemed well maintained, while the trees formed a natural barrier alongside the unkempt grass. A few people were in the large open area and waved at the newcomers, but they kept to themselves. Let's set up. Open the bag, both Rumi and Izuku said to each other, looking confused. What? You got the bag of supplies, right? Izuku asked, but Rumi shook her head. No, I got the bag of food. What? No, I got the food. Izuku replied, tapping his bag. Oh dear, Momo said as they looked into both bags. They all turned to Momo, who dropped her head and said softly, but the economy. Rumi countered, you are so wealthy that even if you bought a frisbee and a cloth, you wouldn't notice the difference in your bank account. And if the economy collapses after they are added, it was going to collapse anyway. Momo nodded, realizing Rumi had a point. She lifted her shirt slightly and pulled out a large cloth. Thank you, Momo, Ryuko added as Momo also produced a soccer ball and a volleyball. Izuku plopped down on the ground, resting his hands behind his head as he looked at the sky. He soon felt a weight on his body as Rumi lay down and placed her head on his stomach. Yui quickly followed on the other side, resting her head on his chest. That looks fun, Mei said as she settled down near Izuku. Nana, Momo, and Ryuko sat down normally, watching the scene unfold. Wait, how do you have a bag of food? Nana asked, recalling the two bags. But woke up at like 6 to make food before heading to the gym, Rumi explained. We woke up at like 7 to make food, Izuku added. They sat in silence for a while, enjoying the sounds of nature and each other's company. Momo had moved to take over Izuku's arms, resting his head on her lap as she softly stroked his hair. Ryuko and Nana lay on the ground, allowing Izuku to pet their heads. This was all they wanted, just to be together. Hey, Izuku, Yui spoke up. Yeah. I don't like it when you get hurt. Please try to get hurt less. Yui's hand moved around the area where Izuku had been injured, and even though they could no longer feel the wound, the knowledge of it lingered. Yeah, we know you're strong, but you've been getting hurt a lot, Ryuko added. Ryuko really is the unkillable dragon of UA. She has never been hurt like you, Rumi said with a laugh. I try my best not to get hurt, but I'll try even harder, Izuku replied. I feel all icky because of that. Who wants to do something? I want to do something, Izuku, Yui said, earning some laughs. Momo, through her snickers, tried to scold her. Well, let's play frisbee and see where the night takes us, Izuku suggested. He would be lying if he said he didn't want to move closer to the girls. The girls jumped up, each using Izuku to push themselves up. Rumi grabbed the soccer ball, pointing at Ryuko, who shrugged in agreement. Yui picked up the frisbee, while Momo asked if they could enjoy it together. Nana grabbed the volleyball and looked at Mei, but the creator had already started tinkering with some tools she brought along. Well, guess it's us, Izuku said with a smile. Nana nodded as the three groups split up slightly. Nana spiked the ball high, and Izuku, with his palms together, easily hit it back. Nana spiked it again, but Izuku blocked it, sending it back in such a way that she had to underhand hit it. This allowed Izuku to spike it back to her, and the ball flew through the air, landing behind her. Point to me. We aren't doing points, you silly goose, Nana said, nose in the air. If she had made the first goal, they would have used points, but since Izuku was winning, why would they? This was a friendly game among friends. Izuku smiled knowingly as he watched Rumi and Ryuko, both competitive by nature. Rumi kicked the ball toward Ryuko, who let it bounce off her leg, catching it without using her arms. She stopped the movement of the ball completely. With a step back, she kicked it forward, using her dragon might. Rumi smirked as she blocked the ball effortlessly. You think you could do that against me? Rumi said, stopping the ball with just her chest. Without it even touching the floor, Rumi kicked the ball back. They bounced the ball back and forth, the speed and aggression unmatched between them. On the other side, Yui and Momo played a friendly game of frisbee. The disc glided through the sky as they chatted. "How is your internship going?" Yui asked Momo. "Rush is a great hero. I am learning quite a bit," Momo replied, throwing the disc. "Why don't you try and earn yourself an internship? Your grades are high enough to slack a little." Yui nodded. "I don't want the responsibility." She wanted to be a hero, but the idea of fighting in raids like Izuku felt like a big jump to her. "I get that. It was a big jump for me as well. I do like the responsibility it gives," Momo added. After a while, they decided it was lunchtime. "Well, I know our food is better," Rumi said. "I was taught by my mom how to cook." "So?" Momo replied. "We cooked it with love and care, and as you said before, we cooked it later, so it's fresher, meaning it's better." Rumi had not worked on it at all, yet she had woken up early anyway. "But you all had help, I did it on my own." As the groups argued, May decided to snack on a bell pepper. "These little cucumber sandwiches are nice," she added. Now all three groups looked down to see May enjoying the food. "Oh, give me some of those carrot slices," Rumi said, taking the hummus as well. "Here, have a BLT. We made it ourselves," Izuku happily offered, devouring at least 3 within moments. The girls were no better, munching on food themselves. It didn't take long for only crumbs to remain. Each of them had stuffed bellies and were sprawled out. Rumi lay on the floor, spread out like a star with a carrot stick still hanging from her mouth. "I'm stuffed. I don't think I can feel my legs anymore," Momo said, with only Ryuko and Izuku unaffected. "Being a dragon is like cheating," Ryuko said, patting her stomach. Izuku nodded and lay back, enjoying the sun, only to become everyone's pillow a moment later. With a smile, he asked, "I wonder how Eri is doing." Back at the dorm, Eri held a stick she had found on their walk. It looked like a wizard's staff, one that could unlock the secrets of the universe. She stood on the back of a kneeling Setsuna while the boys were on their knees, playfully praying to Queen Wizard Eri. The classmates looked on as Eri waved Izuku away, smirking at the prospect of playing with her all day. A mischievous plan was quickly set into motion. As soon as Eri turned back with a smile, Shiro jumped up, and Bakugo, Denki, and Kirishima followed suit, picking up Ida, Achiko, Kyoka, and Itsuka, the true rule followers. They ran them toward the walls as fast as they could. "What are you doing?" Achiko yelled at Kirishima as he held her arms in place. "Now, Shiro," Katsuki yelled, placing both Kyoka and Ida against the wall. Shiro nodded and shot out a bunch of tape, covering the walls and, most importantly, the rule followers. All 4 were taped to the wall as securely as possible. "Let me down," Itsuka said, smart enough not to have her hands taped, so even if she grew them, it would do nothing. "No, the ruleless rule now, ma," Denki declared with an evil laugh. Mina and Setsuna smirked as they stepped up. "Without the rules, we can have real fun." "I will not stand for this. I will inform the teacher of this behavior," Ida protested, looking at Komori. "You're not really standing anyway," she pointed out, earning giggles. "Why are they on the walls?" Eri asked, kneeling down next to Nomuri. "So we can have the most fun. Now, what do you want to do?" "Anything. The rules don't matter." "Anything," Eri said shyly. "I want a scoop of ice cream." She said it as if it were the worst thing in the world, confusing everyone since they had never banned her from eating ice cream. "2 scoops." "No, just 1 with whipped cream please, and lots of sprinkles," Eri said with a shy face. Some students had to hide their smiles as it was too adorable. Nomuri handed her the bowl. "Even a cherry," Eri exclaimed, shocked at the large scoop, a mountain of whipped cream, nearly half a bottle of sprinkles, and a single cherry on top. "Of course, we can go a little crazy," Nomuri said. "I'm taking the toaster," May tried, only to get her hands slapped away. "No, never. I remember you taking that blender before." "Damn it," May said, her head low. Guess her heat gun would just have to wait a little longer, or she could borrow one from a different dorm. "Can you let us down?" "Nope, can't do. You guys are fun stoppers." "No, I'm not. Let me down this instant so this can stop." Oh, I am one, fair enough, Achiko said, nodding as she heard herself say it. As Eri finished her bowl, she started moving it to the kitchen. Nemuri quickly grabbed it. You have fun, sweetie. I will clean it, she said, and Eri nodded. Can we watch cartoons? Oh, what about karaoke? Really? Without me? Kyoka said, her voice filled with disappointment. She had always been the best singer any of them had ever seen, but she was tied to the wall. Katsuki smirked. Oh, we have ways of making you sing if she wants to. Eri nodded, and Kirishima stood in front of Kyoka, his arms stretched up with a mic as she sang. Eri danced in the middle, holding hands with Yui as they spun around in joy, jumping slightly at some points. But after 2 songs, the joy had faded. Eri felt dizzy from all the dancing, Kirishima's arms started cramping, and Kyoka wanted to be freed. You know, when we get out, or at least when I get out, I'm going to kick your butt, Itsuka said toward Bakugo. Scaring me doesn't work, Mittens. Try it on Dunt's face or shitty hair, Bakugo replied, completely unfazed as he walked away. Let's go for a walk. We can find a cool stick maybe, Denki suggested, looking outside. Oh, I will call Mr. Aizawa to see if we can go toward the forest site, Himiko said. She pulled out her phone, and right away, the ones on the wall started yelling for help. It's your boy Mike on the mic. How can the MC help you today? Hello, sir. Help us. We are tied to the walls. I was wondering. Save us, Mr. Aizawa. If we could head toward. They have stopped following the rules. The forest, Eri, for a walk with Eri. Sure wa. Himiko hung up, not needing to know about the screams. See, can I go? Eri asked Achiko, her puppy eyes too powerful to resist. Of course, but wear a jacket, it might be too cold outside. Eri nodded as she grabbed her coat from Tokoyami. The entire class basically left, with only a couple staying behind. I'm really sorry about this, but it's gonna go crazy soon, Siro said. I get Ida, but why me? Kyoka asked, wanting to maintain some order. Yeah, why us? I don't know. Bakugo kinda just told us. I'm going to kill him, Achiko said, thrashing around the tape. And me. If you let us out now, you're safe. Siro looked around, rubbing his hands on his breathes. DMN fine. He quickly ran to the kitchen to grab a knife. He cut out Achiko first, Itsuka second, and Kyoka last. Me? Ida asked with Siro nodding. Them I can trust, you I can't. Plus, you won't kill me either way, they might. I do not like the things I heard, but they are all correct, and I respect your honesty. Eri was at the front of the pack, slightly behind Mina and Nemuri, who made sure they were going the correct way, only because Setsuna was also near them. Left, Setsuna called out. Mina relayed that to Eri, who stopped for a second, popped both her hands up, holding an L with both of them before turning the correct way. It was a long walk, but the class didn't mind at all, mostly because Eri was adorable the entire way. I can see it. Nijire exclaimed with joy as she started running. Eri ran right with her. Whoa, little listeners, what do you think you're doing here? Present Mike was waiting at the gate, confused and curious. Oh, we are gonna walk with Eri. What was the yelling about then? Himiko tried to give an excuse. They taped people to the wall. Yui snitched. Who? Oh, can they still breathe? Yes, sir. You making sure they eat and drink? Yes, sir. You gonna let them out? Yes, sir, later, sir. Cool. Have fun, I guess. Present Mike then walked away. He had been part of the pranks to tape people to walls before. It was a ritual many would have to go through. I expected detention, Kirishima said, surprised. Aizawa might give it anyway, Katsuki added with a shrug. The gate opened, and Eri was inside. They had one goal, find the coolest stick. Oh yeah, look at this. Denki said proudly, holding a stick that looked like a scimitar, complete with a small cross guard and a curved blade. Very cool, but your stick lacks range, Mina pointed out, showcasing a perfect bow stick, curved with a handle in the middle. Weak all of you. Look, a wand, Katsuki said, holding up a thin, small stick that twisted around itself, thinning at the top, resembling a powerful wizard's wand. Forfeit, as the stick gods deemed me the winner, Komori announced, appearing with Ibra, who held stick guns. Ibra clearly had a shotgun stick, while Komori held two similar sticks that looked like pistols. 9mm beats magic, beach, Komori said, but they were all lost as the true winner arrived. Eri held the stick above her head with both arms. It was massive, about the length of All Might. The stick was straight but had begun to warp slightly at the top, where it split apart to form a cage with a pine cone stuck inside. The winner was clear. Some had found ordinary sticks for walking, while others had found nothing, but now they all fell to their knees in defeat. I am the Stick Queen, Eri yelled, shaking the stick, which was too heavy for her to use effectively. All hail Queen Eri, Shinso proclaimed, bowing to his niece. The class echoed his sentiment. Bakugo stood up defiantly. I won't lose to you. Eri pointed her stick at him. Pa, she said, causing Katsuki to stiffen and then fall back, his tongue sticking out. Oh Queen Eri, it's time for your cartoons. We must return. Eri yelled. Shinso lifted her onto his shoulders, allowing her to hold onto her powerful stick without getting tired. As they reached the dorm, Bakugo, Denki, and Kirishima were quickly grabbed by Achiko, who levitated them to the ceiling. What is this? You can't do this. Katsuki shouted, but Achiko looked proud, ignoring his threats. That is a very cool stick, Eri. Want me to put it in your room? Eri nodded and headed toward the couch. With Achiko freed, there was a bit more peace, though Ida remained duct-taped to the wall and was now asleep. Kyoka and Eri sat on the couch watching cartoons as dorm life returned to normal, not that being taped was really that different. Annoying that we couldn't even get to the death match, Katsuki grumbled from the ceiling. Come on, Bakubro, we made our bed, we have to sit in it, Kirishima replied, ready for the consequences of their plan. I'm fine with it, but why is that traitor not up here? Denki pointed at Shiro, who was enjoying the normal floor. He let us out, so he deserves it. But don't think he will walk away without punishment, Itsuka said, cracking her knuckles. You're not gonna hit me, right? Shiro asked nervously. Nope, but... She grabbed him while Kyoka took his phone. They opened the group chat. Oi bunny, we sparring next time or are you a scared little rabbit? Shiro panicked at their messages. Later, Rumi returned but went straight to her room instead of confronting Shiro. Izuku entered with the rest of the girls. Yo, why? Rumi started, then chased after Izuku after he kissed her. Nana, she said with a laugh as she plopped down in front of the TV next to Eri. How you doing, sweetie? Good. I got ice cream after you left. Wow, nice, Nana replied, slightly confused by the sight of Ida on the wall and the boys asleep on the ceiling. Izuku smiled as he walked into the dorm. Achiko kissed him on the cheek while Eri played with dolls alongside Denki and Kirishima. Good morning, Papa. Eri waved her arms excitedly. Good morning, Eri. Did you sleep well? I did. I dreamt about chicken nuggets, and Bummy said she would get me some for dinner. Izuku smiled, noticing Rumi hidden under blankets. Did Bummy really say that? Eri nodded. Izuku headed to the kitchen, but his phone rang. Hello? This is MidoRyuu speaking. Oh right, I forgot to share my new number. Izuku's. Rex. Good morning, Rex. Why are you calling? Well, a couple of things. I saw your raid. You did well. Both Toru and I were wondering if we could come by again and see how far you've come, if everyone else is okay with it. I think so, they have been training hard. Izuku could hear cheering on the other end. Then the other part, in my eyes, is dozens of times more important. Izuku felt a strange aura through the phone. Can my sweet baby daughter have a playdate? Izuku nearly face-planted. Why yeah, I would like that. Eri could use a friend her age. A dragon friend, Rex reminded him. I will come by later today, I already cleared it with Nizu. Rex hung up, and Izuku quickly grabbed Eri. Hey Eri, how would you like to make a new friend today? Eri nodded happily. She should be around your age, and she is a dragon. Really? Izuku nodded. Rex is stopping by today. He wants to test me but also set up some playdates. Around 2 hours later, Rex, Toru and their daughter Kanna arrived. MidoRyuu! Toru screamed as she dashed forward, fist pulled back. Izuku smirked and caught her fist, stopping her in her tracks. She grinned widely. Strong. She twisted, trying her best to throw Izuku. Yet he remained strong on his feet, barely moving an inch. It's no longer that easy. Instead, Izuku threw Toru. His grip on her hand gave him the perfect advantage. Toru laughed as she flew through the sky, catching herself and gracefully landing. You are way better than before. I could almost call you a hero. Toru rolled up her sleeves, and Izuku simply cracked his back as he stood to the side. Beat her up, Papa. Eri cheered. Izuku nodded. Don't get distracted. Toru was on Izuku within a second, but he was more than ready. With his arm up, he braced himself against her. Her downward fist stopped in its tracks, but she counted on it, swiping at him with her large green dragon tail, knocking Izuku back. Oh, we are cheating now, he said, dusting himself off as he went right back to Toru. As this was happening, Rex walked up toward Eri, dropping to both his knees and sitting on his heels. Hello, my name is Rex. I have helped Izuku before. Hi, I'm Eri, she replied, offering her hand as she had been taught was polite. Rex took it and shook. This is my daughter Kanna. She is around your age. Kanna, say hi. Kanna looked at Eri. Hi, she said plainly. Do you want to play with my dolls? I have lots of them. Kanna looked at Rex, who gave a nod, and she then nodded back. Both girls ran inside to grab Eri's dolls, with Rex following them and choosing a seat that allowed him to see outside. Oi, lizards, hurry that stuff up, I call next. Bakugo roared. He had been looking forward to getting back at Toru from their previous fight. Both Izuku and Toru were going at it, and the force they generated sent waves of wind pressure washing over the students who watched. Izuku's palm struck her back, and she nearly shot into the dirt, but with her wings, she caught herself, flying over the ground before circling back to Izuku and tackling him like a missile. His feet dug into the dirt, tearing up grass, rock, and pathing as Izuku stopped her, his hands around her waist as she buried her shoulder in his gut. Toru backed off, and Izuku threw her off him. He quickly pulled himself out of the dirt and rushed back at her, his fist pulled back. He swiped at her, but Toru was too agile. You might beat me in strength, but you're still too slow for me. Oh, that is because I have been leading you on, Izuku replied. Toru's eyes went wide. She often played the airhead, forgetting to think. Quickly looking behind her, she thought he had indeed lured her into a trap, but the back was clear. Before she could react, Izuku grabbed her by the head and slammed her down. Ha, you totally got me. Toru laughed as she gave up, dusting herself off and rubbing the grass out of her hair as she shook her head. That was smart. Thanks, no other way to get you. She wrapped her arm around him, pulling him down to give him a playful noogie as she messed with his hair. Now then, Bakugo, right? Bring it, Pop Rocks. Oh, I am gonna get you. Bakugo shot forward with 2 explosions. Izuku looked out the window as Rex opened it. Very impressive, using my wife's weakness to defeat her strength. Thanks. Seems like they are having fun. Kirishima and Mina had joined the doll playing, with Kirishima as a cashier and Mina as his manager, scolding him because the Strawberry Delight cupcakes were still in the back, despite him telling Eri and Kanna they were gone. Eri and Kanna were now pretending to eat those cupcakes, even wiping imaginary strawberry cream off their cheeks. I feel we are both grateful for this. What do you mean? Izuku was confused. He should be the grateful one. While everyone at the dorm treated Eri well, basically as if she were family, she didn't have anyone her age to call a friend. Kanna has a hard time making friends herself. Ignoring the fact she is a dragon, she struggles to express herself. She is very soft-spoken and quiet. When she does show emotions, it's through subtle expressions. Rex looked at his daughter with a soft smile. But Eri does not seem to mind. They connect on some level. I haven't seen Kanna smile for this long since she and Toru pranked me with a recording of a bee in the headrest of my car. Rex said this slightly embarrassed, and Izuku laughed but quickly stopped himself. That's evil, he said between chuckles. Good that you can find humor in my suffering. Rex replied, trying to suppress a laugh. Come on, Pop Rocks, you were doing something right. Tora held Bakugo in a headlock while holding his feet. She had some burn marks on her, and while Toru normally won the speed game, she and Bakugo were tied. However, Toru started winning when she turned it from a glorified tag match to a brute force fight. This didn't go over easily as Bakugo fought back, but in the end, Toru won. Oh man, that tired me out. Rex, you're up. Toru ran back into the dorm, joining Eri and Kanna in their play. Rex stepped out. Any wish to test their might? I would, but I already went, Izuku said, curious about how he would match against Rex as well. Ryuko stepped up, determination in her eyes. I hope I will stand a chance, she said kindly, with Rex nodding in encouragement. I am sure you will do quite well. He bent his knees slightly, one arm tight to his side while the other extended out. Bring it, Ryuko. Show me the might of the first female dragon hero. Ryuko nodded and ran forward, her speed impressing Rex as she nearly reached Izuku's level. She threw an overhand right, which Rex easily deflected, but she anticipated this and used it to build momentum for her next move. She unleashed a powerful underhand liver shot aimed perfectly at Rex. He couldn't deflect it, but he managed to block it, sending him flying back nearly 4 yards. That was powerful, he said, flicking his hand back and forth. Now bring it to me, I wish to test my defenses. Rex smiled at her confidence. The girl who once thought she would always play second fiddle was finally coming into her own as a powerful hero. Meanwhile, the girls had transformed their space from a shopping mall to a model runway show. Momo had neatly organized the dolls in boxes, while Eri and Kanna tried on different dresses. Thankfully, both had a similar build, allowing the dresses Inko bought to fit them well. They wore bright outfits and had fun experimenting with shoes and makeup. Eri twirled in a pink dress that was a bit too large, while Kanna donned a yellow sundress, maintaining her usual emotionless expression as she walked the runway. Kaminari stepped out in a fabulous dress adorned with a massive pink frill, complete with an appealing corset design. He wore thick red lipstick and high-heeled boots, swaying his hips with each step. As he joined Eri, he struck a pose, flipping his hair dramatically. Wow, I never expected him to pull that off, someone remarked, prompting laughter from the others. Back with Rex and Ryuko, Rex smiled as he charged at her. Despite being years older, Ryuko had worked hard and was nearly matching his strength. As Rex threw punch after punch, Ryuko blocked each one, choosing not to deflect or evade, but to gauge her own strength. With each blow, she seemed to grow more resilient, her skin instinctively hardening into scales. You have become a wonderful fighter, Rex acknowledged. But let's see how you do with everything. He shifted into a hybrid form, his fists turning to scales and his eyes glowing brightly. Ryuko responded with a swift kick that landed squarely in Rex's gut, sending him back. Truly impressive, he chuckled, recognizing that both Izuku and Ryuko had surpassed him and Toru in skill. As the battle intensified, Rex found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep up with Ryuko's relentless attacks. After blocking a right hook, he was caught off guard by a straight left, rolling back and landing flat on his back, out of breath. I give, you win, he admitted. Ryuko's face lit up with a massive smile. Really? I won? She asked in amazement. Rex sat up, nodding. You were always going to win in a fight, dear Ryuko. This does show that from now on, the training that Toru and I can share with you will focus on dragon energy and phrases, Ryuko said with a smile. Feeling proud of his progress, Rex got back up, dusting himself off. Izuku is still stronger than me, he admitted with a nod. No matter how much you try, that won't change. He was born into a very important role, one that he chose to embrace for good. Rex looked inside the dorm and saw Izuku laughing with Eri and Kanna. No matter how I see him as a boy, he truly will be a divine force of power. The likes of All Might will fail to compare. He noticed some of the class around them. Yet even here, there will be those who will push Izuku to grow more than he would normally. Ryuko nodded, feeling no jealousy toward Izuku's strength. Feel proud, you beat me, Rex said with a smile as he made his way inside. Toru, however, wanted to keep the fun going. Rumi, inspired by Ryuko's victory, was eager to prove her own strength. "Well, bring it on, you rabbit," Toru teased with a grin. Rumi frowned, her ears twitching. "I'm going to show you," she declared as she shot forward, her body low to the ground. In just 2 jumps, she was on Toru. Toru's eyes widened at Rumi's speed, but as Rumi landed, she executed a handstand, slamming her heels down onto Toru. The force drove Toru's heels into the ground, but she held her ground. "Wrong move," Toru shouted as she twisted her body, executing a full 360-degree turn that sent Rumi back to her starting position. Rumi quickly got back up, undeterred. She jumped high into the air, spinning mid-flight and bundling herself tightly. At the peak of her jump, she extended her leg for a powerful downward kick. Toru braced for impact, but Rumi's second leg struck her head, causing her to lose her footing and drop to a knee, hands pressed on the ground. Blinking a few times, Toru shook her head, and Rumi looked concerned. "How did you do that?" Toru exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Tell me, that was awesome." The rest of the day continued in high spirits. Just before dinner, Rumi finished explaining the last part of her attack, Luna Plena. With Toru having learned it, they were able to enjoy dinner and relax. Rush said he would be available tomorrow, Momo announced, and the group nodded in agreement. "Who is that, Papa?" Eri asked. "Rush is the hero that Momo, Achiko, and Tsuyu intern with. He is a very kind man that both Nana and I trained under," Rex explained. "Wow, he must be really strong," Eri said, her eyes wide with admiration. "Ranked 5th in all of Japan," Izuku added. While Eri didn't fully understand the significance, she was still impressed. Rush arrived early the next morning. "Good morning," he greeted as he opened the door, smiling at the students. The 40-plus students, all dressed in PE outfits, were ready for him. "Oh, you are all ready," Nana said proudly. Rush grinned. "Oh really? Let's test that, shall we? How about a light jog?" he suggested as he stepped outside. They started slow, a pace nearly everyone could maintain. "Can I get what she is getting?" Mineta asked, breathing heavily as he struggled to keep up. He pointed at Eri, who sat on Izuku's shoulder. "Don't be lazy, just keep up. You want to be a hero, don't you?" Bakugo called from the front of the pack. "Yeah, girls don't like guys who get winded that easily," Nemuri added playfully, giving Mineta a boost of motivation. "Just maintain your breathing. Don't start gasping, focus on your rhythm," Rush advised, showing no signs of fatigue himself. "A hero needs to stay active for ages. You can't just take a break when villains attack. Come on, everyone, we can do this. Don't let him win this early," Izuku encouraged, his own breath steady thanks to his genetics. Both he and Ryuko were unfazed, even if they weren't as conditioned as Rush. "I believe in you," Eri chimed in, her cheerful words giving the students a surge of energy and determination. The multiple-mile warm-up run that felt more like a marathon finally ended after nearly an hour and a half. Gasping for air and nearly collapsing, the students fell onto the floor at the front of the dorm. Only a few were still standing. "Now then, let's spar," Rush said, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, his breathing controlled. "While I do not discourage a spar, I will first do my stretching to avoid injuries," Ida stated. "Well, I am ready," Rumi declared, eager to spar against Rush, a fighter focused on speed. "All right, Rumi Usajiyama, please try your best." Rumi leaned back before dashing toward Rush, staying low. As she got close, she spun around, attempting a sweeping kick. Calm as ever, Rush jumped over her kick and pushed her down. "Always try to maintain balance. Never give up balance for power," he advised, allowing her to get back up. This time, Rumi aimed a high kick at Rush's head, but her form was still basic. Moves like that are easy to spot. While you might have the speed advantage against most, you won't against me. Rush stopped her kick effortlessly, his foot resting on her ankle. When she tried again with a kick to his midsection, he grabbed her leg, stepping closer and placing his leg behind hers, pushing her over once more. "You won't always be the fastest. Try to improve that aspect." Rumi grumbled as she walked away, and Itsuka stepped forward. "Could I?" Rush nodded. "Try your best, Itsuka Kendo." He had researched all the students and knew Izuku was a martial artist who skillfully used her quirk. Izuku brought her arms forth, pushing her palm forward. "You want me to attack you?" Rush moved with impeccable speed, even while holding back. He palmed her hand out of the way and struck her shoulder. Just before she could counter, he felt a powerful strike to his side, sending him back with a smile. "You used my first touch as an indicator for your quirk. Your fist was already in position. You're too quick to attack straight on, but this way, you're essentially fighting against yourself," Rush observed as Izuku took a new stance. He could only smile. Her stance was perfect. No matter where he attacked, he would get hit back. He could use his quirk to land multiple blows before she felt the first attack, but this was one of the most impressive displays he had seen at their age. Seems this would end in a stalemate. "Well done, Izuku Kendo." Rush looked at the class to see who would face him next. Achiko and Momo were breathing heavily, still trying to catch their breath, while Tsuyu lay flat on her stomach, seemingly exhausted. He glanced at his older students, Izuku and Nana, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Ryuko, smiling as they observed the fight. "I would like to try my hand," Nito Monoma said. "So, who have you copied?" Rush asked. "That's a secret." "Best of luck," Monoma replied with a grin. Both stepped back, moments passing in silence as they waited for the first move. "Well then," Rush said, dashing forward with a slight increase in speed, fast enough for someone skilled to react. This was a test to see which quirk Monoma would use. As Rush threw his first blow, he felt a kick to his gut, sending him back. He noticed Monoma's bunny ears vanish as his eyes turned into slits, and his skin took on a scaly texture. Rush recognized the transformation as Monoma dashed forward. He stepped back to dodge a downward hammer fist and countered with 3 punches to Monoma's arm. The strikes seemed ineffective, and Monoma swung back, landing a backhand on Rush's chest. "Oh wow, impressive. That hit hurt," Rush said, rubbing his chest. "Thank you, but it seems I can no longer use my arm," Monoma replied, his arm hanging limply. "I see. It seems my 3 blows caused your arm to dislocate when you tried to attack me. I could put it back if you'd like," Rush offered, stopping the fight. Monoma nodded. "Miss Yaoyorozu, please make me a sling, and could Mr. Todoroki perhaps offer some ice?" Rush grabbed Monoma's arm, feeling how the joint had popped out. "Don't worry, it will be over quickly." "Oh my, what is that?" Rush pointed at the gate. Everyone turned their heads. At that moment, Rush pulled Monoma's arm back into place, allowing the ball of the upper arm to slip back into its socket. "Ack!" Monoma groaned in pain, nearly falling from the shock. "You should have warned me," he said, slightly annoyed at the surprise. "That is often worse, as you focus more on the pain. Now, don't move your arm and go to recovery, girl." Rush placed Monoma's arm in a sling and set ice on top of his shoulder. "Now that that's over, is there anyone who wishes to fight me now?" "You BC," a voice screamed, and everyone looked at the dust cloud approaching them. Izuku and Nana recognized the voice, and by the scared look on Rush's face, they instantly knew they were correct. Like a missile, Kai attacked Rush, her feet burying into his gut for a solid second before kicking him back at breakneck speed, sending him ragdolling several meters as she landed on her feet. Her eyes scanned the students, the draconic slits staring them down with a power that could intimidate the untrained. "Baby!" she exclaimed, noticing the child sitting on Mina's lap, eating apple slices while watching cartoons. Kai rushed toward Eri, stopping just before getting close and kneeling down. "Oh my god, you are such an adorable little drakelet." Eri looked at Kai, trying to understand. "Are you?" Kai nodded, showing her pupils that had changed to slits. Eri's eyes widened in wonder. She had discovered so many new dragons since Izuku saved her, going from feeling alone to being surrounded by her kind. "Kai, why did you attack me?" Rush asked as he crawled back. "You left to see the baby dragon without me." Rush recalled that morning. "Hey babe, I'm gonna check on the students today. We could even meet that adorable baby the girls keep talking about," he had said as he stepped into the bedroom. A very grumpy and still sleeping Kai lay spread eagle, her pink pajamas covering her as the blanket lay thrown next to the bed. "Kai, sweetie, you said you wanted to meet her." Grumbles were the only response as Kai rolled over, burying her face in the pillows. Kai, you can't blame me then, I am trying to wake you up. Kai threw a pillow at him. I'm sleeping, she groaned before snoring loudly. Rush shook his head, left a note, and departed. Totally my fault. I'll work on communicating better next time, Rush said, laying his head down in defeat. Eri, this is Kai. Kai, this is Eri. Kai offered her hand with a smile as Izuku introduced them. Hello, Eri, she said. Hi, Eri replied, still a little shy. Kai kept looking at Eri's cute face, her mind drifting to her own past. With the biggest smile she had ever had, she lifted Rush effortlessly, whispering something in his ear that made his face turn bright red with a goofy smile. She then dropped him, and he fell like a sack of potatoes. Kai walked toward Izuku and Ryuko. You too with me, she said, grabbing both of their ears before they could argue. What? They asked, confused and slightly worried. You need to promise me something. The playful, childish Kai had vanished, replaced by a young woman who seemed like the wife of the number 5 hero. I will give both of you 3 years. In that time, you need to sway the public's perception of dragons. Why 3 years? Izuku asked. Eri, Kai said with a smile. I never wanted children. I believed it would be a curse to burden them with the hatred of the public. To cause them hurt would break me. But seeing Eri, that small drakelet sitting there, surrounded by those who care for her, I want that. So I will give you 3 years. Izuku nodded. I will try to do it in a year. Kai smiled and playfully punched him in the gut, causing him to drop to his knee in surprise. Oh, you wimp, he said, jumping at her and grabbing her by the ankle. I caught an intruder, he yelled, forcing the class to laugh as Eri clapped. Reaviain he piop. Kai screamed only to laugh as well. Rush remained on the ground, still frozen by the news he had received. Izuku swung Kai around for a minute before letting her down. Eri grabbed her hand. Do you want to play with me? She asked. Kai nodded enthusiastically, and both ran back toward the dorm, planning to play with all the toys. Well, Rush, you still ready and willing to spar? Nana asked, cracking her knuckles. Oh, what day is it again? Rush jumped up, dusting himself off. Beatdown day. Rush leaned back, dodging a high kick. Seems you are mistaken, he said, throwing a punch with his knuckle out. Nana, however, punched right back, their fists colliding. Both groaned in pain as they shook their hands. Don't try to fight my game, force your opponent to play yours, Rush explained. He tried his best to make his lessons apply to everyone. Oh, I know. Just watch me, Nana said, brimming with confidence. Dashing forward, she attempted to hit him with her elbow, but Rush simply sidestepped her move. Her eyes went wide as she exclaimed, Oh, flipperea. She was thrown back in a German suplex. Rush stood ready again. Die loser. Bakugo shouted as he flew in. He had waited patiently, as his internship had advised him. They knew Bakugo could fight anyone, but his eagerness to prove himself often led him to take on more than he could handle. Now, he was observing, looking for the best course of action. Bakugo landed a quick blow to the ground in front of Rush, creating a large area of effect explosion. Chunks of grass and dirt flew toward Rush, but with his speed, he slapped each one aside, keeping himself clean despite the mess around him. With a final slap, Bakugo popped out from the side. Eat this, he yelled, pushing his palm toward Rush. Rush deflected it easily, pushing Bakugo's wrist aside to keep both of them safe. But Bakugo smirked, Gotcha. Rush felt the impact on his gut and laughed. Oh, you won't. Bakugo ripped his wrist free as he walked off. What do you think? You were the only one holding back? He said with a smug expression. Bravo, young Bakugo, truly impressive, Rush replied. Let's go, bro, you are totally manly. Kirishima cheered, while Tetsu headbanged in agreement. Should we have one more spar? Rush asked, glancing at his watch. He wanted to do more than just spar, he intended to train them in real skills as well. Shoto Todoroki stepped forward. I will try my best. All right, Rush said, and Shoto froze the floor, encasing Rush's legs in ice up to his thighs. He then prepared a fireball aimed at Rush, believing he had the upper hand. However, Rush increased his speed tenfold, warming his body just enough to break free from the ice and vanish completely in less than a tenth of a second. He appeared behind Shoto, his fingers pressed against his neck. "You did very well. I understand why your father takes pride in you," Rush said as Shoto lowered his hands. "Well, that was it for the spars. Let's head inside and eat something. You'll need the energy for the training we will be doing," Rush told them, wondering what kind of trouble his wife was causing. Just then Ida approached. "I have completed my mandatory stretching and am ready to engage in combat with our instructor today," he declared, fist raised. "Oh, you're too late, bud. We just finished sparring. Better luck next time," Rush replied. Ida's head dropped in defeat. "Even after all my stretching?" Rush looked at the students as they ate, devising a game plan for all of them. It was a challenge, but he never backed down from difficult tasks. He needed to create a fitting training schedule that would enhance the quirks of around 48 students. He surveyed the class, already having a plan for most of them. Thankfully, they were only in their first year of hero training, with plenty of room for improvement despite their impressive skills. After their hour-long lunch, which included about 10 to 15 minutes of eating and the rest spent playing with Eri, they were ready to start training. Eri had been using her stick to cast spells as Kai ran around in a dark robe, pretending to be an evil sorceress's apprentice. They were battling an imaginary monster hippo that devoured happiness and cookies, fighting for their treats. "So then, we should start with the training, right?" Katsuki said dismissively as he walked off on his own. Rush chuckled. He liked Katsuki. The tough exterior reminded him of Kai. Katsuki's words were just a facade. He didn't want help but would accept advice on improvement. Rush planned to guide Bakugo later but decided to let him figure things out for now. "Ashido, you create acids, am I right?" Rush asked. "Yes, sir," Mina replied. "So, I assume your body can handle the acids you create?" "Yes, sir. I'm immune to acids, at least the not super powerful ones." Rush nodded as Mina explained her quirk. "I assume you're working on that?" "I am. Over time, I'm trying to improve the acidity," she said with a big smile. "Good. Try and cover your arms with it. With a high enough corrosiveness, you could become nearly untouchable." Mina sounded confused. "Acidity. Oh, okay, sir. Will do." Mina stepped aside to avoid accidentally harming anyone and began creating a low corrosive acid, slowly building it up. "Miss Jiro, I have heard good things about you and your jacks," Rush said, catching Kyoka by surprise. She had assumed she would barely be noticed among her classmates. "Many high-ranking heroes in the rescue scene are looking forward to your debut on the free market." "Are really?" Kyoka replied, her voice filled with disbelief. Rush nodded. "I would love to offer you an internship when you reach that stage. Your quirk works with sound, which means you can do so much, like locating living people. With support gear, you could even locate those who are no longer alive due to the echoes they create. So, keep improving." Kyoka nodded, feeling encouraged. "We are doing so by tagging." Rush laughed. "That's a very valid form of training. Speaking of that, Uraraka, you should also train in tag." Achiko nodded, having already been practicing. She had also been incorporating martial arts training to enhance her skills, with Rush as her instructor. "Well, let's see. You are Tokoyami, correct?" Rush asked, and Tokoyami nodded. "I'm Koko." Dark shadow popped out from his shoulder. "Oh yes, you are the sentient quirk user. Very unique, very difficult," Rush remarked, contemplating. "How is your hand-to-hand combat?" "The room of skill is not yet properly illuminated," Tokoyami replied. Rush tried to decipher his words, but Dark Shadow chimed in. He said he still needs improvement. Rush chuckled. "Miss Uraraka, please study your skills with Tokoyami. Both of you can benefit from that." "To be fair, I think many would improve with that," Rush said, surveying the class. "Hatsum, Rin, Minoma, Tsuburaba, Shota, Komori, Yui, Kuwar, Kaibara, Aways, Toru, Sato, Shoji, Tsu, and Kiyama, go work on your martial arts skills as well. Hitoshi, Himiko, Ojiro, and Kendo, I want you to focus on improving your martial arts too. The large group nodded in agreement. For Rush, martial arts were a crucial skill, one he was still learning and improving. You need to be better than the villains you encounter. While most lack skill, some have at least a level of it, and you must be able to counter them. For the rest of you, working on either your strength or your quirks will be essential. Izuku, you need to enhance your quirk skills. You're already incredibly powerful, but see if you can improve the boosts you give, not just to yourself but to others as well. Izuku nodded and headed to the dorm to grab his notebook, planning to study and meditate to enhance his power. Shishida, I want to see if your quirk can improve your physical strength. You're already an impressive specimen, so aim for plus ultra, Rush instructed. Shishida nodded and moved to a side area, ready to use bodyweight training for improvement. Oh, you're the boy who can soften things, correct? Rush asked Juzo, who nodded. Rush tapped his lip thoughtfully. You should work on your swimming cardio. I've seen videos of your fighting style, and while it's unique, constant swimming requires a different level of stamina. See if you can access UA's pools and maintain a steady speed for an hour or two. Juzo's eyes widened. Yes sir, he replied, a bit unsure. Rumi crossed her arms, looking annoyed. What's the problem with you? Nothing, she replied with a hint of attitude. Well, don't be so down. For your training, I have something I used to do, weighted fighting. Rumi's interest peaked, and Rush continued. We'll add a significant amount of weight to your legs and arms. Rumi liked the sound of that but remained quiet, hoping for an even tougher challenge. Then you'll work out as normal. That sounds fun. Rumi exclaimed, her competitive spirit shining through. To give you a fair opponent, Ryuko, why don't you join her? Rush suggested. Ryuko nodded, eager to improve, even if she knew she wasn't on Izuku's level of strength. I will do my best, she said, and both girls excitedly went to grab the weighted bracelets, boasting about how much weight they would carry. What about me, sir? Nan asked. You need to work on your quirk. You lack the skill and finesse to use it to its fullest. Focus on using different percentages on various parts of your body to enhance your speed while minimizing impact, Rush advised. Nana had never considered that before. Her eyes lit up with the realization of a new way to utilize her quirk. She had always used the same percentage across her body, but now she understood how to apply it strategically. Rush looked at the others he hadn't addressed yet. You all will be learning about your quirks as well. While the physical side of fighting is important, mastering your quirks is essential. I'll do my best to help you. You lack mobility. In everything I see of you, I believe that in time you will make a perfect long-range support fighter, but you have to work on your mobility. You cannot just stand still in the same location. Yuga nodded his head. Oui, monsieur, je vais m'entraîner à améliorer ma mobilité. Ah, Tenya Ida, I apologize for earlier. Ida had his head down. No, sir, it's my fault. I was so focused on trying not to injure myself that I forgot a hero does not have the flexibility to work on his stretching in times of need. In fact, you taught me a valuable lesson in priority. Rush accepted this. Most heroes did indeed stretch, they just did so before their patrol. Getting a cramp while in a foot chase was just bad. Well, for your training, I remember your brother Tensei removing the engines to strengthen them. Indeed, sir. That is a training method. It's extremely painful. Still, I would suggest doing it at least twice a week. The stronger they get, the better you become. Ida nodded with pride. I shall do so, sir. I will follow your advice and push through the pain, all to save more people and become a better hero. Rush smiled as Ida began to pull them out, grinding his teeth as he struggled against the pain. But he was determined to do whatever he could to be a true hero. You two jokesters. Sorry, sir, Kirishima said, laughing slightly at a joke Denki had just told him. You two should work together. You shock him and you block him. Rush looked around. You, Tetsu, join in as well. Tetsu nodded excitedly and ran over to his two friends. Let's get this manly training started, he exclaimed, transforming into his metal form and rushing at Kirishima, who went into his rocky form before taking a headbutt straight on. I am sorry, little one. Rush placed his hand on Koda's shoulder. He looked up at the older man. You are going to walk toward the second and third year dorms and vocally introduce yourself to them. Koda's eyes went wide as he shook his head. Rush merely nodded. He would have to, for the sake of training. Todoroki, you go with him. You are also socially inept. Alright, what is our goal? Make friends? Rush said with a shrug. Shoto nodded as he walked with Koda, who started signing that it would be torture. Momo, I have finished your training plan. I was planning to give it to you when you came back in a couple of days. Here. Rush pulled out a small book. Sir, these are just cartoon pictures. Yes, those are manga/comic book weapons and armor, with descriptions of how they are made. You will now make them. Oh, but they don't exist. Indeed, I want to see where your quirk limit is. Oh, okay, sir. Momo went to sit close to Izuku, learning how to make fake items a reality. Kamakiri, you and your blades just require a little more skill. Why don't you and Pony work together? I think it would help Pony with making her attacks seem less obvious, and it would help you with your reaction time as well as your overall skill. Yes, horse girl, let's kill each other. Pony did an army chant, ready for action. Oh perfect, Siro, together with Mineta, Ibara, Setsuna, and Bondo, work on capturing Hado, because Hado has to work on her stamina. So? Nijire asked with a smile, but Rush cut her off. Yes, you get to play tag. Ooh. Nijire began sprinting away. Oi, wait up. Let me touch you a little if I capture you. MidoRyuu would kill you. Let me not touch you a little if I capture you. Mineta quickly changed his tune. Then Reiko and Manga, you two are the last ones standing. Rush looked at both of them. Manga, the best thing for you to do would be to sit with MidoRyuu and Yaoyorozu to study new words. The more words you know, the better off you will be in different situations. Manga nodded. As for you, Reiko Yanagi, I think I should add you to weight training. See if your carry weight is the limit of what you can use with your mind powers. Rush said, finishing his instructions. Now all he had to do was sit back and watch a grateful class as the sun stood high. It had been a couple of days since Rush had helped them train. They finally had a free day to go on a date again. Oh, we should go shopping. Find ourselves a nice outfit to dance in, Mina cheered, jumping up and down with excitement for their upcoming date. Namuri, Setsuna, Himiko, and Nijire joined in the enthusiasm. I don't know, do we really have to? Achiko asked, not wanting to mindlessly spend money. We have to. We need to look really good and make the guys jealous, Namuri said with a smirk. And why do you have to do that? Nana wondered, slightly confused. Namuri's smirk grew bigger. Because having Izuku fight for me is kinda really hot. This doesn't really help his image of being a villainous dragon, Momo pointed out. Namuri pouted slightly but nodded. Still, I want to feel good. You girls can go. I like my wardrobe the way it is, Kyoka said, not interested in playing dress-up. While she didn't mind shopping, she knew the girls would treat her like a dress-up doll. Achiko agreed with Kyoka. Fiian, but Izuku does need to get better outfits. I have to what? Izuku just walked into the room. Confused as to why his friends were discussing his outfits, Izuku listened as Setsuna bluntly stated, Sorry Zuzu, but you dress like a child. I do not. I have a good sense of style, he protested. They were in his room, and the girls decided to prove their point. Izuku tried to stop them, but Rumi, Ryuko, and Nana tackled him to the floor, forcing him to look up and rendering him unable to move. Look at the shirt that says, shirt, in that awful green color. You wore it with those bright red shorts before. And these shirts are all the same, just with different words like sleeping shirt and workout shirt. What were you thinking, Izuku? Setsuna exclaimed, pulling out more clothing. Your breathes are the only normal thing, and that's just because they're basic jeans and shorts. Where are those gray sweatpants you wear? This is uncalled for, you know that, right? He tried to argue, but they didn't believe him. I promise I know how to dress myself. Okay then, prove it. Go shopping, pick out a stylish outfit, and we'll do that thing we talked about, Namuri suggested with a smile. Izuku blinked in surprise. Why you mean? She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, and more. Clearing his throat, Izuku pushed himself off the floor, sending Nana, Rumi, and Ryuko tumbling. Deal. He walked out of the room, determined to win this challenge. He rushed into the common room, scanning for Bakugo. You, he shouted, grabbing Bakugo by the collar and dragging him outside. The other students watched, assuming a fight was about to break out. What did I do? Bakugo asked, bewildered. I need your help, Izuku said, still holding him up. What are you talking about? Bakugo replied, more confused than angry. The girls and I made a deal. They'll help me if I can dress well for a disco/club date. Bakugo's expression shifted to anger. You got me excited for a fight for that? What's wrong with you? I'll fight with you if you help. Heck no, that ain't enough. Izuku leaned in and whispered something in Bakugo's ear. Bakugo's eyes widened, and he stopped cursing. They said that? He asked, and Izuku nodded. Bakugo then shouted, shitty hair, dunce face, ditto horns, get outside now. Kirishima, Denki, Monoma, and Pony emerged, looking confused. Bro, we don't want to witness a murder, Kirishima said, assuming the worst. We're going shopping for Izuku, Bakugo clarified. What? Denki asked. Bakugo whispered the details to them, and they all nodded in understanding. They grabbed their jackets and headed out. Where are you going? Itsuka called from the couch, where she had been watching cartoons with Eri. We're doing the duty of men, Kirishima replied seriously. The trip to the mall was quick. The guys understood the importance of the mission. Okay, I'll be the main dresser. Shitty hair, you keep him busy and make sure he looks good. Dunce face, you ensure he doesn't stand out. Ditto, you help with his hair. And horns, you're the female perspective. Let us know if you like it, Bakugo ordered, taking charge. And me? Izuku wondered, looking at Bakugo's serious face. You sit still and don't mess anything up. I can take care of myself, I'm an adult, Pony laughed. Last time you were alone in a mall, a supervillain showed up, Izuku pointed out, his head dropping. Sit, and I'll tell you about the greatest anime ever, Pony said, pushing him into a seat. Izuku felt trapped as she enthusiastically talked about her favorite shows. Time seemed to stretch, but finally, after about 15 minutes, Bakugo returned. Lizard, get over here, you're going to play dress up like the weirdo you are, he said, and Izuku accepted the jab with a grin. We'll talk more about it later, Pony waved as Izuku followed Bakugo. For a moment, Izuku considered fleeing. Was this worth the trouble? But he nodded. The potential reward was too enticing. He walked into the clothing store, overwhelmed by the options. Why is there so much? He exclaimed. Finding something that works with your style is a challenge, Bakugo shot back, his tone teasing. Izuku put on a simple black button-down shirt, buttoning it to the top. He paired it with blue jeans and stepped out. You need to wear the black skinny jeans, they're supposed to be tight-fitting, Bakugo said, pushing him back inside. He handed Izuku a black leather belt, and Izuku complied. When he walked out again, Denki remarked, "Oh man, you are one clueless guy," as he unbuttoned the top button to show a bit of chest. Kirishima chimed in, "Roll your sleeves up a little, show off those forearms." Monoma added, "A slight fade would square your face, making you look more masculine." Pony nodded in agreement, saying, "Oh yeah, give that CC look." Izuku went back inside to grab a dark blue t-shirt and dark wash jeans, keeping his dark brown combat boots. As he stepped out, Pony said, "There's something missing." Denki nodded, and Kirishima rushed into the store, returning with a bomber jacket in the same shade of brown as Izuku's shoes. "That's perfect!" Bakugo exclaimed. Monoma suggested, maybe a watch to tie everything together. Izuku mentioned he had a watch with a brown strap, and they agreed it would work. "Thanks, I'll buy those too," he said. Bakugo nearly smacked him for being so clueless, having prepared 10 outfits for him. Meanwhile, at the dorm, the girls were busy getting ready. "Achiko, can you comb my hair after I shower?" "I need it smooth," Nemuri asked, holding 3 different razors. Setsuna showed off a bra, asking for opinions. Momo helped Nijire with her makeup, adding blush and soft pink lipstick. Mina tossed shirts around the room, finally settling on a white CRP top that looked intentionally messy. The girls were preparing for a fun outing. Mina squeezed into some shorts, while Namuri opted for skinny jeans and a laced shirt. Nijire wore a light blue shirt with normal jeans, focused on dancing and spending time with Izuku. Setsuna sported a black CRP top and skinny jeans, while Kyoka chose ripped leather briefs and a jacket. Himiko wore black leggings with a red skirt and a charcoal gray top. Achiko kept it simple with jeans and a white tank top paired with a jean jacket. Izuku, unaware of how much attention he would attract that day, promised to repay the girls for their help. Bakugo wanted to battle him, Kirishima suggested sparring, and Pony just wanted someone to watch anime with. "You go get them, Tiger," Minoma joked as Izuku headed toward his room. Knocking on the door, he called, "Girls, you ready?" He opened the door to find the women looking stunning. "How do we look?" Namuri asked, playfully showing off. Izuku stood speechless, captivated by their beauty. "Wow, just wow," he managed to say, and Himiko teased, "Just wow yourself, handsome. Guess you know how to look the part." Each step seemed to have purpose as she moved with confidence. Her eyes locked onto Izuku, and she pressed her finger gently on his chest. He instinctively flexed, bracing for what might happen next, only for Himiko to skip past him with a smirk. "Let's party." The girls followed her, pushing Izuku aside, leaving him shocked and bewildered. His mind was racing, but he snapped back to reality when he heard Achiko call out to him. "You coming?" she asked sweetly, offering her hand. Unsure of his words, Izuku nodded and took her hand. Although it wasn't quite party time yet, they all wanted to grab a bite to eat beforehand. Nijire and Mina led the way, pulling Setsuna and Himiko along. A little behind them walked Kyoka, Namuri, Achiko, and Izuku, who was still holding hands with Achiko. They made their way toward the subway, planning to explore the city and find some open places. "Izuku Haraiyai," Mina whined, impatient with his pace. Yeah, just relax, Mina. We still have time," Izuku assured her. Thankfully, they were early enough to avoid the rush hour. As they rode the subway, Izuku noticed the stares they received. The girls were acting silly, but they kept an eye out for others. Izuku, however, was relaxed, enjoying the time spent with them. "Oh, we have to get out here. We're a stop short, but trust me, there's a pizza place that's to die for," Kyoka said confidently. Following her lead, they exited the subway and walked into the town. With her eyes closed, Kyoka navigated the streets, expertly dodging people and obstacles. "I was tasked with this sort of thing during my training," she explained. "In calm scenarios, it makes it easy." She took a sharp turn and opened her eyes, revealing a dirty red door at the end of an alleyway. Are we at the right place? This seems like somewhere Izuku would stumble into and fight someone." "Hey, just because you're right doesn't mean you should have said it, Mina," Izuku replied with a pout. Kyoka shook her head. "This is the right place. The woman who owns this place sings as she cooks. While she isn't Mama Doria's cooking, it's wonderful." Kyoka walked up and pulled the door open, and the group was instantly greeted by the delicious smell of freshly made pizza. Their stomachs growled in unison. "Oh, little singer girl, how you doing, sweetie?" a large woman called from the kitchen. "I'm doing great, Pisabella," Kyoka replied with a big smile. "Oh, you brought friends?" Pisabella exclaimed as she walked out. "Hello, darlings. I'm Pisabella, and this is Pisabella's Pizza Palace. What can I get for you?" Kyoka quickly knew her order. "I would like 3 slices of your pepperoni." 2 slices of 4-cheese pizza," Achiko said, liking her lips at the sight. "Oh, I'll do the same," Himiko added. "I would like a margherita pizza." "Italian or supermarket style?" "Italian, please," Namuri chimed in happily. "I'll do 3 pepperoni," Mina ordered. "I'm not really that hungry, so I would like 2 pepperoni," Setsuna said. "Well, I'm starving." "4 slices of that cheese pizza," Nijire declared. Pisabella nodded, noting their orders, which amounted to nearly 2 whole pizzas. "And you, sir?" she asked Izuku. "Oh, I'll have a pepperoni." Let's do 2. Then a sausage pizza, and let's try that mushroom pizza." 1 slice of all?" Isabella asked, but the girls shook their heads. Nope, whole pizza please. She looked a little shocked at Izuku's order. While pizza wasn't the most unhealthy food, she thought he should be mindful of his limits. Don't eat too much now, she joked as she started making their pizzas. Kyoka plopped down on one of the chairs, moving her head side to side with the rhythm of the woman singing. Due to her size and the number of ovens, they barely had to wait for their slices. Oh, you're that dragon boy. She talks about you, you know, Isabella said with a smile, causing Kyoka to blush. Izuku folded 2 slices together, biting into them like a sandwich. If he had manners, he would tell you himself, Mina said, shaking her head. After a loud swallow, Izuku added, sorry, this pizza is really good. Yeah. MidoRyuu, hero in training. 15 minutes later, they finished eating, and to Isabella's surprise, Izuku had finished first. Where do you put it? She asked, astonished. He shrugged. No clue, but I will be back for sure. That was great. Izuku paid for all the pizzas with a smile. Oh, that was good indeed, Namuri said, patting her belly. Don't lie, I've seen you eat 2 bags of chips and half a pizza with a tub of ice cream. That doesn't fill you, Himiko teased. Namuri swiped at her playfully. I had heartbreak. Sounds more like heartburn, Achiko giggled, hiding behind Izuku. Yo, Acid Eva, a tall, muscular man greeted with a smile. He high-fived Mina. What's up, big dog? He had a bulldog-like face. Can we enter? Mina asked. You are all legal, he replied as they pulled out their IDs. Then how can I say no to my pink partner? He wiggled his fingers at Mina, who mirrored the gesture. Mina led them inside. Who was that Mimi? Never seen him before, Namuri asked, confused. Oh, that's one of my online friends. We play the same game. He's awesome, super fun, but I guess Izuku is a nice consolation prize, Mina said with a laugh. What do we do now? Achiko asked, looking around. We enter, Mina said, opening the second set of doors. Loud music and colorful lights filled the space. Mina walked up to the bar with a big smile. Yo, this DJ is kinda good, Kyoka said from within the group, slightly worried about the crowded dance floor. Yeah, it's a little crowded though, Achiko added. Izuku, being a big guy, created some distance from the crowd, but that didn't last long. Many people noticed him, and as he was surrounded by girls, plenty of guys started paying attention too. Come here, honey buns, Namuri said, pulling Izuku toward the dance floor with a smile. Standing face to face, she started swaying side to side, twirling on her heels and playfully pressing against him. Is that your laptop or are you just happy to see me? She joked, grinding against him. Izuku tried to maintain his composure, but then someone pushed him aside, trying to take his spot. That's my girl. Izuku kept a smile on his face. Oh, sorry, little boy. I assumed a woman like her would like a real man, the guy said cockily. Himiko stepped in, pointing at one of his friends filming. Ah, you're one of those people, Izuku said, pulling him close and whispering something in his ear. The guy instantly ran out of the bar, screaming, while Izuku laughed. What did you do? Namuri asked. Nothing really. Just told him something, Izuku replied, smirking at the camera as it disappeared. I would have rather had you beat a little but, Namuri said, wrapping her arms around his neck. But that was okay. She kissed him on the lips just as Nijire rushed in, shoulder tackling Namuri out of the way. Nijire then started dancing energetically, twisting and turning without a care. Kyoka and Achiko danced shyly, but after seeing Izuku's interaction, the guys kept their distance. Mina had taken the other girls and they were happily dancing without Izuku. I will give you a minute, Izuku said, sitting down at the bar, slightly tired. The bright lights and the energy of the girls were overwhelming. He watched them dance, laughing. To think they're having this much fun without me, he said. The girls swayed to the music, holding hands and raising them in the air. After a while, Izuku rejoined them, feeling heavy and sweaty but happy. Later, at 2 a.m., they were back on the street. Achiko and Kyoka were on his shoulders, both knocked out. He held Namuri by the belt as she slept as well. Yo bro, need help? Kirishima said as he approached. Izuku called for help, and Kirishima threw Mina onto his shoulders, while Nana helped Setsuna and Mina. Rumi assisted Himiko, and Nijire skipped around, still full of energy. How are you still walking? Izuku wondered, feeling the effects of the night. Weeks later, life for the students had returned to normal. Now then, as you all could have guessed by the dozen posters plastered around you, Aizawa began, turning to write on the board. The class erupted in laughter, trying to hide their amusement. Miss Ishido, what is so funny? Aizawa called out. Mina struggled to breathe, let alone speak. Sir, you have one of the posters on your back, Momo managed to say through giggles. Aizawa reached around and grabbed the poster with a sigh. Freaking Mirio, he muttered, realizing it was for the third year's event, a massive game about where Lemillion was. He would go around hiding in his hero costume, and the group had to find him. Aizawa did not care about that. To add to the fun, they had placed posters everywhere. Anyway, Aizawa said, now simply ignoring the laughter as he started writing. You all have to work together and come up with something to present. I don't care what you want to do. A maid cafe, a muscle competition, or even a dragon challenge can be done. UA will front the money you will need. He dropped a stack of paper on the desk near him. Have fun. Aizawa walked out of the class, knowing how loud it was going to get and that he did not have enough Advil. The class was excited, jumping up and pushing tables together. Oh, what can we do? Nijire asked with a smile. They had so many ideas. What if we do multiple things? We are a big group, right? Achiko suggested. Nana nodded. Yeah, we have both. Ryuko and Izuku for that dragon challenge. That sounds fun, no? Izuku nodded. That could be fun, Ryuko agreed. It could even bridge the gap a little between us and those still on the fence. We can have Kyoka sing as well, Momo suggested. Kyoka squealed with bright red cheeks. Oh yeah, her voice is appealing. That would indeed be perfect as an addition, Monoma said, making Kyoka blush even more. They now had 2 ideas to work with, but many students had their own ideas. They split into groups. So I need to sing, Kyoka said, embarrassed. Momo nodded. Don't worry, you have a wonderful voice. Eri, sitting near Izuku and the girls, nodded in agreement. Well, I will help. I have some experience with the piano, Fumi added. Tsuyu can help too, she said. Kyoka looked confused as Tsuyu pointed out. He learned how to play the bass. They nodded as Momo wrote that down. Bakugo, don't you know how to drum? Bakugo scowled. Don't go around yapping about my business, but yeah, the hag thought it would be a good way to get rid of some aggression. He shook his head, annoyed. Eri smiled at him. Wow, that's cool, Mr. Boom Boom. Bakugo didn't want to smile, but Eri's cuteness made him join the group as the drummer. So now we have a bass player, a keyboard player, and a drummer. All we really need is an extra guitar player for the main covers, Kyoka said, already trying to come up with lyrics. Oh, I could totally do some dancing, right? Mina asked, jumping on a table in excitement. I do have some dancing skills myself. We could tango, Mineta offered, but then jumped back. I forgot you are with that scary man. My apologies, don't kill me. The class laughed. Izuku was focused on his task with Ryuko. Monoma, you want to join us? He asked. Oh, I could, but I was thinking of being part of a third thing. No worries, good luck. If you need help with that, Izuku said with a thumbs up. We can do male and female with both of us. Just what kind of competition? Ryuko said, tapping her chin. Well, arm wrestling could be done, right? Izuku suggested, with Ryuko adding, what about a test of strength and racing? She wrote them down. Yeah, like tug of war. That would totally be cool. Then someone came up with an idea. Yo, what about an eating competition? Sato said as he walked up to Ryuko and Izuku. That is a great idea, Sato. Are you willing to do the cooking? Izuku asked, and Sato nodded. It would have to be something easy, but that could be great fun. He added it to the list and brought up the idea of a cafe, which most enjoyed. However, they wanted to be unique. You idiots got ideas yet? Aizawa asked from the door. Yes, sir, we already have 3 ideas. We hope that is allowed. I don't really care, so sure. But what are the ideas? Aizawa asked. Ida pointed at Kyoka's group. They're going to be singing a song. He then pointed toward Izuku and Ryuko. They will use your idea of beating the dragon using multiple challenges. He pointed toward the small group that would do the cafe. We have decided to do a maid cafe, but more unique. Aizawa nodded before walking off again. I guess we will be working with you all as the background workers, Kirishima said with a thumbs up. Can anyone play the guitar? Kyoka asked the group, finding it needed. She could play it, but she needed to. I might have some musical skill, Ibra said, slightly embarrassed. Really? Setsuna said with a smile, surprised that Ibra could play the guitar. As this was going on the other side of Japan, in Main Street Tokyo, someone was hiding in the crowd. There was a familiar man. Tamura Shigaraki walked into a large building, pulling off his hood as he approached the elevator. His fingers scratched at his neck, his pale skin reddening under the pressure. Where to, sir? A man in a suit asked in the elevator. Down, Shigaraki ordered, his voice raspy. The man nodded, attempting to make small talk. The weather is quite nice, is it not? Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Well, I always bring an umbrella with me just in case, he replied, his hands empty, revealing he had no umbrella with him. The elevator doors opened, allowing Shigaraki to walk deeper into the building. After nearly 10 minutes, he reached a room. Oh, Mr. Tamura, a pleasure to meet you face to face, said a man with a smirk. Oh, shut up, Redestro, Shigaraki replied, recognizing Rikiya Yatsubashi, the president and CEO of the Detonarat Company, who also led a villain group. Dressed in a black and white striped shirt, he smiled as he took a breath through his long, pointed nose, his hand running through his short orange-brown hair. That is not really how you should treat a proper ally, Destro said, lounging on a couch. Shigaraki scowled. Ever since his emissary was captured, many had forgotten he was still someone to fear and respect. Oh, I'm sorry, he grumbled, knowing he could deal with Destro later, once he had served his purpose. So, Tamura Shigaraki, what could my army and I do for you? Destro asked kindly, picking up a crystal glass filled with expensive brandy. I need manpower to eliminate someone. Destro took a sip. You perhaps wish to fight that dragon of yours? Shigaraki squeezed his hand tightly. Yes, he said, his anger causing his hands to shake slightly. I am not sure we are willing to engage against someone like him willingly, Destro replied, glancing back. One of his commanders seemed ready to speak, but Destro's glare silenced him. But perhaps we can lend you some help if you have power yourself. Shigaraki looked up, his eyes burning with rage, causing Destro to nearly choke on his drink. He had not expected such intensity. Oh, I am not alone in my hatred. Shigaraki pulled out a tablet from his bag, placing it on the table. What is this? Destro asked, examining it. To him, it appeared to be a list of names, not many in number. Those are allies from all over the world willing to fight him. They are all dragons as well. Shigaraki smiled, revealing he had an army of nearly 15 dragons ready to fight for him. Oh my, you have an army of 15 dragons. Now, that is intriguing, Destro said with a smile. We help you, you help us? Shigaraki nodded. Good, then we have much to discuss. Did you hear that, Gentle? A small woman with large curves asked. A large white-haired gentleman nodded. Indeed. I knew that Destro was corrupt, but I would have never expected this. The man was known as Gentle Criminal, seen as a villain but in reality an anti-hero. His ally, La Brava, was a top-tier hacker with impressive skills. She had hacked into Redestro's smartwatch, turning on the speaker to listen in. What will we do? She asked, worried. She understood the message he was willing to send, but this seemed beyond their capabilities. We might have to inform Yue. Even if this could cost me my freedom, I would be nothing more than a common criminal if I allowed a hero to die. Gentle stood up, the wind brushing against his face and mustache. Let's see if we can contact them, shall we? He pulled La Brava into his arms as she put the laptop away. Welcome to Japan, sir, the pilot said as the door to the private airplane opened. A massive man stepped out, bald with a patch of hair styled into a mohawk, a large beard covering his chin. Despite wearing a suit, his muscles were evident. Thanks. Now to find that dragon and take him down. Ain't no dragon more infamous than the great Vladimir, he grumbled, his eyes narrowing as he walked toward the large car waiting for him. Where to, sir? He replied, grabbing a bottle of vodka that was waiting for him. He opened it with his teeth, tossing the shard aside before chugging the vodka like water. Unbeknownst to all the students and teachers at UA, a villain was coming for them. We are here, sir, the driver said, to which Vladimir responded in Russian, thanks. He stepped out, tossing the empty bottle on the ground. Don't go anywhere, this won't take me a minute. Vladimir threw a stack of cash at the driver, who nodded as he turned off the car. Vladimir approached the large gates of UA. Pathetic Japanese fools, they would not survive the hardness of Mother Russia being trained in such a weak building. As he reached the gate, it slammed shut just before he could enter. Darn it. This immediately sent a message to Nizu. A breach at the front gate, Nizu said, confused. The camera constantly scanned the faces, and it instantly told Nizu he had a match. Vladimir the Black Dragon. Wanted in multiple countries for various crimes. His quirk is used in crowded spaces and public areas. Blackmail, assault, murder, kidnapping, drag trafficking, it never stops, Nizu said. He began typing a message to nearby heroes, aware of his purpose there. MidoRyuu, where are you? You wish to fight anywhere, anytime. Vladimir shouted with a booming voice that echoed through the area. Eri, frightened, crawled toward some of the girls. Izuku scowled. It seems someone wants to follow up on my invite. Don't worry, Eri, I'll handle it. He started walking out of the dorm, quickly followed by several students, including Bakugo, Kirishima, Rumi, Ryuko, and Nana. Don't think you're going at it alone, Rumi said. They knew this wasn't their fight, but they wanted to show Izuku that he would never be alone. As Izuku approached the arena, he spotted Vladimir perched on the gate, arms crossed, looking down at Aizawa, Vlad, and Nizu. Ah, Mr. MidoRyuu, it seems your words of war have reached your intended target, Nizu said calmly. Vladimir jumped down in front of Izuku, both similar in size, but Vladimir looked down at him. You look pathetic, a dragon hero, he scoffed. Izuku smirked. Nizu, could you make sure this is recorded? Nizu nodded as multiple drones appeared. They always are, he said with a chuckle. Vladimir shouted, his hand balled into a fist before he swung at Izuku. It seemed like a sneak attack, but Izuku anticipated it, using one hand to block the blow while grabbing Vladimir by the throat with the other. Sir, what gym is free? I don't want to destroy the gate. Izuku's eyes narrowed as scales formed on his forearms, and two large dragon wings burst from his shirt, tearing it apart. Gym Omega should be free, a little to your east, Nizu said, lifted by Aizawa. See you all there, Izuku said before dashing forward. Vladimir struggled against Izuku's grip, trying to punch him, but it had little effect. They soared into the sky, and Izuku quickly spun around, throwing Vladimir down. Vladimir's back slammed into the walls, breaking through and landing hard on the floor, creating a small crater. Izuku landed in front of him, a mark forming on his face from the earlier blows. You think this building can contain me? You are a fool. The great black dragon Vladimir knows no boundaries, knows no prison. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, just wait for the drones to show up. Though he initially felt uncertain, after taking those punches, Izuku knew he couldn't lose. The drones flew in through the hole Izuku had created, followed by students and teachers who came to watch. Kick his butt, Izuku! Nana yelled. Do it, Papa! Eri and the other students cheered. Those who couldn't attend watched from the drone's perspective. Now we can start. Need anything to help yourself? Izuku said with a cocky tone, further angering Vladimir. Vladimir took a deep breath, preparing for a large-scale attack that would take out not just Izuku but also those behind him. He puffed his chest, but before he could unleash his fire, Izuku dashed at him, slamming his boot into Vladimir's chest and sending him crashing to the floor, forcing the fire breath to scorch the roof. Killing me? Fine, you can try. But the second you try to hurt my friends, that's where I draw the line. Izuku raised his knee and slammed his heel down on Vladimir's sternum. To avoid the hit, Vladimir transformed into his hybrid form, his dark scales absorbing light. He used his wings to evade Izuku's strike, which cracked the floor beneath him. Now airborne, Vladimir attempted to regain his composure and flew toward Izuku at high speed. In response, Izuku transformed into his hybrid form as well, showcasing a crown of horns. Easily, Izuku stopped Vladimir's advance. You are outmatched. Izuku headbutted Vladimir, holding onto his shoulders and delivering several more blows before slamming him into the ground. Realizing he was outmatched, Vladimir resorted to his usual tactic when facing defeat. He transformed into his full dragon form, growing massively in size, now easily the size of a house, with scales darker than before. His wings seemed like ripped shadows, a being of nightmares. Izuku smirked. You just made yourself a bigger target. I will win, Vladimir yelled, trying to convince himself. Izuku wanted to test his abilities. Rain. It was a technique he had recently started to learn from notes he got from Rex and Toru. Small sparks began to form around Izuku's hands as he felt the energy course through his body, heightening his awareness. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his blast attack. Rag! A thin beam of yellow energy, crackling with electricity, shot towards Vladimir, slamming into him and sending him reeling. The voltage coursed through the dragon's massive body, shaking him violently. Hell yeah bro, that was awesome. Denki cheered. Izuku had asked him about electricity, and while Denki couldn't help directly, he felt proud to have contributed to Izuku's success. The students and teachers watched with a mix of pride and concern. Aizawa wanted to support his son in battle, but the public still harbored resentment towards dragons, although that was slowly changing with the support of heroes like All Might and Endeavor. That did nothing, Vladimir roared, boasting about his unique ability to negate elemental attacks. Izuku cracked his knuckles. If elemental attacks won't work. Sulik. He felt his muscles surge with power. Surrender now or be beaten. I would rather die than surrender to a lower dragon. Vladimir shouted. Izuku didn't understand, but Nizu translated for him. Thanks, sir. Izuku dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the massive dragon. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he used his legs for stability and his core for power. With a powerful twist, he pulled his fist back, preparing for a full-force punch. His fist slammed into Vladimir's scales, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the dragon's body. Some scales fell away as the force pressed through, shaking his organs and bones. The house-sized dragon was flung back, crashing through the wall and landing in the dirt, transforming back into his human form. Izuku raised his arm in victory, and the students erupted in cheers. I could have taken that, Rumi and Bakugo scoffed, pride evident on their faces. Kirishima and Tetsu shouted, I want to take that. All dreamed of being strong enough to protect anyone from anything. Dude, that was awesome, Mirio said, running up. Oh, didn't expect you guys to show up. Mirio smirked, slapping Izuku on the back. We're buddies. Of course I would come to your fights. I thought you might need help. Eri pushed through the crowd, beaming at Izuku. You were like totally awesome, doing like pow and bam. She mimicked punches and kicks with a big smile as Vlad and Present Mike cuffed the dragon and took him away. Quite a strong showing, Mr. MidoRyuu, Nizu said with a small bow. Thank you for allowing it, sir, Izuku replied, bowing deeper. Next time, I won't allow it, Aizawa said, smirking. Then again, I doubt Inko would allow it when I tell her. Izuku's expression shifted from pride to panic. No, Dad, please, no, don't till moment on quantity. He clung to Aizawa's leg, pleading for mercy. Nizu smiled as he finished his work for the day. It had only been 9 in the morning, and seeing he started at 8, he congratulated himself for taking it slow. Seeing he had nothing else to do for multiple hours, Nizu simply did some light casual reading. He opened his drawer, pushed past a stack of books, and grabbed one he had yet to read. Ah yes, Quantum Mechanics, Non-Relativistic Theory, the 3rd volume by L.D. Landau and M. Lifshitz, a wonderful option this early, Nizu said, cracking its spine as he started reading. As he cleared the third chapter, he noticed his mouse on the computer moving erratically. He placed the book down, memorizing the exact word and page he had stopped on as he stared at his screen. Nothing seemed to happen until he moved his hand to grab the book again. Assuming it was a small mistake on his part, he brushed it off. But then his webcam turned itself on, revealing two familiar faces. Gentle Criminal and La Brava, how did you enter my network? Nizu asked. While he wasn't the greatest at tech, he had confidence in his security measures. That, my dear principal, is not yet of concern. It is I, Gentle. I have come with important news, Gentle replied. Nizu remained quiet as he used the keyboard under his desk to try and locate their position. His eyes widened when he realized they were inside Yua. No sir, I apologize. I wouldn't normally do this, but we needed to talk with you, and I could not risk Gentle's location, La Brava explained, sounding apologetic. Nizu nodded. Then what is of concern to you? I am not corrupt, nor is anyone within my organization. This talk does involve you, but at a much smaller scale. This involves the young man who goes by the name. Gentle was interrupted. MidoRyuu? Nizu guessed. Gentle nodded slightly, hiding his surprise. As we were doing research for my next mission, we came across something. La Brava, if you please, he said. Nizu's screen changed to show an audio recording. He listened intently. I see, that truly is something, he murmured. I understand that reaching out to an intellect such as yourself might be foolish, but how could I live with myself if I allowed such a bright star to possibly die? I hope you understand and do not come after us. Nizu smiled at Gentle. Oh, I will come after both of you. Both panicked slightly. Not to arrest you, mind you. I don't deem you guilty of any action, and from this moment forth, the HPS won't either, if you allow me to hire you both. Nizu laughed at their reaction. But why, sir? La Brava asked. Young miss, you broke through my network, leaving even me confused as to your location. And Gentle was willing to sacrifice his freedom by contacting me himself. That deserves better than what both of you are doing now. Nizu was completely honest. Such abilities were rare, a combination of natural skill and hard work, not a quirk. I shall write up a small contract for both of you to sign. You can read it over and sign it or not, that would be up to you. However, no matter what, fighting corruption from now on will be done legally. Nizu issued them a challenge in a Kinder format. Both nodded as they logged off, leaving Nizu unaware of their exact location. He deduced they were near the east-south side, based on shadows in the room and the flicker of a scented candle. That candle can be bought in stores, meaning they should be around here, Nizu said, having done his best to locate them. The electronic method was useless. They pinged from UA, then from various locations, including the White House, the Pentagon, and several fast food restaurants worldwide. Oh well, no bother. Now, how to deal with them, Nizu said, twirling in his chair as he looked at the large board filled with information about the criminal group known as the Meta Liberation Army. This criminal empire was run by a man known as Rikiya Yatsubashi, whose underground name was Redestro, inherited from the infamous villain Destro. He was also the president and CEO of Detonarat Company, which created support gear for heroes and engaged in illegal underground deals with villains. AFO himself had dealings with Redestro. Destro was clever. Many of his allies were not directly connected to him. For Nizu, this was like a 4D game of chess. There were 3 leaders, and he was the Grand Commander. First was Chitose Kazuki, known by the codename Curious, the executive director of Shueisha Publishing. She used her connections to gain information on everyone, employing blackmail to secure victory. If that didn't work, she could always resort to violence, using her quirk, landmine, to bestow explosive properties to anything she touched. One day, you might meet Chitose, shake her hand, and the next day, you could find yourself cornered into selling your company's stock at a loss. Refuse, and you might find evidence of indiscretions that could lead to dire consequences. Then there was Koku Hanabata, codenamed Trumpet, the leader of the Hearts and Mind Party. This political party granted him considerable influence within the Japanese government and society, giving him access to many resources. He wielded true authority, which complemented his quirk, insight. If anyone considered him a worthy leader, they would become enhanced, with the strength of his ability increasing with the volume of his voice. This made him a significant threat in Nisa's eyes. However, if Monoma could capture him, along with Izuku and Ryuko's abilities, they could potentially create an army of all might, led by someone even more powerful. Another notable figure was Tomoyasu Chikazoku, known as Skeptic. His quirk, Anthropomorph, allowed him to transform human-sized objects into exact replicas of any person, enabling him to control multiple puppets simultaneously. This made it difficult to discern allies from enemies. His expertise in electronics added to his danger, but he had La Brava to counter that. Nisa was particularly concerned about a villain named Geaton, who could manipulate ice, making him a formidable opponent. It seems they are a dangerous team, Nisa mused, observing the students preparing for the festival. He watched as Mina chased Toru and Achiko with a newspaper, trying to correct their dance routine. "You get back here," Mina shouted, stepping over Toru's skirt. "Stop undressing yourself. I am gonna beat you twice as bad." "Achiko, stop floating or I'll tickle you." "Nah, I won't let you," Achiko retorted, sticking her tongue out while hanging onto a tree branch. Toru, in a playful act, threw her shirt at Mina and attempted to sneak away. "I'm gonna eat all your ice cream," Mina yelled, smirking as Toru protested. Mina jumped on her, newspaper in hand, playfully smacking her. "Stop messing. Dance," she yelled repeatedly. Kirishima tried to intervene, but Mina turned her attention to him. "You're also messing up the dance. Stop trying to talk," she exclaimed, playfully swatting him as well. The rock-hard hero found himself on the ground, calling for help. Just then, Izuku stepped in, lifting Mina above his head. "Stop it. You're behaving very Bakugo-ish." "Hey, I take offense to that," Bakugo shouted from where he was taped to the floor by Zero, having tried to attack Mineta earlier. "Let me down, Zuzu. They have to learn," Mina insisted, struggling in Izuku's grasp. "Mina, if you want to teach them, show them how it's done, and be patient. Or I will skip your cuddle day." Mina huffed but nodded in agreement. Nearby, Kyoka turned to Momo, stepping on the keyboard. A soft, rhythmic tune began to play. "Oh, okay, so." Momo tried to replicate it. "Slow down a little on the F key and go higher after that," Kyoka suggested, her eyes closed in concentration. She nodded happily. "Then we just need to include the bass and guitars." Combining music was something Kyoka loved. It felt like solving a perfect puzzle. Bakugo chimed in, adding a beat with his mouth. "What if we step the chorus in there?" The band nodded as their collaboration began to take shape. Now, Kyoka just needed to come up with lyrics, and she already had some topics in mind to balance with the beat. Meanwhile, a man walked by a poster for the UA festival with his wife and son. "Oh, that's the UA festival," he remarked. "Yeah, Dad, can we see the dragon?" the son asked excitedly. The man considered it. "Sure, I'll ask off work. It should be fun. We might even get a picture with the two first dragon heroes." His wife nodded in agreement, and this was just one of many conversations happening around Japan as excitement for the UA festival grew. In a darker corner, Shigaraki screamed, "I said no, doctor. Not yet. I will strike when I want, but first, we must have Ardestro's army. I am done being looked down upon." He glared at a picture of Izuku, his fingers tracing the image. A mix of rage and a sense of brotherhood stirred within him, knowing he would need to save Izuku, the flesh of his father, and they needed to be great together. He couldn't die, his father would need a better body. Izuku stood against Ryuko, both smiling as they wore silly outfits. It had been Eri's idea, and everyone liked it. The main problem with dragons was that people were scared of them. In comparison, Ryuko looked like any woman you could see on the street. Izuku was a foot taller than most and more intimidating than many villains, so to tone that down, they had to look silly. Ryuko stood in her hero outfit, complete with a cartoonishly big cape and 2 strands of hair styled like All Might. Izuku, on the other hand, needed a lot of work, and because of that, they were having way too much fun. Really? Izuku exclaimed as he stepped into the auditorium. He had invited some people to give their opinions, but it turned out to be the entire class, the whole staff, and some students from other years. What, honey? You're upset? MidoRyuu said with a smirk, knowing exactly what she had done. Izuku couldn't fight this as he saw Eri's happy face. He stepped to the back, where they had picked the outfits. No, MidoRyuu, bad girl. Achiko Ryuko, spray her. Izuku said, throwing out a skin-tight leather bunny outfit. He heard some laughs, some boos, and way too many male voices. Thankfully, he also heard hissing as MidoRyuu got sprayed. He grabbed the first outfit, put it on with a sigh, and stepped out. Instantly, the watchers burst out laughing. Izuku couldn't blame them. He was already known as a threat, a man who could fight alongside heroes in strength. And here he stood, a large green fluffy suit formed around him, with his face popping out of the dragon's mouth. Oh, please, have it be that. I need pictures of that. MidoRyuu said, tears of laughter in her eyes. It does look friendly, Nizu commented, clearly amused, while Bakugo barked up, "It looks still have sheet breath though." I'm just gonna change into the next one, Izuku said, walking back as he still heard them laughing. Turn him purple, then we've got Barney the dragon hero of you. He felt betrayed as he heard Mina say that. The next outfit looked as if they had made it together, but nobody had told anyone what the plan was. He wore pink leather breeds that seemed slightly too short, revealing his ankles. He wore big dragon slippers with claws, a tank top that simply said, dragon shirt, and the biggest piece, a massive dragon head made of what looked like cardboard, not yet colored in. As he took a step, he heard it. Sweet. The laughter erupted from Kyoka, and it was contagious. As Izuku took another step, Rumi joined in, and by the time he fully stepped out, everyone understood. That is perfect. Present Mike fell off his chair, laughing uncontrollably. Izuku, please, for all that is holy, wear those shoes with that cartoon dragon suit. Looking around, Izuku had to agree. He couldn't even grab the other outfits. He stepped back out, his head popping out of the dragon's mouth, and with each step, his feet squeaked loudly. Agreed, he asked, and everyone nodded enthusiastically. He quickly ran out, pulling the outfit off and putting it in a box. Hey, Izuku, how about we use that outfit you didn't try on tonight? MidoRyuu suggested, holding the outfit in her hands. Izuku glanced at it. The chest area had a large open spot, and there was also a large hole down toward the crotch. Lastly, he noticed the fishnets. You want me in that? He asked, and she nodded. At this point, there was nothing inappropriate about her request, she just wanted to see it for a good laugh. The chance to see the monster that battled Endeavor, the one who stood side by side with all might against a villain bigger than both of them, wearing a leather bunny outfit would make her day. Izuku simply responded, no. Wait, what? Rex asked Toru, who simply nodded. Father said he felt it. Rex rubbed his chin, looking out the window. Why would your father take note of that? I wasn't even aware of something like that being possible. He had felt the presence of a dragon before, but this was different. He could sense powerful draconic beings rarely. All for one was one he felt infrequently, and he often noticed Izuku. He had felt Ryuko once, but this felt weirder than all of them. It didn't feel like any other dragon. The elder dragon was walking in the town, his hand resting on a large handle as he leaned on it with each step. He was still spry enough to run around a playground, but using this facade allowed him certain freedoms. He walked right up toward where the energy had been. It had vanished after only 30 seconds or so, but he still wanted to check it out. He entered the warehouse, which looked extremely well taken care of and recently cleaned. Oi, get out of the area. This is private property, someone wearing a large winter coat said, their face hidden by a black mask with 2 dots that counted as eyes. 1 cup of coffee, please, the older man said, acting confused. The man known as Geeton instantly calmed down. Sir, this is private property. You cannot be here. What? Isn't this the, what do you call it, Planet Cash or something? Starbucks, sir, and no. This is a warehouse. Come, let me help you. As Geeton took his arm and walked him out, the old man followed. The energy that had once come from this place seemed to vanish. He would simply share this information with Nizu whenever they talked next. "Where is that coffee that I ordered?" the older man asked. "Sir, this isn't a Starbucks. It's up the street." Geeton walked back, locking the gate behind him. "Okay, I think we are ready, right?" Kyoka asked her group. Tokoyami stood with a bass in hand, Momo was behind her keyboard, and Bakugo sat behind the drums. Both she and Ibara held guitars. "We were ready a week ago. We are gonna kill this." Bakugo roared, twirling the drumsticks in his hands. "Thanks for letting me listen to the song and beat. I've created the perfect dance for it as well," Mina said proudly. She might be the smartest cookie in the jar, but she knew how to dance like no other. She had also taught the dance to her group, which included Himiko, Achiko, Aoyama, Toru, Itsuka, Pony, Tetsu, and Nijire. It was a relatively easy dance, but with everyone needing to perfect it in a short amount of time, at least in Mina's eyes, that was fine. Izuku and Ryuko had it the easiest. They had barely any prep time needed. They simply made a sign for the gym they were allowed to use, and Eri did most of the work making it look awesome. They just wrote the words, "Test your might against dragons." The cafe was also a large group. Monoma started it and had been able to recruit a good few people: Setsuna, Tsubiraba, Komori, Yui, Kuruwar, Kaibara, Awaze, Mineta, Denki, Ida, Tsuyu, Shishida, and Nemuri. Some, like Nemuri, Denki, and Mineta, simply did it for the joy of being able to flirt. Nemuri's flirting, however, was with Izuku. She wore maid outfits, in her words, to stick close to the source material, but it was all just to tease Izuku, constantly whispering in his ear. Then there was the last group, the backbone of what today would be the background crew. This crew consisted of Juzo, Rumi, Hitoshi, Nana, Ojiro, Kirishima, Sato, Siro, Shoto, Kamakuri, Manga, Bondo, Reiko, Rin, and Mei. Most did not want to be in the spotlight. Rumi would rather be caught losing in a fight than on stage singing or dancing. She only had background character roles, no matter how much she begged to become a dragon. Sato himself was a cook and would be busy working at the maid cafe the entire time, but he would also help with the Dragon Food Challenge. They just had to get ready for next week when the week-long festival would take place. "Sir, why are we doing this? We are heroes, right? Or at least training to be heroes. Why spend a week of that time doing this?" It was a fair question in Aizawa's eyes, as he had asked the same question before. To put it simply, Monoma, because it's a hero's job. All that you are doing is entertaining the masses. Aizawa walked up to the whiteboard and started writing. You see, most people believe that a hero's job is nothing more than protect. While that is the most known part, it's not the entire job. The greatest heroes also allow people to feel safe, relief, and joy. Look at the likes of All Might. He has not moved from his #1 spot since he got it first because he does not only save people, he makes them happy to see him. We arrive at the worst times for these people. We arrive moments after their child was taken, their partner was attacked, or they were robbed of everything they loved. We arrive just after the disaster. We then have to scramble our way into making sure everything works out. That is a hard task with the rules working against you. But doing that and making people feel relieved when you show up, that is the mark of a great hero. I never really got to be that. I never wanted to be that. I wanted to be a hero that stops bad stuff from happening right before it happens. That is why I work underground. But even I had to learn how to make people glad. The students all felt a surge of energy. They felt powerful and excited to work on this. Hell yes, sir. That is like the first speech you ever gave that made me feel good. Denki cheered before ducking his head as Aizawa glared at him. But they were ready to entertain the masses like they had never been entertained before. They were ready to go. Good luck, brats, you will need it, Aizawa told his students as they walked toward their area. We got this, sir. You're gonna be proud as hell. Denki yelled, wearing a full suit. Yeah, we are gonna get so many numbers, Mineta added, rubbing his hands together. Nemuri shook her head. If we get any complaints, I will tell Izuku. It's his duty as class president to handle that. Both boys swallowed deeply as they turned around, sensing Izuku behind them, and burst out laughing at his appearance. I might look silly, but I can still take you both down, he said, trying to sound intimidating, but they just laughed. It didn't matter that Izuku was the most powerful person they knew. The cartoonish dragon's head surrounding his face was too funny. The groups split up, with Izuku and Ryuko heading toward the gym. Let's try not to scare the people too much, okay? Ryuko asked, and Izuku nodded. I doubt it's going to be a busy day. Hopefully, they warm up during the week, he said. Ryuko sighed as she placed down the barbell. I just hope those who want to be negative won't show up, she said. Momo had mentioned that if they used all their strength, they could strengthen the fear people had of dragons. If they didn't try at all, those who wanted to criticize would claim it was all fake bravado. It's nothing we haven't dealt with before. We just have to try our best, Izuku said optimistically. However, he had another concern in mind, Shigaraki. He would want to fight on his terms, which could mean he might try to attack the festival and ruin the fun for everyone. But Nizu had anticipated this. A letter had been sent to one of the many locations the League of Villains frequented, written by Shigaraki's brother, offering tickets to the sports festival. Nizu had also increased security not just at UA, but around it. The number of heroes patrolling was doubled, and there were cameras providing full coverage. As the doors opened, people rushed inside. It was mostly reporters eager to get the first scoop, but there were also real fans excitedly exploring every event. Let's go to this second-year business course. It's a casino, one teen yelled, while his friends urged him to check out the cheerleading show instead. Let's find those dragons, I want to test my might, a large man said, a gym bag slung over his shoulder and a shaker cup in hand. Bro, we talked about this. Speaking like that gives the wrong message, one of his friends replied. The big guy hung his head. You know me, bro, it's just when I get excited, he said apologetically. His friend slapped him on the back. It's fine, just watch what you say, there are kids around. An older gentleman read a sign and asked his wife, Oh, a play and some cafe? Margaret, should we get ourselves a cup of tea before we look around? Indeed, she replied as they walked toward the cafe. I hope the play is enjoyable, that one 2 years ago was horrendous. A one-for-one play of Hamlet, how mundane, she said. They looked to be in their late 60s or early 70s, dressed in fancy clothing, exuding a rich European vibe. They stepped into the cafe, where Denki and Nemuri were ready to take orders. Hello, Sir MDM, what would you like? They asked. Are any of you dating? The lady asked, and Nemuri lifted her hand. Good, we want you then, that way you won't take my man away from me, she joked, and Nemuri giggled. We'll see about that, she replied playfully as she led the pair to their table. What can I get you both? Nemuri asked politely. We would both like some tea, Earl Grey, 2 sugars for her and plain for me, thank you, the gentleman said. Coming right up. Nemuri excused herself to prepare the order. Meanwhile, back with Izuku and Ryuko, it was calm. No one had shown up yet, some walked by but quickly left. Ding, I really hoped at least some people would come, Ryuko said. Just then, the big guys from before approached. Yo, you open? One asked. Yeah we are, Izuku replied. Might want to change the sign then. People are waiting. Confused, Izuku walked up and noticed the sign. It didn't even have an open side, just closed. He took a deep breath. Sorry about that. Must have been a prank. He ripped the sign off and pushed both doors open. His eyes went wide as he saw an entire crowd standing there, waiting for them. They walked in, excitement evident on their faces as they looked at Ryuko and Izuku. You got this, little bro. Show him up, the bigger guy said with a thumbs up to a kid who had grown shy as more people arrived. The kid smiled happily and ran up to Izuku. Mr. Dragon Hero, sir, can I challenge you to arm wrestling? Izuku smiled and nodded. The crowd stifled their laughter as Izuku approached, the squeaking of his shoes making it harder to keep a straight face. Go easy on me, okay? Izuku asked, grabbing the kid's arm. His hand enveloped the child's, but Izuku kept his leg down. 1, 2, 3. Izuku yelled, and the kid put in all his effort. For Izuku, it felt like a breeze, but he still struggled. Veins popped on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, his arms slowly moving back and down. "No no 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 no," Izuku exclaimed, but the kid slammed his arm down. "Aw man, who knew the first kid would be all might level strong?" Izuku said, rubbing his elbow after falling to the ground. The kid's face lit up with joy, illuminating the area as he jumped around, thrilled by his strength. His father arrived, disappointed to have missed it, but Izuku assured him that once he healed from his injuries, he would want a rematch. The crowd loved the exchange. "While he's busy, you mind if we go at it?" the big guy asked Ryuko. "Are you sure you don't want to challenge him? He's the more powerful of us." "Nah, you're plenty strong." "I saw what you did," Ryuko replied, ready for an overhead press. 315, he said, and Ryuko nodded. "Lady, don't hold back on me now," he added as he grabbed the bar. They began lifting in sync, creating an impressive sight. Here was a guy who made Endeavor look small, lifting 315 pounds alongside a seemingly ordinary young lady, both keeping pace. "Dragons are no joke," the guy exclaimed as fatigue set in. "No, bro, you are no joke. Come on, push, push, push," his friend encouraged, but it was in vain. Ryuko continued effortlessly as the guy struggled to fully extend. They racked the weight and the guy gasped, I thought I would at least stand a chance." "You did, that was tough," Ryuko replied, slightly winded. "Now you, big boy, I want to see what you've got," his friend said, grinning at Izuku, who had just finished the second match, recorded by the father. Once again, Izuku was thrown to the ground. "Still 315? Izuku asked, and the guy nodded. He lifted the bar. "We'll go one after the other, though. You better blow me away." The guy started repping them out, one after the other, while his friend cheered him on. 44, 45, come on, 46, 47. He struggled with that last one, unable to continue. Breathing heavily, he felt lightheaded. "Outdo that," he challenged. Izuku nodded and grabbed the bar, moving it as if it were paper. 10, 20, oh, this always annoys my shoulders, he said, removing one hand to hold 315 in a single arm, continuing the overhead presses. He switched arms occasionally before going back to both. After completing 50, he placed the bar back down. "Bro, that was awesome," the guy exclaimed, giving him a high five. "Sir, can you take a pic?" he asked the amazed father. The kid jumped around, claiming he was stronger, while most adults watched in disbelief. A group of girls thought they could beat Ryuko in a foot race, only to be completely outmatched. After some performances by the third years, an older gentleman and his wife approached the dragons, having just been knocked out in a boxing match by a 6-year-old girl in a princess dress. They soon left for the music next door, where Kyoka sang beautifully, captivating the audience. "It's going rather splendid, isn't it?" Nizu asked Aizawa, who nodded. "It seems so. We haven't heard about any real incidents so far. The casino had a minor issue with someone trying to bet their house on black, but apart from that, everything is smooth." "Yeah, weird guy though. He still had chips," Present Mike said, shaking his head. "Good. It seems everything is going well. How are people feeling about the event?" Nizu inquired. Recovery Girl pulled out her phone. "Most articles are the same boring stuff, talking about the events and which ones people like most. The reporters lack personality. But in the crowds, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. MidoRyuu has been spotted twice already, and the cheerleading show has had 2 full seatings. The play is being well received." Present Mike felt proud of that. They had originally wanted to do Romeo and Juliet, but he suggested a twist. What if it was about 2 families that hunt vampires and werewolves, all while wielding lightsabers and jetpacks? "Ha's a dragon, I challenge thee, to a hot dog eating competition." Right around lunchtime, Izuku and Ryuko had scheduled a large-scale competition. They smiled as they spotted Fat Gum, the hero, wearing a knight helmet and wielding a balloon sword. Kids all around him laughed, holding up their own swords, which they had crafted in a second-year business course. They had used the publicity of having 2 dragons to create dragon-slaying kits, utilizing skills learned from a classmate who had a phase of wanting to be a clown. The kids had made custom swords, shields, and helmets, And now they stood ready to slay the beast, at least when it came to eating. Oh, you dare! Our bellies are made for eating all the foods, Ryuko said in a comically devilish voice. We are the Knights of, what was our name again? The cool Knights of Nidia, one of the kids yelled, holding his sword high. Yes, what he said, and we shall not be defeated by the likes of you, Fat Gum declared. With such a well-known hero present, the public's wariness of Izuku and Ryuko seemed to lessen. The children around them, unaware of the stigma surrounding the quirks, helped humanize both of them. Instead of being seen as potential world-ending threats, they appeared as just normal kids trying their best. Bring forth the feast, Fat Gum said as they walked toward the table. The cool knights had sent forth their best warrior, Fat Gum, though some others wanted to join in as well. Bro, I am at least beating the girl. She is tiny. I ate more food than she weighed that one day, one boy said confidently to his friends, who assured him he could do it. Here you go. And we got more at the ready, Kirishima said as he brought over a large plate of hot dogs. In the kitchen, Sato still had multiple pans waiting for the competition. The table was filled with hot dogs. Everywhere. The sauce is allowed, but you have to keep eating. After 30 seconds without a dog, when dogs are still at the table, you will be disqualified. Now then, eaters, on your mark. Get ready, set, eat, Kirishima said, signaling for them to start. And so they did. Fat Gum was chugging them down like they were nothing, and so were Izuku and Ryuko. Instead of the onlookers laughing with joy, they looked on in horror. The normal competitors held 2 hot dogs in each hand, their faces stuffed as they chewed until their jaws turned sore. Yet those 3 ate as if it were the last food on earth. It seemed that Fat Gum wasn't even chewing at this point. Even with Ryuko maintaining her dignity, she consumed them one after another. Ha dude, you got like 6. What the heck man, I thought you were gonna at least beat her. His friends were dying of laughter at him. The hot dogs caught up with him after 6, he became sweaty and dizzy, but that didn't stop anyone. I can't even look at another hot dog without seeing that, one of the bystanders said after the competition was finished. As expected, Fat Gum won, with Izuku taking 2nd place and Ryuko finishing 3rd. Both dragons lay on the floor, their bellies clearly showing from all the food they had consumed. Haza, we have defeated them, Fat Gum said, raising his sword in honor, as did his fellow knights. Wanna try that but with weights? Izuku suggested, struggling to get the words out as he kept burping. What do you think? You can move? But sure, let's do some fun cardio, Fat Gum replied, thinking it would be nice to burn some calories. Izuku popped up. That's something that won't win, he said, walking toward the cardio area. Meanwhile, back with the others, they were taking a break. Here, Kyoka. Some tea. You must keep your voice and throat hydrated, so you won't have any lasting issues, Momo said, offering her some tea she had just made. Thanks. It's been a while since I sang so much, Kyoka replied. Her throat was still fine, but she knew the pain it could become, so she happily accepted it. They had already done 4 different shows, and each one had been packed. Yo, have you guys seen the UA tag online? Mina asked, using a massager on her legs. I haven't had access to my phone yet. Why? Abra asked, confused. Oh, earphone jacks are trending. Who cares? Bakugo said, rolling his eyes, while Kyoka nearly fell out of her seat. I what? She screamed, shocked, nearly spilling tea everywhere. Indeed you are. It seems they are rather big fans, Momo said, showing Kyoka the post filled with countless pictures taken during their performances. Oh my gosh, her voice is so nice. Totally worth it. Wow, what a talent. If not for her choice as a hero, she should have become a musician, Kyoka said, tearing up. Ah girl, don't cry, Mina said with a big grin. They all knew of Kyoka's dream. Sure, she wanted to be a hero, but music and song had always been a passion, and her confidence had held her back. They really like it? Kyoka said, blushing with tears in her eyes. They all nodded in agreement. Look! Mina exclaimed, showing a new picture that had just been posted. It was a selfie of a teenage girl, around 12 to 14, holding a goofy smile as her face was pressed against her friends, all with smiles of their own behind them. We are waiting in line for the violet voice. It seemed that both of Kyoka's dreams were coming true at the same time. Not only was she well on her way to becoming a pro hero, nearly done with her first year, but she was also now seen as a musician by some. Well, violet voice, wanna go out again? Mina said with a teasing smile. Kyoka grabbed her tea, chugged it down, and slammed it on the table as she stood up. Let's do this, she stated with pride and joy. The large smile did not leave her face for the rest of the day. After a couple of hours, the first day of the week-long festival came to an end. Tired, the class made their way to the dorm. Oh God, my body hurts, Himiko said as she laid down on the floor. She had been dancing constantly. It's not that bad, Nijire said, skipping into the dorm. Girl, I am going to stab you if you don't act worn out, Himiko replied from the ground. She tried getting up, but her body simply gave up. Both Izuku and Ryuko also plopped down, tired and winded. Not that I hate it, but so many energetic kids, Ryuko said as she deflated on the couch. It wasn't that bad, Bakugo said, fully intending to irritate everyone. For him, the day had mostly involved sitting down and barely moving. If I didn't do like 1,000,000,000 push-ups, I would grab your head and squeeze it, Izuku said, dropping his head back. After nearly an hour of recharging, they finally found the strength to shower. Some simply lay down in the shower, allowing the warm water to ease their sore muscles. But then came the most annoying part, food. None wanted to make it, each too tired but still hungry. Oh hey, Baku bro, you can cook, right? Today wasn't bad for you, so why don't you help us make food? Izuku suggested. What? No way. I'm not making food for you wimps, Bakugo shot back. Izuku smirked. Guys, don't you see? He's just as sore as the rest of us. All that sitting must have tired him out. Katsuki saw red. I ain't weak like you. If any of you even dares to help, I will. Katsuki ran into the kitchen and quickly got to work. I love you, Himiko said from the floor, still starving and sore. After 30 minutes, Katsuki had finished his shrimp fried rice. I knew you weren't packing anything special, Namuri joked as she ate, causing laughter to spread. I do not understand the humor in that statement, Ida said, confused. Bro, the joke is when someone says shrimp fried rice, that the shrimp fried the rice. I see. But that would be illogical. They do not have the capabilities to work a grill, and how would that correlate to Bakugo? Denki placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. She was talking about his size. I see now. Thank you for the explanation. Kiyama, such humor should not be used during dinner time, it's inappropriate. Also, Bakugo, please refrain from showing your... The class nearly burst into laughter. Katsuki had to be held back from retaliating, all while insisting he did not have a small size. As night came to an end, each of the students had one of the most peaceful nights they had in a long time, falling asleep in a matter of seconds. When the next day arrived, the first light breached the comfort of their rooms. The alarms rang, forcing them all out. Each was still in need of more sleep, yet felt refreshed and ready. They completed their morning rituals, Ida's run, Kirishima's workout, and Momo heating herself a cup of tea while reading. Kyoko was still reading comments from the day before, excited to hear her sing and perform. Izuku also scrolled the internet to see what people thought of him and Ryuko. However, Kyoka had garnered more attention, making Izuku glad that there was less negativity directed at them. You kids ready for today? Aizawa opened the door, looking at most of them already prepared. The music group wore their matching outfits, and Izuku had his dragon costume on. We are, even if some are still a little tired, Izuku said, glancing at Himiko. I'm fine, she replied, cracking her back. See? Totally ready. Good, because with how busy it was yesterday, today will be even crazier, Aizawa said, noticing the light fade from their eyes. What? Denki asked worried. Yes. Those who had a blast yesterday can come back today, along with those waiting for media opinions. They are coming now, so be ready. Aizawa turned and walked out, chuckling at their horror. Where is that lizard brain, thick-headed person? A woman screamed as she pushed through the crowd. Izuku looked over, ignoring the weight he had on his shoulders as he continued with the squats. He moved up and down effortlessly while his opponent clearly struggled. Chi-Chi appeared, dressed in brightly colored workout clothing reminiscent of the 1980s. She pointed at Izuku and shouted, "Let your aunt whoop that butt." You're gonna have to wait. I'm slightly busy right now," Izuku replied as he continued his routine. Chi-Chi noticed the large crowd waiting for them, intrigued by the spectacle. After seeing the interactions between them and Fat Gum, many were curious about Izuku and Ryuko. They wondered if the heroes were truly as fearsome as they had heard or if they could protect them. Ryuko had previously won a sprint against a fast-looking guy but lost to a young girl in light-up shoes. Izuku had faced a 10-year-old boy in a sumo match and was thrown out of the ring, yet here he was, moving 300 kilograms as if it were nothing. It was comforting to see someone like him aspiring to be a hero. Chi-Chi was not alone. The entire community had come out to support them. Many were concerned about how they would be perceived due to their quirks. Chi-Chi was determined to challenge Izuku, doing her version of push-ups to prepare. After the squats, Izuku faced his toughest opponent yet, a 6-year-old girl in a princess dress with frog face paint. She delivered a surprising combo, and Izuku found himself bouncing off the ropes and crashing to the floor. He was out for the count after just 3 punches. Ryuko raised her hands in mock fear, not wanting to be next. The next challenger was a self-proclaimed space ninja warrior and superhero president. He quickly completed the monkey bars, leaving Izuku astonished. When it was Ryuko's turn, she struggled to hold on, realizing the boy had incredible grip strength. Finally, Izuku and Ryuko faced a test of strength against a man whose hands made All Might look small. "I won't go easy," he said in a deep voice. Ryuko nodded, and as he squeezed, she matched his strength. A crack echoed, and Ryuko immediately stopped, apologizing. The man laughed, declaring her strength impressive. From above, MidoRyuu's face appeared, excitedly recounting the moment. Afterward, Chi-Chi prepared for her turn, and everyone watched closely. "Do be careful not to hurt her, Izuku," Inko said, smiling as she approached in a shirt featuring Kyoka's face. "I won't break, Auntie. I know she's getting up in age," Izuku replied with a smirk. "I'm going to murder you," Chi-Chi shot back, annoyed. "Don't be like that. You'll never find a husband acting that way," Izuku teased, and the playful banter shifted the competition from push-ups to a boxing match. Izuku donned massive gloves, nearly the size of All Might's head in padding, ready for the challenge ahead. While Chi-Chi wore smaller gloves, her arms hung at her sides as she walked closer. With a war cry, she ran toward Izuku, jumping and slamming into his chest. However, she quickly fell back onto the mat, and Izuku remained still. Chi-Chi got back up, declaring, "Secret move anti-boxing. Billion blows of death blows." She moved with speed and grace, guarding her chin while throwing punch after punch. To her, it felt like she was landing a billion blows, each one targeting Izuku's weak points. In reality, she stood in front of him, swinging her arms without much force, hitting his chest repeatedly. Izuku just stood there awkwardly, and after Chi-Chi slowed down, he poked her with his fist, causing her to fall over, tired and out of breath. "You got lucky that I slipped," she huffed. "I'll let you off easy this time." Chi-Chi was dragged out of the ring, but a new challenger approached. "Oh yeah, just what I wanted," Mitsuki said, holding Katsuki in a playful chokehold. His face turned slightly red as he struggled against her. "I showed you where he was, now let me go," he protested. Mitsuki released him, warning, "If I hear you said a cuss word, I'll be coming for you." Izuku shrugged as Ryuko navigated through the crowd, eager to see what Mitsuki could do. She donned boxing gloves and said, "Don't feel bad when I kick your butt, I used to protect your mom all the time." Mitsuki swung her fist at Izuku, but when the glove made contact, nothing happened. "Wah!" she exclaimed, shocked as Inko chuckled softly. Mitsuki sidestepped Izuku, positioning herself for a more powerful punch. She focused, twisting her hand and throwing a punch aimed at his kidneys. It would have made any grown man wince in pain, yet Izuku remained still, feeling it only as a light tap compared to his previous battles. "How are you not crying or gasping for air?" Mitsuki asked, astonished, while Inko giggled. "Mitsuki-chan, I always acted weaker than I am. Dragons are very powerful. Katsuki shook his head from a distance. He sparred with his mom to keep her in shape, though he would never admit he enjoyed it. He thought to himself, to think she would beat that lizardy guy, she might be crazier than me. How about we test it? A new voice said. It was Nizu. Oh sir, what are you doing here? Mitsuki asked. Nizu smiled, explaining, I was informed that an item I requested has been completed. This is a punch power measure device. It should withstand Izuku's blows at full power, but it would break my heart if it remains intact by the end of your stay at UA. Izuku nodded. Well, you won't need him to break it. Step aside. Mitsuki strutted up to the machine, cracking her knuckles and rolling her shoulders. This is that mommy strength, she declared, swinging her fist with all her might. The bar moved and she beamed. Oh yeah, beat that, you chumps. Everyone wanted to take a turn, and scores were recorded. Mitsuki ended up in 4th place, but then it was Inko's turn. I guess I can give it a go. I haven't tried in years, she said, stepping up to the machine. She pulled back her hand and punched, leaving jaws dropped as the petite woman scored 2nd place, just 3 points shy of 1st. I want to test myself as well, so you will go last, Izuku, Ryuko said, steadying her breathing. She was determined to break the machine. Strength, she murmured, increasing her power. Taking a wide stance, she focused on her muscles, preparing to unleash her full force against the device, envisioning an evil opponent before her. Oh my, Nizu said with the biggest smile as the handle of the machine snapped off, smoke billowing from it. Haha, that is wonderful. Nizu declared, enjoying the sight of his machine failing spectacularly. Meanwhile, the power loader leaned against the wall, covering its eyes as if it could cry. Today you all have off, so go have fun. Bother me, and I will tranquilize you before putting you in a baby outfit and sharing pictures with everyone, Aizawa said, holding a large rifle on his shoulder and a professional camera around his neck. The group nodded and saluted, fully aware that Aizawa would follow through on his threat. The only two who didn't seem worried were Hitoshi and Izuku. Bother me, and I will throw you to the sun, Izuku said, looking forward to his day, while Hitoshi smirked. I will tell Mom if you shoot me. With that understanding, Aizawa left the dorms. Izuku smiled as his date stepped out of the elevator. Eri, dressed in a princess outfit, and with her hair styled, held Inko's hand. If he shoots any of you, tell me, Inko said, tapping her hip where she carried her own tranquilizer pistol. Shota is such a bully sometimes, she sighed, knowing she could easily snap pictures. Can we go? Eri asked with a big smile. Izuku glanced at the clock. First, we have breakfast, he replied, looking toward the kitchen. But I want to eat at the festival. Eri protested, her eyes wide. Guess you don't want super tasty apples, Izuku teased. Eri jumped up and down, shaking Izuku's arm excitedly. Idoidoido, she sputtered, running around him and trying to push him toward the kitchen. Izuku grabbed some apples from the fridge and sliced them into small pieces. Eri rushed to a seat, vibrating with excitement. If I weren't fully sure, I would assume she was Nijire's kid, Setsuna remarked as Nijire sat next to her, also vibrating with anticipation for the apples. Izuku sliced more apples and they both devoured them. Done, now festival. Eri and Nijire cheered, rushing at Izuku and pulling him along. Guess we follow, he said, though Bakugo shouted from the side, I ain't following, I simply have to walk the same direction. Izuku asked, could I walk myself? Eri looked back, and Nijire was doing most of the pulling. Can you walk fast? I can walk the fastest, Izuku said proudly as he was let go. We are here, Nijire announced, having pulled him the entire way. The class followed shortly behind. So, Princess, where do you want to go first? Izuku asked. Eri looked around, overwhelmed by the options. I want to do this, she pointed toward a merry-go-round created by the 3rd-year support course. Izuku nodded with a smile. The last one there is a rotten egg. Mina called out, and Katsuki sprinted ahead, shouting, I didn't even want to go there, but I ain't no stinking rotten GG. Eri joined in the race, and soon others followed. Rumi was the last to start as Ida began jogging. Rumi is the rotten egg, huh? Setsuna laughed. It's not fair. Mineta cried, dropping to his knees. Well, just drink your milk, eat your veggies, and get enough sleep, Kyoka teased him. Eri dragged Izuku to the line, her smile bright. Oh, I don't know if we can let you ride, the attendant said as he stood at the entrance. What does that mean? Rumi shouted, frustrated. It's no adults. We can let some on, but we made this for regular people, not. Well, you know, the guy explained, gesturing to the line filled with kids and noting Izuku's size. That makes sense. Sorry for my outburst, Rumi said, her head down as she rushed to assumptions. Eri, however, went right on the ride, having the time of her life. She was placed on a white unicorn with a sparkly staff instead of a horn, while Kyoka sat next to her on a large owl, holding her hand. Want me to increase the speed slightly? The controller asked Izuku, who nodded. Just a little. Eri's eyes widened in glee as the ride picked up speed. Wee! Eri cheered, enjoying every moment. After 3 rides, she declared, I will be back, Mr. Ride Bossu, and moved toward the next attraction she wanted to try. Oh, how is it hanging, little listeners? Trying to dunk the hunk presenter in the water. Present Mike announced from above a small vat of water, where people were throwing ball. Inko watched from the side, camera in hand, having already filled 7 terabytes of memory from the first ride. Eri walked up, grabbing the ball. Come on, little miss, don't try and miss. Eri threw the ball, but it barely reached the target. Watch this. Katsuki grabbed the ball, rolling his arm as he placed his foot on the line. He rotated his shoulders, bringing his leg up as he leaned back slightly, sweat forming on the ball. Taking a heavy breath, he stepped forward. Die! He shouted as he stepped in, his other leg shooting up as he released the ball with all his might. A small explosion formed as the ball flew away, missing the target by a mile. If your aim is that off, you need a mop just to go. Present Mike joked, causing laughter among the crowd. The ball flew over the entire festival. Aizawa sat down at the top of UA, finally far enough away to avoid headaches from the music or the smell. Just me and a cup of coffee, he said, bringing the cup to his lips, only for a ball to knock it out of his hand, spilling coffee on the floor. I just know it was one of them, he muttered, eyes closed. Why don't you try again? Just throw, Setsuna encouraged, trying her best but also missing. Eri nodded and tried again, sticking her tongue out slightly as she focused. From the side, Inko used her quirk, a small glow covering the ball, light enough that nobody noticed. As Eri threw the ball, Inko gave it a slight nudge, correcting its course and causing it to hit the bullseye. Present Mix's seat snapped open, but he remained upright, balancing with his feet and back. Huh! He looked down, surprised, and as he released the pressure, he fell. Eri laughed loudly, holding her belly. He did it like the cartoons, she exclaimed, joined by Nijire in laughter as Present Mike struggled to get back up, now drenched in water. What was that grade I got again, sir? Denki asked, holding a ball. Let's see with that aim. He threw and missed. Oh, if only you had hit the mark, Present Mike teased. Eri started to wander off with Momo. Oh, what is that? She asked, seeing a food stall. That is takoyaki, Momo explained. Eri screamed in horror, seeing people eat. Sweetie, he is Tokoyami. This is takoyaki. It's not him. Eri's expression shifted from sadness to curiosity. Oh, can I try it? Momo nodded and bought 2. After taking a bite, Momo said, Very good. It's squid. Eri tried a bite. Oh, yummy, she exclaimed, munching as they walked forward. Oh, what's that? Eri asked, seeing a pink fluff on a stick. This is cotton candy. It's just sugar floss, Momo explained. Eri took a nibble. It's so sweet, she said excitedly. Momo nodded as they finished it and kept walking. Oh, what is that? Eri asked again. It's sushi. It's very tasty, Momo replied, offering her a tuna roll. Eri took a bite. Oh, that's weird. What is it? Momo explained, Oh, it's raw tuna. Eri looked confused. It's raw fish. She still looked puzzled. It's not cooked. What? The fish was alive? I ate alive fishies, she screamed, running to Izuku. Help! I got fishies in my belly. I ate fishies that were raw, she said, scared. Sweetie, don't worry. Raw does not mean alive. It's not cooked, like apples. Apples are raw. Tuna can be eaten raw, Momo assured her. With another big stick of cotton candy, Eri seemed calmed down. After a bit, Mina and Setsuna took Eri next, rushing her toward an arcade. Instantly, she was hidden in the crowd with the girls, leaving Izuku to search for her. They went right toward one of the dance machines. What do we do? Eri asked as Mina demonstrated. You see those arrows? When they reach here, you place your foot on the correct arrow down here, like this. Mina tapped her foot slowly on the beat. Eri tried it as well, left, right, right, up, down. Ooh, my foot got in the way of my other foot, Eri said as she fell, but she got back up and finished the rest of the song. She then forced Izuku to follow along, which got Bakugo to join in, leading to a 45-minute dance competition. Bakugo was determined not to let anyone score higher than him, especially after Mina beat him with a double perfect score. He stayed there for the rest of the day trying to beat her score. Eri was excited to do what she had been looking forward to the most. As of right now, MidoRyuu Togata, the hero Lemillion, is hidden somewhere on the premises. Go and find him. Eri pulled Izuku along, determined to find Uncle MidoRyuu. Keep your eyes open, Papa. No blinking, she said, using her fingers to hold her eyes open, only to blink a few seconds later. That's him, Setsuna yelled, pointing at a tree. It was a bird that flew away, startled by Setsuna. As it flew over the large event, it released its droppings, landing right above an empty spot, until Aizawa walked over it. He would have been fast enough if not for Rumi speeding through the event, stopping him in his tracks. Those kids again, he grumbled, heading to the restroom to clean off the mess. Don't worry, it's not like it's going to short-circuit anything, just borrowing a little juice as a pick-me-up, Denki teased Bakugo. However, his joke backfired when he accidentally short-circuited the power generator, plunging the area into darkness and locking Aizawa in the restroom stall. You're a hero, they're just kids, he repeated to himself, knowing Nizu would eventually come to check on him. Man, after yesterday, I feel pumped, Kaminari said excitedly. A day of rest and fun had re-energized the entire class. Only 2 more days, right? Let's blow these next days right out of the water, Izuku added confidently, striding in wearing his silly dragon costume. Despite having seen it before, laughter erupted among his classmates as they spotted him. Ignoring their amusement, he took Ryuko and Eri toward the gym. In the afternoon, Inko would drop by to spend the day with Eri. Although she wanted to come first thing in the morning, Chi-Chi needed someone to hold her hand for a flu shot. Can I also play? Eri asked Izuku, who nodded. Sure, sweetie. He lifted her onto his shoulder, and Eri beamed with happiness at the prospect of joining in the games. Upon arriving at the gym, Eri helped set up, dragging weights to organize the space. Oh hey look, Izuku pointed out. It's the machine you broke, they already fixed it. Ryuko blushed, scratching her head. Oh look, the door needs to be opened, she said, shuffling off as Izuku laughed. As the doors opened to the public, the dragons of UA quickly faced a lineup of eager opponents. Yes, I'm first, MidoRyuu shouted as he dashed into the building, pointing at Izuku. Let's do pose, one hand and waited, MidoRyuu exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Izuku nodded, eager to take on the challenge. They approached the pull-up bar, attaching a 300-pound chain belt. First to 50? MidoRyuu proposed, glancing at the clock. Sadly, I can't stay all day, I've got tickets to see that rocker perform. Eri, beaming with pride, counted down, 1, 3, go. She raised her hands, and both boys began their pull-ups, neck and neck. Despite MidoRyuu's rigorous training, Izuku's genetics gave him an edge. As MidoRyuu struggled for a moment, Izuku maintained his pace. Come on, you're a third year, UA's strongest, right? Don't go losing now, MidoRyuu joked, and Izuku playfully shot back. I will just go beyond, plus ultra. MidoRyuu exclaimed, pushing himself further. As they both approached the 50 mark, they somehow reached it simultaneously. Wow, you really are something else, MidoRyuu laughed. Me? I'm something else. Izuku replied, astonished. He had powers that made him stronger than most, while MidoRyuu relied on hard work and dedication. That was great fun, but I have to go. I'll have more fun later, MidoRyuu said, glancing over at Ryuko, who was leading a plank contest against a group of high school boys. You're all doing wonderfully. Maintain that core, Ryuko encouraged, her poise contrasting with the struggling boys around her. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the noise. Rex walked in, a large rope around his arm, with Toru ready to engage Izuku in a playful challenge. Oh, hi, Izuku greeted, surprised to see Toru so close. Hello, Kanna, he added, acknowledging the small child beside her. Toru wanted to fight you, but she wouldn't wake up early for anything other than food and Kanna, Rex explained, a small punch from Toru silencing him momentarily. He smiled as he set Kanna down. Hi, Eri. Kanna greeted her friend enthusiastically. Hi. Eri replied, her happiness evident. Wanna play? Kanna asked, turning to Izuku. I'll protect them with my life, Rex assured, and Izuku nodded in approval. With that, Toru was released, bounding toward Izuku, though it was all in good fun. Eri and Kanna quickly dashed off, excited to play together. They soon stumbled upon a three-legged race. How do we do this? Eri asked, her curiosity piqued. It's rather fun. You'll have a leg tied together, and then you walk, Rex explained, securing the bands around their knees and ankles. But this makes walking hard? Eri protested, to which Rex nodded. That's the point, sweetie. The goal is to walk together, Eri said, and Kanna nodded in agreement. This is leg 1, then leg 2, okay? As they said leg 1, both moved their left leg. However, since Eri's left leg was tied to Kanna's right leg, they stumbled and fell. This is hard, Kanna said as she struggled to get up. It's a mirror game, Eri exclaimed, finally understanding it with a smile. She whispered her explanation to Kanna, who nodded, finally grasping the concept. Beep boop beep boop, they shouted, making the silly sounds as loud as they could, and began to walk in unison. Eri turned to the others who were racing against them. You all have to walk together too. Each beep is an outie leg, and each boop is an innie leg. Soon, adults and teens joined the young girls, beeping and booping as they walked together. The entire group moved in harmony, creating a delightful display of community spirit. Rex had pulled out a professional camera setup and was recording the whole event, though the audio was slightly disrupted by his constant cooing and ANG at the adorableness unfolding before him. Izuku, meanwhile, had Toru in a fireman's carry, and as she struggled against it, he began spinning around, making her dizzy. The crowd cheered, chanting, round and round and round. After winning the three-legged race, most adults stepped back, but a group of teens began bickering. You did a boop on a beep. You booper, one yelled. I ain't no booper, you stinky beeper. They playfully tugged at each other's cheeks and hair. The event organizers presented Eri and Kanna with massive panda plushies. Bob, where did you get that? We don't give prizes, his friend exclaimed. I quickly bought it, okay? I wanted to give them something, Bob replied. Eri then noticed Kyoka's concert was about to start, and they rushed to the front. Ticket. Hitoshi lay on his belly, trying to sleep. Is a hug okay? Eri asked. Hitoshi shot up, smiling. Always, Eri. He led Eri and Koda inside. They enjoyed the show, captivated by Kyoka's voice and the musical skills of the students. Rex managed to pull out a second recorder to capture the performance. Eri and Kanna danced joyfully, trying to follow the steps Mina had taught them. Outside the restroom, Izuku asked apologetically, Are you okay? Puking sounds echoed from within. I didn't think me eating could make so many people sick, Toru giggled, mustard and ketchup still staining her cheeks from devouring hot dogs. You are something else, Ryuko remarked, maintaining her usual dignity. Eri waved at Namuri. Returned the gesture. Who would you like to take your order, princesses? Namuri asked and Eri pointed at her. Of course, follow me. They were seated at a table and given menus. Do you already know what you want? Nomuri asked. Apples and pancakes, please. Ice cream too. Eri replied. Nomuri nodded, and Kanna remarked, she is pretty. Eri agreed, saying, my papa says so as well. Nomuri, overhearing, nearly fainted with joy. Sato, they are getting the biggest serving you can give them. But Sato hesitated, but Nomuri pulled out a sword playfully. But what if I can give them more? He quickly changed his tone, tripling the number of pancakes and ice cream scoops. Izuku wandered around, confused about Eri and Kanna's whereabouts. Hubby powers activate, Toru said, sensing the ground before jumping into the air. Arix, where are you? She shouted, prompting Izuku and Ryuko to facepalm. After knowing her, I should have expected something like this, Izuku said, deciding to head toward the cafe, thinking apples might lure them. Eventually, they found Eri and Kanna asleep in a booth, their bellies full. Rex lay passed out nearby, his recorder still running with the lens cap on. Oh, let's bring them to the dorm. They can sleep there, Ryuko suggested as she picked up Kanna, while Izuku gently lifted Eri. Both cradled the children as best as they could while Kanna grabbed Rex's ankle and dragged him along. Let me die, please. Rex had broken 2 knives in his attempts to harm himself, while Toru used Ka, the highest version of the guard skill. Each knife seemed ineffective, as if they were made of plastic. You just messed up the filming. It's not the end of the world. But it was so cute, and now I can't watch it again and again. My life is over, I'm a failure. End it. He tried again, only for Eri to shake her head. Please don't, come play with us instead. Instantly, Rex felt a wave of relief wash over him. The street began to crack, the asphalt splitting as it turned gray and crumbled into dust. In the middle of the street stood Shigaraki, but he looked different. He had gained more mass, appearing fuller than before. This is for you, brother. Bah! Shigaraki slammed both hands down, causing the stone sidewalk to crack and decay, turning to dust as the wind blew it away. The decay spread, reaching the grass and turning the green lawns into lifeless patches. A small boy cried out for his mother as she stepped into the garden to see what was happening. Her skin cracked, and she fell apart, her screams drowned out by Shigaraki's insane laughter as he unleashed his rage on the house where Izuku and Inko had lived. The street itself decayed, leaving a massive mark. Just as Shigaraki was about to unleash more destruction, the second hero arrived. "In it, the villain got away," said a man in a suit, holding 2 hammers, his face obscured by a mask resembling a nail. "But we didn't." A portal opened above, and 2 new villains descended. Their dragon-like features were unmistakable, with scales, slitted eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and wings protruding from their backs. They raised their claws and attacked the heroes. The first dragon struck the hammer hero's throat, cleaving through flesh and bone, blood spraying everywhere. The second hero managed to evade the first attack, but the second dragon lunged forward, its hand piercing the hero's gut. The hero gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to speak. Who are you? He managed before his head fell limp, his body going slack. The dragon villain laughed, glancing at his partner, who liked the blood from his claws. "Guess we couldn't expect any fun from weaklings this pathetic," he said, allowing the hero's body to drop with a splat. "This was never about having fun, but to invite the guest of honor," the first dragon said, ripping the head off the hero. The second dragon took a deep breath and unleashed a blast of air, exploding the building from which the child's screams had come. "Children annoy me," he remarked, while his partner began to paint the street with blood. Meanwhile, in the busy center of Tokyo, Shigaraki landed with a smile, approaching a towering building surrounded by tourists. "Looky here, you're gonna want to capture this," he said with a twisted grin. He slammed his hands against the wall, causing cracks to form and decay to spread. "This is all for you, brother. I shall take down any symbol that stood against our kind, bah." As the building began to crumble, tourists screamed and fled, some frozen in fear. Pillar after pillar decayed until the first hero arrived, but it was too late. Shigaraki waved goodbye as he jumped into a portal, leaving the massive tower leaning precariously. The tower fell, crashing into the streets of Tokyo, destroying buildings and claiming countless lives. At Yue, Nizu observed the reports flooding in, his paw trembling slightly. This was a war he had been preparing for, and he recalled the last contact with Shigaraki during the festival. But now, Izuku and his class were around halfway through their second year. "Sir," Toshinori walked in, his phone in hand. "He collapsed my tower," he said in shock. Nizu nodded as he twirled his chair around, looking through his window. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. The window that Nizu had been looking out of, which had previously shown a clear view of the city and the sea, was now covered in cracks, a large caliber round embedded in it. "War," Nizu said, annoyed as he jumped out of his chair. He rushed away with Toshinori. Kyoka was the first to hear it. "Gunshot, main gate," it came from a big building. Kyoka screamed from the kitchen, wearing one of Izuku's shirts and shorts. Instantly, Izuku rushed out, only wearing shorts himself. Nana, Ryuko, Bakugo, and others followed closely behind, dashing toward the area. Aizawa ran as well, with heroes from all around rushing toward the shot. "Up there, the suspect is purple, for foot 3, left the gun behind." Bakugo called out from the sky. Within moments, he was surrounded. "What were you trying to do?" Nana asked, confused about the situation. "Oh, I don't know. What would a hired gun do with a gun?" The suspect shrugged with a smile. "You're lucky if you get to walk after this," Izuku said, cracking his fingers. "Nah, you're lucky if any of them survive after this." The suspect pulled his shirt open, revealing a massive amount of explosives tied to his chest. "Goodbye." He displayed the detonator in his hand. Aizawa quickly recognized the man, known for his suicide bombings, which he could survive due to his quirk that made him immune to explosives. But before he could press the button, he screamed. Another bang was heard. The man's thumb fell off as a bullet landed right in front of Izuku's feet. From the sky, held by a drone, Snipe tipped his head toward them. "My pleasure," he said in his cool cowboy tone as he landed on the roof. "Now we get him to talk," Izuku said, grabbing the hired gun by his neck. "Be careful, we don't know how these explosives are wired," Aizawa warned his son, who nodded. "But Mei can figure that out," Izuku was confident. And she did. "Oh, what the hell, what kind of amateur made this explosive vest? Just throw this one really high up, please," Mei asked Izuku. He ripped it off and threw a part into the air, causing a small explosion. Really basic. Most wires were purely for looks. "Look here, this one wraps around twice and ties itself off. The person that made this really has no idea what they are doing and should be ashamed," Mei said, handing the rest of the explosive vest to Aizawa. "Sir, what is this about?" Achiko asked, still holding Eri. "It seems that Shigaraki is back, and he is on a path of war," Nizu said as he walked in. "What? Where is he?" Izuku asked, having trained for this moment. His countless battles against strong opponents had prepared him. "We don't know. But so far he has killed 7 families on your old street, decaying your old house and the family that lives there, along with 2 heroes. Your name is written in blood, along with hundreds killed as they collapsed my tower." The shock was visible on every student's face. Some had to take a step back, while others gasped for air. "What the hell is wrong with that decaying freak?" Mina asked, confused about how someone could do such things without consequences. They seemed to use a teleporting ability to get around. But most importantly, they seemed to be doing this for Izuku. "They?" Nizu nodded. "It seems that Shigaraki has obtained the help of others, including dragons," Nizu said. Izuku crushed the cup he had in his hand. "Those BSTRDS. We are trying to help our name, not ruin it," Izuku said, frustrated. It had been a long road, and finally he had been recognized as a dragon hero in training on major news stations. But now Shigaraki was threatening everything he had worked for. "What can we do?" Momo asked, nodding. "Right now, nothing. We don't know where he will strike next. All we can do is think of places that are important to Izuku." "Home," Izuku said with worry. Aizawa nodded. "I am going there now, along with Mike, Rush, and Crust." Even if we can't beat them, we can hold them off long enough for backup to arrive. He walked toward his sons, giving both a kiss on the forehead. I won't let anything happen. Just be safe. They nodded as he turned around. I have calculated a 73% certainty that they will attack here. In a mind like Shigaraki's, we are a breeding ground for the hatred of dragonkind. That would be a problem. The number of extras around here would get in the way, Bakugo said, annoyed. Nizu nodded with a smirk. They are all getting evacuated and replaced with robots to simulate behavior. I have already contacted multiple work groups to rebuild. So if they arrive, do not hold back. We also have an evacuation plan for other students, such as those in the support course. I wish to ask some of you to help them. I will, Ryuko volunteered. Eri would be in that room, the safest place they had, and she would be the backline to protect that area. Not alone you won't, Denki said as Achiko, Itsuka, Setsuna, Mineta, and Ibra agreed to help. I apologize ahead of time for the war that will happen. If I had been more involved, perhaps I could have ended this earlier. That is my fault. Nizu bowed deeply, going on his hands and knees with his head on the floor. This isn't anybody's fault but the sick individual causing this chaos, and the lizard's fault for having such strange fans, Bakugo said, trying to lighten the mood with a small joke. At least I have fans, you just angered a firecracker, Izuku joked back. Nizu smiled as he walked away, planning to learn everything he could about who had hired him, no matter the psychological toll it might take on the criminal. Now, about those other 9 fingers you have, do you still want to use them? Nizu asked, closing the door while revealing a pair of hedge clippers. What do we do now, Nizu? Gran Torino asked as they gathered near the window in his office. Recovery Girl sat with them, pondering their next course of action. The game that Shigaraki is playing is very dangerous. He is slowly devolving, rage and death are consuming more of his mind. These attacks show just that. However, he is still aware that a direct confrontation would lead to his defeat. We must react to his actions until we find an opening, Nizu explained, frustration evident in his voice. He hated having to wait for more problems, but there were no leads. Shigaraki teleported into an area, created chaos, and vanished, leaving no trace of his location. We can try AFO again, Gran Torino suggested. Nizu shook his head. We have tried, Toshiyu and I. None of us have succeeded. He won't talk. Then what about Izuku? Recovery Girl proposed. The room fell silent as Nizu mentally debated the idea. How could he ask so much of the boy? But if it could put a stop to this, wouldn't that be the best outcome? He is in, Aizawa said from the corner, showing his phone. He had texted Izuku, who responded without hesitation. That boy won't fail when the lives of others are at stake, Aizawa said as he stood up. But I will take him there. He walked out. Any hint for us to go off? That's all we need, he added. Are you sure about this? Aizawa asked as they stood behind the reinforced metal door, guards with automatic rifles standing watch. No, but it must be done. Aizawa nodded as the door opened. I'm right outside if you need me. Izuku nodded and stepped inside. Oh, is that my boy? Have you come to see your dear father again? Perhaps you wish to learn how to shave or throw a ball. I would say yes, but my hands are a little tied at the moment. Fo spoke with a confident yet sarcastic tone. A large quirk dampener hung around his neck, equipped with blades that would spring out if tampered with, posing a lethal threat. Where is Shigaraki hiding out? Izuku demanded as he took a seat. You still fear me, don't you? Ha! After all, you have grown, yet you still know that you are nothing but an insignificant worm when faced with real power, don't you? Fo spat, his voice dripping with disdain. I was terrified of you before I stepped into this room, Izuku replied, chuckling as he leaned back in his chair. In my mind, you were stronger. But seeing the real you now, I truly don't know how you ever survived. Oh, I taste it now, Fo said, leaning forward slightly. You uncovered your hoard. It wasn't power or wealth, too weak. Yes, of course, someone as pathetic as you would use love as a hoard. I hope it was wonderful because as soon as I get out of these chains, I am going to destroy you and everything you hold dear. Izuku's expression remained cold, but a smirk crept onto his face as AFO's smile faltered. Did not mean to say that, did you? Izuku said, standing up. Well, I guess that was everything we needed. But I will say, I hope you get out soon. He slammed his hands on the table, cracking it under his might. Because if you do, I will destroy you. FO sensed the seriousness in Izuku's words, which were not mere bravado but a cold, calculated promise. His smirk returned. Let's test that out, shall we? Come on, try it. I'm sure the guards will allow it, right? Hit your old man. Izuku turned and walked out, ignoring AFO's taunts. You did well, Aizawa said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder before entering the room himself. Oh, please, I could not care less for vermin like you. Guards, take me back to my lodge, please and thank you, FO said dismissively. Yeah, run and hide. But if you threaten my family ever again, I will end you, Aizawa warned, though AFO didn't even look at him. Back at you, Power Loader asked. May, what are you doing here? As he discovered his lab had been broken into once again. The person left a note with their name and class. Oh well, you said, I could come in whenever and create upgrades, so I did. May pulled out a bracelet. I'm working on this. She threw it toward Power Loader, and as he caught it, the watch transformed into a gauntlet. Is it just a metal glove? Well, yes and no. You see, when I put it on, my flesh acts like a bridge for the power to run through, completing the circuit and electrifying the glove. That means I have thunder punches, May stated proudly. Power Loader was speechless. He had worked with some of the most creative minds in the world and had created countless weapons, tools, and armor. Yet each moment May worked near him, he learned something new. Oh yeah, don't go in that closet, May said with a smile. The door fell open, revealing hundreds of broken watches. Oh, and that room, that box, and, your desk. May then ran out just as Power Loader started hearing small explosions. Why, where is that ashy guy? I want to fight someone. Bakugo screamed as he kicked the punching bag. Baku bro, I don't think asking a guy who wants to take out most of us to show up where we train is a good idea, Kirishima said, holding the bag. I know, shitty hair. I meant it as I could also come to him. Ah, I see. You're a weirdo. Just because you have no one to fight, you want a supervillain to show up. So I can fight to the death. It's not a hard concept to grasp, Bakugo said, shaking his head as he walked away from Mina. It's a man thing, you wouldn't understand, Kirishima added, also walking away. Mina's jaw dropped as she looked around, and all the guys just nodded, staying clear of her. Izuku sat in his room, Nana lying on his chest, her finger trailing across him. I'm worried, she said, not making eye contact. Yeah. Izuku guessed why. You were around him a lot. Do you think it's going to be hard? Izuku stared at the ceiling. Tamura was extremely fast, but more importantly, he had no reason. He took a deep breath. Most villains had motives, money, power, revenge, but Shigaraki was different. He simply wanted to be evil. If he felt like harming a family, he just did it. Stopping him was challenging unless faced head-on. But I do think we could. Many of us are faster and stronger, we just have to fight smart. Meanwhile, the villains were planning. Dr. Help! Shigaraki screamed from within a caged room. You have to endure this, young lord, a terrified voice spoke through the speaker. I won't do anything except rip out your guts. Shigaraki shouted, banging against the bars. Please, it hurts, everything hurts. His voice shifted from anger to a softer, scared tone. The doctor could only press the mute button. What a weak subject, he spat. Don't fret, doctor. With the DNA you used, this is more than acceptable, Kurojiri said, but it wasn't his usual voice, it was AFO's. Indeed, Dynastir. Your blood flows within him, the mutations are working wonderfully. The doctor prepared to use some of Tamura's white blood cells for bonding. I see, how right you are. I shall do that now. A vent opened, and deep blue mist filled the room. Shigaraki screamed as he banged against the walls. I need to kill. Kill me. He collapsed, and two Nomu ran in, holding him down as he struggled. The doctor, now wearing a gas mask, approached with a massive syringe, extracting blood and bone marrow. "We need this for the war, young lord," he said, quickly leaving the room. The gas dissipated, and Shigaraki's hands turned scaly as he crushed one Nomu's head and attacked the other, splattering blood everywhere. "Oh, hello," Inko said, holding a large pot of food. Behind her, Alice, Lilith, and Mitsuki struggled with equally large pots. "I didn't expect a welcome party," Rex said, noticing the worried expressions of the group behind him. "Of course. We've built a community here, and accepting you all is part of that," Inko said as they were welcomed in. "Don't worry, most of them won't bite," Mitsuki added with a smile, having recently moved into the community to reconnect with Inko. "Dad, are you all right?" "Oh, I am, sweetie. I merely wish to talk to, but I'm Bob," a man who looked older than the dragon elder said as both walked toward the park. "Thank you for coming," Bob said, hands on his back. "Just as we are helping you, you are helping us," Nizu had suggested. With Shigaraki losing control and attacking everything in sight, there was a real possibility he would target Izuku's new home, either to save Inko or to harm her. Nizu struggled to predict Shigaraki's next move, but it was nearly impossible. To protect not just one person but the entire community, Nizu suggested to Beatrix and Toru that if the communities could merge, they could create a larger and safer environment. "Do you think we are powerful enough to face him?" The old dragon laughed. "I've faced off against AFO before. I would rather die than let his brat take me down." He chuckled. "If anything, we should be able to hold them off until one extremely angry dragon shows up." Bob completed the sentence as they both sat down at a park table with a chessboard, sharing a laugh. Nizu sat in a dimly lit room, surrounded by hundreds of books, his fur a mess, but a broad smile on his face. "I found it," he exclaimed, cackling with excitement. It had been 3 days since Izuku had spoken with AFO, and they had learned that AFO was somehow still involved in their plans, though they didn't know how he was pulling the strings. Nizu understood that a control freak like AFO could never allow anyone else to take charge, even from behind bars. "What did you find?" Gran Torino asked, half asleep on a stack of books. Nizu showed him a family tree, tracing back to when quirks first appeared. The 4th generation was crucial. They had a relatively normal electric quirk, but when Anna married Jean, they had 4 sons. 2 died young in war, 1 became a doctor, and the 4th fled Japan, now living in Spain under the name Sokka, with a new quirk that allowed his hair to act like arms. Gran Torino examined the quirk records. "They are using old tech instead," he noted, smirking. Tartarus was the most secure prison in Japan, housing the most dangerous criminals, but it was so advanced that it overlooked older technologies. Nizu had cracked the inverted Morse code cipher used by AFO in just 2 hours, granting them access to all shared information. "Hello, students," Nizu greeted as he entered the classroom of hero students, his fur now neatly groomed. "As you all know, classes are cancelled, but I can see the confusion on your faces." He smiled and jumped onto the desk. "For what seems like forever, we have been forced to react to Shigaraki and AFO, but I would like to ask you all how you would feel if they had to react for once." The students stood up, excitement evident on their faces. "I have located some safe houses housing criminals, and I would like you all to lead the charge to arrest them." "Yes. We finally get to take them down." Bakugo slammed his hand on his desk, exhilarated. "But sir, what if they fight back?" Ida asked, recognizing the risk. Nizu nodded. "In this class, we have some of the most skilled heroes I have ever seen. Midoriya, Yagi, Bakugo, Usagayami, these are just a few of our top fighters. I suggest they go alone or in teams of 2 while the rest stay back." "Shitty hair, you're with me, right?" Tetsu cheered. "Absolutely, I'm that shield." Kirishima responded, high-fiving Tetsu in a show of camaraderie. "I think it might be safer if I go alone," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Oh really? Is that because you break chairs if you sit on them wrong?" Achiko teased, laughing. Just then, Izuku turned, and his chair broke, causing him to fall backward. "Ryu, you going with me?" Rumi asked, and Ryuko nodded. "In case they attack here, I'll stay back, Rumi added confidently. You're with me then, Crow, Rumi said to Tokoyami, who agreed. Nijire, want to team up for some girl power? Nana asked, and Nijire shot out of her chair, excited. Oh yes, please. I've been waiting for someone to ask. Good, now we have our teams. The police will back you up, and heroes will be with them, but you will be the only ones on the scene. Nizu said, they are to arrest and hold them. Bakugo rolled his arms, eager for action. When can we go, and how badly can we handle them? Nizu replied, a shuttle will take you in about 2 hours. As for injuries, try to keep them alive for answers. But if it's kill or be killed, do what you have to. Good hunting, Bakugo said, jumping out the window to prepare for the fight. Are you ready? Bakugo asked as he stepped out of the car. I was born ready, Kirishima replied, slamming his hand into his chest. Let's go. Kirishima charged forward. One of the cops on the sidelines muttered, really kids, come on. Bakugo smirked and took a knee. Shitty hair, I'm knocking. He raised his arm, his large gauntlet pointed at the gate, and pulled the pin back. Sit back, old-timer. These kids got this. With that, he let the explosion rip. A trail of smoke and ringing was all the cops and heroes could hear and see, but they felt the tremors. The gate and front of the warehouse were completely obliterated, leaving the villains inside in shock. They could hear nothing and see nothing until, out of the dust, a red-headed hero charged in. Manly punch. Kirishima slugged one of the villains, knocking him out cold. Bakugo sped in with explosions, grabbing one of the thugs by the head and letting off a small explosion without looking around. A villain transformed a pen into a large cleaver-style sword and aimed it at Bakugo. The blade slammed down, but Kirishima stepped in front, the blade chipping against his hardened shoulder. Not manly, dude, Kirishima said, reeling back his right hand and punching through the blade to hit the villain in the face. What are you holding here? Katsuki asked, gripping a guy by the neck. I ain't saying sheet, you'll have to kill me, the guy retorted, trying to sound tough. Katsuki rolled his eyes and showed his left hand, which held 2 rocks. He blew them up, shattering them completely, then used that same hand to grab the guy by the collar. Okay, chill. We're holding drags, just drags and cash. Here's the key, please, not my collar. Boom, Katsuki said, causing the guy to cry as he fell. Pages. He walked with the key toward the door. That should at least annoy them a little. Yeah, but what kind of drags are kept in drums? Kirishima asked. Katsuki called Momo over. Ponytail, I'm gonna list some stuff. You better tell me what they're used for. Okay. Momo replied. Polyethylene glycol, fusidic acid, cyclosporin. Oh, well, those are used in the bonding of foreign cells with other cells, she explained. Nizu, nearby, said, Katsuki, can you send a picture? Katsuki complied. Oh my. You just located one of their stashes with the drags they used to create Nomus, Nizu said. This was significant damage dealt. He hoped the others had as much or more success. That ride was boring, Rumi said, stretching her legs. Unlike Izuku, who chose to fly, she had to sit in the back of a bus and wait. Without moments of darkness, even the brightest light seems dull, Tokoyami said, his large cloak opening as dark shadow popped out. This will be fun. It's a tall building. I'll clear the top, you take down the bottom? Rumi suggested, looking at the nearly 20-story structure. All right, I'll rush for the basement in case there's an escape route, Tokoyami replied, his cloak floating around him, making him appear larger. Dark shadow began to cover Tokoyami like a suit of armor. Happy hunting. Rumi crouched slightly before shooting up like a missile. The floor cracked as she jumped toward the 20th-story window. Lunar crash. She aimed for the window, and as she went feet first into the wall, half of it caved in. Hey, you guys. Rumi's red eyes glowed like those of a predator, her smirk instilling fear in those who saw it. They looked at the makeshift tables set up, parts of weapons spread out, with crates filled with assembled weapons. Oh no, one exclaimed, holding an egg. Rumi dashed forward, delivering an arch heel kick that shattered the weapon. The guard at the door struggled to pull out his pistol, but as he lifted it he was met with Rumi's foot firmly planted against his face. She made her way down, each floor standing no chance against her. Even when warned by the screams of those above, the 10th floor was ready, each member holding a loaded assault rifle aimed at the stairs and elevator. As they saw the light turn on and the elevator descend, they waited. When the doors opened, they all opened fire, 12 people, 12 guns, 360 total rounds, in just 3 seconds of chaos. But there was nobody in the elevator. That was until the window broke and Rumi jumped in from outside. "Tough luck, everyone." Rumi laughed as she executed a spinning sidekick, sending one of the villains crashing into the others, taking them down like bowling pins. Meanwhile, Tokoyami had also dealt with his share of foes. "Who turned the lights off?" a thug in the basement complained. "I don't know, but I can't see anything." "You know how dangerous it is to sharpen knives without sight," he yelled, fumbling for a flashlight. When he finally turned it on, he accidentally shone it in his own face. But as he caught sight of the dark figure in front of him, its pure black skin, glowing red eyes, and bird-like face, he quickly turned the flashlight back off. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow swept through the area, their powers amplified by the darkness. In the past, Dark Shadow might have gone wild in complete darkness, but now, working together with Tokoyami, they were a formidable force. Tokoyami stepped onto the 2nd floor, ready to confront the remaining villains, only to find Rumi sitting on a makeshift throne made of defeated foes, her feet resting on a footstool. "Finally, you made it," she said, slightly out of breath. "Really? There were that many here?" Tokoyami replied, still catching his breath. "3rd and 4th floors as well," Rumi laughed, ignoring the groans of the villains beneath her. Meanwhile, Nana and Nijire stood in front of a laboratory. "Really?" Nana said, slightly shocked. "Indeed. This is where AFO's group has been synthesizing various compounds," Nizu explained, with Nana and Nijire nodding in agreement. They were soon confronted by 2 heavily muscled guards wielding weapons. "You are trespassing. Leave this property," they shouted, submachine rifles at the ready. "Sorry, but we are heroes from UA. We have direct orders to arrest everyone here. If you raise those weapons, we will have to take action," Nana said, trying to assess whether they were truly villains or just doing their jobs. The guards exchanged glances before raising their weapons, but it was too late. Nana, glowing with the power of one for all, stood behind them and crushed their weapons effortlessly. Nijire raised her arms, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent the guards flying back into Nana, who slammed them to the floor. "Well, I guess we can get started," Nijire said, preparing to fly. "I'll do a flyover while you have fun." With that, she launched herself into the air, sending out energy blasts from her feet. Nana nodded and ripped open the door, ready to face more guards approaching her. "Man, either don't fight me or be a challenge," Nana said, sounding disappointed as she stepped forward. The sheer force of her movement knocked paintings and posters off the walls. She charged at the first guard, slamming her shoulder into him and sending him crashing into his comrades. "Do you know where the leaders are? You all feel like goons." "Forget you, hero," the guard spat defiantly. Nana nodded, then suddenly hurled him down the hallway. He screamed as he seemed to be heading straight for a wall, but just before impact, Nana caught him. "Oh, almost missed you. Now then, tell me, or should we see if I can catch you again? This time, I'll throw you harder," she said, preparing to toss him again. "They are on the 3rd floor," he blurted out, defeated. Nana nodded and pressed a pressure point she had learned from Itsuka, causing him to go limp and fall to the floor. While Nana dealt with the goons, Nijire flew into the boss room. "Hey there. You wouldn't happen to know where Starbucks is, would you?" she asked with a smile as 3 figures stood up. One of them was as muscular as the guards, with a forearm replaced by a massive battle axe. The 2 women beside him matched his physique, one wielding a large hammer while the other had nails that looked like kitchen knives. "I know you. You're on Queen Lilith's hit list," one of the women said, pointing her nails threateningly. "Oh, well, that's not very nice," Nijire replied. "Kill," the muscular man shouted, swinging his axe toward her. Nijire raised both her arms. "Half power, Nijire crash," she yelled, firing 2 spirals of energy that struck him in the chest. Arg, he grunted, struggling to advance. Full power, MidoRyuu declared, and the energy beams intensified, pushing him back until he slammed against the wall. The 2 women charged at her, weapons drawn, aiming to take her down. But with a smile still on her face, MidoRyuu shot up as her quirk propelled her feet. The nails missed her completely and took her place, leaving the hammer to slam into her chest. This allowed MidoRyuu to kick the hammer girl in the chest. You all SCK, MidoRyuu said as she landed on the floor. She jumped out of the way just in time as the axe slammed down in the spot where she had just stood, flocks of her hair falling to the floor. Izuku likes my hair the way it was, you big old meanie weenie, MidoRyuu exclaimed, upset that her hair had been messed with. You started without me, Nana said, sounding as if she had walked in on her friends already playing a game without her. She noticed a classmate and girlfriend of her boyfriend being attacked. Nana, he cut my hair. MidoRyuu cried, near tears as she showed her hair, which had only a few strands sliced. Nana seemed to crack the floor as her body glowed. Which of these bullies did that? You know how much time and effort she puts into her hair. Nana stood in front of the axe wielder, holding the blade with one hand before squeezing it until it broke, sounding like a bone snapping. The guy screamed in pain as he clutched his arm. Nana used her other hand to slap him, imprinting her hand on his face as he was flung against the wall. This time, he wasn't getting back up. Wow. Stop, stop, the hammer girl screamed as MidoRyuu aimed her palm at her. The hammer had been stuck to the girl's nails as she lay knocked out on the floor, now unable to protect herself. It showed she was just a bully who only wanted to fight when things were in her favor. Good, let's arrest everyone. We need lots of cuffs. I just locked doors with people in them, Nana said with a giggle. Meanwhile, Izuku hovered over the ocean. Really cool of Nizu to give me this spot, he said to himself. His large wings kept him in the sky. He had been there for a little while and had already spotted some things. The amount of manpower present made it seem like they were holding an army, and none of them looked like workers. Most importantly, Izuku had no clue if there were dragons nearby, but he had seen enough. He lowered himself, now seeing the heroes and police standing near the entrance, hidden as well as they could be. Villains, I am the hero MidoRyuu. I have come to stop all crime in this area. Surrender, as fighting will be pointless, Izuku proclaimed in the most powerful voice he could muster, staring down at everyone. It didn't take long before a small army stood in front of him. Izuku landed on the ground, his dragon wings vanishing into his back. Who do you think you are? One of them said, holding a machete. Izuku looked confused. I just yelled it. I'm MidoRyuu, you know, Dragon of Yue. The guy who is about to take you all down if you don't surrender. The guy aimed his machete at Izuku. All I see is dead meat. Spawn, Izuku said, activating the second stage of his durability spells. As the guy ran up, he swung his blade at Izuku. The flimsy metal sliced across Izuku's chest and did absolutely nothing. Izuku just stood there. Now my turn. He pushed the guy back with as much force as he could without seriously harming him, throwing him right into a wall. Wow, didn't expect the wall to remain standing. They all rushed at Izuku, but he took a deep breath. RIK. It had been a power set he recently unlocked thanks to Toru. It was part of the wind attack group, the second stage. He blew toward the ground, sending a powerful gust that pushed the group back. It felt like a storm was blowing through, while Izuku remained standing. One by one, he grabbed and threw them against the wall. They could do very little, but they all tried. Hammer slam, one shouted as he swung a hammer the size of an oil drum overhead, aiming for Izuku's face. Izuku blew against it, barely getting hit, which also cracked the hammer. Seems you've been keeping my men busy. Not really, I'm just surprised by that wall, Izuku replied. He had thrown nearly 20 people against it, some with quirks that made them stronger, yet still, the wall stood strong. Sneak attack. The machete slammed into Izuku's neck and broke. Just as Izuku grabbed the attacker and threw him toward another wall, this time the wall broke. What the hell is that wall made of? Izuku wondered as the leader charged at him. Izuku met him in the middle, their hands locked as they slammed their heads against each other. "I didn't expect to find one of my kind here," Izuku said with a smirk. "Don't lump us in the same boat, I'm better." The leader gritted his teeth, trying to break Izuku's grip. But Izuku just chuckled. "Come on now, this is how you do that." Izuku squeezed, and this time, there was a snap. As the villain screamed, Izuku turned around, swinging him before letting him go in the direction of the wall. The strong and durable body slammed into the wall with enough force to break down a house, but still, the wall remained strong. Now that is some sturdy construction. Stuff you can only get from Uraraka Construction. Izuku winked with a thumbs up toward some of the police and heroes. "I hate him," Aizawa said, trying not to laugh at the antics of his son. He had come to see how well Izuku could handle these situations, and only someone foolish would set up a moment like that. "Bob, really? What? You know I plan on adding garage. If a hero endures something, I will at least look into it," a cop said to another as he jotted it down. The dragon Izuku had slammed into the wall attempted to fly away, transforming into a creature the size of a bus. He struggled to get off the ground, but Izuku held onto its tail. "You ain't going nowhere, little one." "Little? I will show you little. Flame breathe of 10 million suns." The dragon took a deep breath, but Izuku didn't flinch. "Didn't you hear me? Yeah, attack me then." This was the first time in his life that bluffing with that attack hadn't worked. He had presented himself as a high-ranking dragon with complete mastery of flames, but in reality he only knew how to transform into his dragon form. He had no flame attacks, but the fear of dragons often gave him a chance to escape. "I'm doomed, aren't I?" Izuku simply nodded as he slammed the dragon down to the floor. "Come in and arrest these guys. They won't do much," Izuku called out. "We have to find Shigaraki," Izuku said to Aizawa, who nodded. "I'm sure he is simply in hiding, afraid and confused about how we could strike back," Aizawa assured him. "Let's get Emister out." "I would like to check out now if that is all right with you too," All for One said, still bound in his chair, a gun aimed at his head and a neck guard primed to snap. Both his arms were secured to his sides. "What are you talking about, inmate? The only way you're checking out is if I do the world a favor and put a round right in your head," one of the guards said through the intercom from a separate room. Fo laughed. "Well, it's not up to you too, but if you allow me to walk out now, I will spare you from death." The confidence in his voice irritated the guards. "Shut up, inmate," one guard yelled, growing annoyed. On a different side of the prison, the prisoners were secured in their cells, but some were stuck. He loved me, I hate him, Lilith's voice repeated, rocking back and forth on her bed. The large, reinforced plexiglass wall allowed for no privacy, yet the unique design prevented sound from passing through. Next to her sat Stain, doing push-ups with his feet on the bed. His mission was far from over. Life without the possibility of parole meant nothing to him. He had to continue his mission of cleansing the hero scum. In front of Lilith lay an ex-hero, Lady Nagant, who had once been a high-ranking hero until she went rogue and shot a business executive. It was sad for those who cared for her, but as she pled guilty, there was no doubt left. Each of the villains in this prison had received life sentences without the possibility of parole. These were the worst of the worst, guarded by pro-heroes and police. Every day was calm, none could escape, and none could scream for the injustices they faced, but that also meant they didn't hear the screams. The screams of terror from the guards echoed as they fired their rifles against the Nomu's dark flesh. Their final pleas were silenced as their throats were ripped open by the claws of dragons. Then they heard something, the sound of bricks falling, glass cracking. "You now all work for All for One," Shigaraki screamed as the hallway decayed. For the first time since their incarceration, the prisoners were able to walk out of their cells. The normally pristine walls and clean floors were now covered in ash and blood. "Boss!" Lilith screamed in tears as Shigaraki smirked and nodded, enough for her to understand. "And what if we don't want to join some punk?" one of the villains said, a member of an underground criminal organization. Shigaraki dashed forward, faster than he could react. Each finger pressed against his neck, and before he could scream, his throat decayed away, his head falling off his body, both turning to dust. "Then you die," Shigaraki declared as he continued walking. Bafo grinned as all the lights went out. "What the?" one of the guards yelled, his feed cutting off. Alone in a room, with nothing holding him, Fo stood up, ripping apart the shackles that bound him. He cracked his neck and arms. "Shul, son," he said. This was the highest form of fire attack dragons could use. With a deep breath in and a quick exhale, a single, straight line of pure plasma shot through the wall, melting everything in its path before cleaving the guard in half. He didn't even see it coming, just death. AFO turned around, looking straight at the other guard before firing off a second laser, clearing through his head. "I'm sorry." Kurogyri appeared in the room. "Good, destroy this place." "It's an eyesore," Fo said as he walked through. Kurogyri simply bowed. "I'm sorry, you're back?" Shigaraki dropped to his knees in front of AFO, kissing his feet as nearly 100 prisoners stood, shocked and confused. "They joined our cause?" AFO asked, with Shigaraki nodding. Yes, sir, they did. Some died. They didn't listen, but they will help correct that, brother." AFO stepped forward. "Listen well. I don't need cowards or traitors with me. Flee now and you live. Stay, and you will die a horrible death." He scanned the crowd, but none were willing to flee. "But each of you will earn a place within the new world. The world where I rule. The world where we do what we want," Fo screamed. Most of the prisoners could get behind that, even if they were flat-out lies. Fo had no interest in giving fodder anything, but more soldiers meant more strength. A large portal opened. "Shigaraki, destroy this place. But leave a message." Shigaraki nodded eagerly as each villain stepped through the portal. He ran around, his hands decaying everything, his laughter growing louder as he overwhelmed guard after guard. "Stop it now, criminal. You won't defeat me." A hero dropped in, standing on the decayed battlefield. His yellow cape fluttered in the wind, and he stood with his hands on his hips. "I am Hero Man, and I have come to stop you." His eyes glowed red as he shot a laser at Shigaraki. The heat burned through Shigaraki's shirt and reached his chest. But to the hero's shock, what he saw were scales. Before he could react, Shigaraki dashed at him, his hand piercing through the hero's chest as he held his heart before it turned to dust. "Now that you are all my loyal soldiers, what is it that you need?" Fo asked, already sitting on his throne. "I want him, sir." "Here is he." Lilith screamed, her voice filled with rage and love. "You will get him in due time. Until then you will behave," Fo replied. "Blades. If you want me at my best, I need swords." AFO chuckled. "It's a pleasure to finally meet the hero killer, Stain. Here you go." He threw multiple blades down, swords, daggers, knives. Stain grabbed them all as he walked toward a corner. Each of the villains wanted something, a support item of some sort. Some knew who AFO was. "I want more power." "You can do that, right? Give me more quirks." Fo laughed. "Do you even think you can handle more quirks?" He approached the villain, who stood firm. "Fine. Here you go." Fo pressed his hand against the man's forehead, feeling his quirk, draining hand, able to extract water from someone. "A water quirk. It should be useful for you." "Time behind bars did you well," a voice said from behind. AFO turned to see one of the crime bosses who had taken over in his absence. "Oh, Redestro, why are you here?" The man walked closer, a smirk on his face. "Who do you think got you the blueprints for that prison? Who paid for the whole thing? I wanted to see what my investment would bring." "Oh, I pay my debts. Don't you worry," Fo said before walking away. "Sir," Nizu said, turning to his laptop. The other executives of the Public Hero Safety Commission were on the call. "Yes," he asked. "We got urgent news." Tartarus." Nizu's ears perked up. "It got destroyed." "What?" Nizu said, shocked. He had expected a breakout attempt, but he had placed heroes who should have stood a chance. "Everyone was either killed or escaped, sir. Tartarus is in ruins." But there was a message left. Nizu frowned. How did he not see this coming? He had done the calculations. Tartarus alone should have been secure enough to last while he gathered information. The message is a claw mark of decay. Nizu's eyes widened. Locate him. This is our top priority, but for the love of God, do not engage any of them. These were some of Japan's worst criminals. But what can we do then? You all will have to pray. I will make sure our hope is strong enough. Nizu ended the call and immediately contacted others. Nizu, what do you want? Endeavor said as the rest of the top heroes joined. FO escaped. The call fell silent. Tartarus is completely destroyed, with most of them being freed. They absorbed the information, and Nizu dropped the biggest bomb of all. Somehow, Shigaraki turned himself into a dragon. The shock left them speechless. What do we do? Toshinori asked. His form is too strong to combat something like that. We strengthen what we have. We prepare them and get any boost we can. I have one possibility of growth for Izuku. Since we know what his hoard is, I will work with Ryuko to find hers, Rex said, with Nizu nodding. Can we rely on the dragon to boost the heroes during the fight? Rex agreed. We have been working on that from the start. Hopefully, the world sees it as good. And we train ourselves right, Hawks added, with Nizu again agreeing. I understand. Goodbye. Endeavor hung up. He had been gifted the rank of #1 hero after All Might retired. He never earned it, but this was his time. Toya, you're in charge. I am training, Enji said as he walked toward his car. He was determined to train like never before. This was his chance to show what a hero was truly about. He would demonstrate the fire in his heart. Now, I cannot be upstaged by someone with his taste, can I? I shall take my leave as well. Do not worry, Nizu, we shall have your back, Best Jeanist said before hanging up. Each hero prepared for the upcoming challenges, leaving only Nizu and Toshinori behind. I don't know if I can handle this, Toshinori admitted, his voice sounding broken. Nizu understood. It was the first time All Might had to sit out. He couldn't fight like he used to. Now, Toshinori, you can still help them grow. And who knows, perhaps we can find you a quirk, Nizu reassured him as Toshinori hung up, leaving him alone. He turned to look outside at the streets. The artificial people were already hiding in their homes as the sun set beautifully. Did it have some broader meaning? Was this the end of heroes? Would the sun shine again tomorrow? Would Yue still stand then? Rex and Toru sat in front of Izuku and his girlfriends, not revealing the purpose of their visit, but the group could assume it had to do with getting stronger. So this is not going to be an easy question to ask, but, Rex hesitated, only for Toru to jump in with a bold question. Have you guys been entombed yet? Many of the girls gasped in surprise. Why do you ask? Nimuri smirked. Izuku's strength is tied to his closeness with you girls. The closer he gets, the stronger he becomes. So, we want to know if you've taken that step yet, Rex explained. That's private, Kyoka squeaked, her face turning red. We understand, and normally we wouldn't pry, but as you know, a war is coming, Rex continued. Izuku looked at Rex. We already knew this, but you didn't ask before. What changed? Tartarus was destroyed. Fo, Lilith, Stain, and many more escaped, Rex revealed. The room fell silent as the weight of the news settled in. We would never tell you to be NTMT for the sake of strength, but if you were waiting for something, this might be it, Toru added before they left, leaving Izuku and the girls in an awkward silence. Well, let's do it, Yui said, breaking the tension. Izuku turned to her in surprise. What? We've seen each other naked and helped each other before. The only reason we haven't gone further is due to interruptions, Yui said confidently. Sure, I would have liked a more romantic moment, but it's just SEC, Rumi added, trying to sound casual, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Hold on, if we do this, we do it right, Izuku said, walking out of the room. He headed to one of Momo's rooms to grab a bed, while the girls watched in anticipation. Now we can't be interrupted, Izuku said, placing the bed in front of the elevator, allowing them to explore their desires and perhaps what the world needed. Meanwhile, Katsuki was furious as he received the news. That villain escaped, he shouted. Yes, and we can't afford to play recklessly anymore. This is a villain with more experience than any of us. He will have tricks and traps, So we must get stronger, Vlad King said, cracking his back. But where is MidoRyuu? Shouldn't our ace be here getting stronger? Katsuki demanded. MidoRyuu is otherwise engaged, Rex said with a smirk, causing Toru to laugh. What do you mean? Should we help? Ida asked, trying to approach the building but was stopped. No, this is more of a private mission. I would stay clear of the dorms for the foreseeable future, Rex advised. Mineta chimed in with a joke. He's busy getting stronger. Ibra and Ida rushed to scold him for the inappropriate remark, insisting they were respectable hero students. But as everyone looked at Rex and Toru, they couldn't help but laugh. To be fair, I don't know what else I expected from MidoRyuu, Itsuka said, shaking her head. They knew they had to grow themselves and not rely solely on Izuku, so they began training to improve their quirks, skills, and bodies. Perhaps, Nizu said thoughtfully, tapping his chin. He was looking over the entire list of escaped criminals from Tartarus, and one name stood out. Kana Tsutsumi, the former pro-hero turned villain, Lady Nagant. Nizu had heard of her. She was one of the HPSC's finest heroes, with a perfect record until her apprehension. But something about her case didn't sit right with Nizu. The person she killed had no connection to heroism or villainy. His death only created a gap in the market, something all for one would have liked. Nizu suspected that Kana wasn't truly a villain. She was a scapegoat, used for her connections to others to ensure her silence. Nizu began typing away, diving into every file he could find about Kana, learning about her family. Although all her close relatives had died, Kana was known for her charitable work with group homes and animal shelters. Well, we know they are within Japan, due to the location provided to me before, and the damage we did to their operation. These would all be likely locations they could reside in. From that, we can locate any nearby animal shelters or community homes and send them a simple message. The message from her time as a hero was, Silver Oysters surf. Make sure they print them out and post them. Now, Nizu could only wait for Kana to try and reach out to him. He had included a hidden message in the note, one a hero like her should understand. Nizu preferred not to try just once. Stain was also a prime candidate to investigate, but how would he contact him? The hero killer was not known for being easy to find. Nizu reviewed his files on Kaizome Akaguro, the hero killer. He was a 6-foot-tall, sword-wielding maniac. This thought connected something in Nizu's mind. He looked over a directory he had created as the leader of the HPSC, a file of every known hero, villain, and vigilante. Nizu typed in the parameters, 6-foot male, black hair, white eyes, known to use a sword. He disliked the number of results that appeared, nearly 30, but he removed villain from the search. His hatred for a hero was different from that of a villain. 7 results remained. He examined them, only 3 were inactive. Mayamatoto, the sword hero, had been killed in action. Stendhal, a vigilante, was assumed dead after a confrontation with a known villain. The last was the vigilante Dasher, who had stopped a villain responsible for a horrific crime. Stendhal, Nizu said to himself. He made the most sense. Now he just had to figure out what had happened. Nizu looked at the records, trying to find any incidents during that time in the area. Strangely enough, nothing had been reported, no heroes, no villains. Stain had to be fighting someone. So Nizu dug deeper and found a hero who had come in with a sliced arm. The cherry on top was that this hero was also Stain's first confirmed victim. Now Nizu needed to find a way to make Stain realize he was becoming what he despised. A criminal, not a hero. Nizu remembered a promotional poster from when All Might was rising through the ranks. The slogan was, "There is a hero in all of us." He decided to send these out to some hero agencies in the area to hang up. "There he is," Denki exclaimed as Izuku walked up. Their faces showed a mix of embarrassment and surprise. "I would joke as well, but I realize you might be even stronger now," Mineta said, looking down. Denki's eyes widened before he sprinted away. "I don't want to be that person, but did it work?" "Oh, it worked all right," Nemuri said with a wink. I didn't need to know that." Hitoshi shouted. "Nemuri, please," Izuku said, feeling embarrassed. He didn't feel stronger, but he felt great. Well, let's test it out. Bakugo shouted, charging at Izuku. With enough speed to break down a wall, Izuku grabbed Katsuki's hand, stopping him completely. "Oich," Izuku said, shocked. It was as if Katsuki was slower than him. Kirishima swung at Izuku with all his might, but Izuku didn't even flinch. "Oh," Sato said, bulking up as both Bakugo and Kirishima stepped back. He locked hands with Izuku and tried to push him down with all his strength, but Izuku easily overpowered him. "Try again," Nana said, charging up as much one for all as she could. She rushed toward Izuku, and while normally she would overpower him, he held his ground without needing to rely on increased strength. "They are in trouble," Mineta said, thinking of the villains. "Wanna see if we can make you even stronger?" Nemuri asked with a smirk. "When you close your eyes, when you take a deep breath, what is the thing that you feel deep in your heart? What is the first thing your mind wanders to?" Ryuko sat with her eyes closed, legs crossed, focusing on her breathing. Family was the first thought that popped into her head. "Of course," Rex said with a smile. It was one of the most common hordes there was. It was his own. It was Inko's horde. "What does that mean?" Ryuko asked, eager to grow stronger and protect those who needed it, to be the hero she aspired to be. "You simply have to find your family. Maybe that is Izuku, maybe those are your classmates, perhaps it's even Eri," Rex replied. "How do I find that out?" Ryuko inquired. Rex shrugged. "I can't say. I found my horde only after Toru got P-Argin and T. But one of the ladies in our community with the family horde got it after adopting 2 cats." He smiled softly and got up, prompting Ryuko to follow him toward the dorm. The entire day left her confused. What would activate her horde? What would make her feel like family? She already had a family. Inko always made her feel like family. As lunchtime approached, Ryuko entered the kitchen, grabbing some apples while Eri sat excitedly at the table. As she began cutting the apples, she pondered whether she really had to wait until she got P-Argin and T to grow stronger. Her thoughts were interrupted by yelling. Setsuna and Mina were arguing with Kirishima and Denki over the remote. "All 4 of you knock it off. You behave, or none of you get to watch TV," she exclaimed. Eri giggled at her outburst. "What is it, sweetie?" Ryuko asked. "You're acting like a mama," Eri replied, giving Ryuko a clearer picture of what family meant to her. Her family was the hero course, it was Eri, and it was those back in her neighborhood. She had just never realized it. Feeling a bit foolish, she walked over to Eri and gave her a large kiss on the forehead. "You're amazing," she said, and Eri smiled back, giggling even more. As Ryuko returned to cutting apples, she wondered if that was all it took to understand her family. Shigaraki lay on a table, strapped down. Sir, what is this?" he screamed as AFO stepped up. "You wish to be strong, like your brother, right?" Shigaraki nodded. "Tio, bring brother back, I have to," he spoke in a broken tone. "Indeed, and I will make you strong, but with growth comes pain." AFO stood over Shigaraki, his expression cold but with a hint of joy at the prospect of causing pain. He grabbed a syringe from a nearby table. "Now this is going to hurt," AFO said, stabbing it into Shigaraki's neck and pumping the red liquid into his bloodstream. Shigaraki felt the cold spread through his body, which soon turned into an intense heat, as if lava flowed through his veins. "Hold him down," AFO ordered as Shigaraki struggled against the bindings. 2 Nomu pressed him down. AFO reached for a blade and pressed it against Shigaraki's chest, slicing downward. "Still not strong enough," he remarked, blood running down as he pushed in a chip, ignoring Shigaraki's screams. "Here for your good work," AFO said, pressing his hand over Shigaraki's face. A light enveloped Shigaraki as AFO granted him a quirk. The pain intensified as his body contorted, bones bending and breaking before healing themselves. "To destroy, it must heal, but it will help you later," AFO said, wrapping his fingers around Shigaraki's throat. "You're a good little soldier, but I will make you even better. Flip him." The Nomu threw Shigaraki onto his stomach. AFO pressed his hand on the back of his head and grew a single finger, sharpening the nail. He pressed it into the base of Shigaraki's neck, breaking the skin and pulling it down, ignoring the screams of pure agony. Doctor, FO called. Yes, no, the small doctor replied, running up with a device. He pressed it against Shigaraki's spine and used a drill to secure it in place. The screams were deafening. Should we not sedate him? The doctor asked. FO merely scoffed. To become as powerful as he needs to be, he must embrace the pain. AFO walked away, the healing skin and Shigaraki's screams fading into the background as he left. Once he is awake, tell him I have a mission for him, AFO instructed the doctor as he headed toward his room. Kana walked into the animal shelter, already familiar with the workers. She headed toward the back, grabbed a face mask, and washed her hands. With a large bag of cat food and a scooper in hand, she tended to each cage, petting the cats and filling their bowls. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a poster but shook her head, dismissing it as nothing. Taking a seat in the puppy area, she fed them with it. Bottle, ensuring they received the proper nutrition. The interactions with animals were what she had missed most while locked up. Unlike people, animals offered unconditional companionship and trust. They simply did what they meant. Unconditional love. I will be back tomorrow, Kana said as she walked out. Sure thing, Jessie. See you then. Oh, come on, and I told you to put up those posters. You better start listening before I fire you. I did. I hung it at the door, I swear, boss lady. Oi, cashier, give me the money. The dragon's eyes narrowed, his fingers sharp as he scratched the desk. Wow, a dragon, like MidoRyuu, the cashier said, unsure of what to think. Forget that guy. Putting a good name for you's no good dragons. I'm here to ruin it again, now give me the money or else. Oh no, a robbery. Sure, just relax, the cashier stammered, handing over the money. I don't really need it, but oh, I just love the fear in your eyes. The dragon laughed as he tossed the money on the floor. Right, gotta make sure our name stays bad. He slashed his claws across the cashier's chest, injuring him but not killing him. 24 villains walked down the street, heading for UA, and the heroes were aware. They saw the 6 dragons among them, led by Stain, who held a peeling katana. The steel looked pristine, the tsuba well-maintained, and the tsuka carefully wrapped in black and red fabric. He walked calmly, noticing the heroes waiting for him. Hello again, Stain said, standing face to face with Izuku, smirking. Hey there, old buddy. How has it been since I put you behind bars? The heroes behind Izuku looked bored rather than worried. Oi, lizard, you better not think you can take them alone. If anyone is gonna solo these guys, it's me, Katsuki declared, with Kirishima tapping him on the shoulder. No, bro. We do this together. Well, that is if you have your little lizard to protect you, Stain taunted, raising his blade. I could still cut each of you down, but it seems that the BSRD who let me walk free wants you home. Izuku's smile dropped. He told me, your brother is already picking up your mom. Instantly, the energy shifted, not just Izuku, but all of them looked cold and angry. Go, Kirishima urged as Izuku closed his eyes. You're gonna need that energy for the fight ahead. But don't worry, I will take them down just for you. Bakugo added, small explosions popping from his palms. But I can't just stand here and let you leave, not after what you did to me. Stain shot forward, his speed incredible, but halfway he was stopped as his blade snapped in half. Kirishima stood in front of him, his skin turned to rock. He moved just as fast, only to be blasted back by Bakugo. He has a meeting to get to. Take care, baby, Mina said, kissing Izuku. He popped out his wings and shot up, the ground cracking under his speed. As he flew back, some villains tried to hit him at range, but his speed was too much. Mina picked up the top part of the broken blade, holding it in her fingers. You guys really messed up. Not only did you threaten our friend, but you also threatened his mom and our parents. Mina began producing acid on the blade, which sizzled and started melting. That was a dumb move. Now this will be you, she said with a smile as the blade disappeared. Guess you kids want to handle this yourselves. That's fine, but I will be grading you on this, Vlad said, stepping back with his arms crossed as he watched the students. Well, guess we find out. One of the dragons, his skin turning scaly, rushed forward to attack Mina. But before he could get close, he felt nearly all the bones on his right side break as Bakugo unleashed a powerful blast. If any of you are going to try and kill someone, it's gonna be me. Stain rushed at Bakugo, wielding 2 large combat blades. He sliced upward, but Bakugo sidestepped, trying to stab forward, only for Stain to dodge easily. "Those tickles won't even hurt me," Stain taunted, ducking under another explosion. As he moved his blade forward, Bakugo slapped it away and landed a spinning back elbow to Stain's skull. Stain stumbled, struggling to find his footing on the slippery ground. The other 5 dragons tried to dash forward again but were stopped. "Surrender," Shoto commanded, freezing the entire street floor while leaving Bakugo free. "You think this stops us? We are mother-freaking dragons." The dragons attempted to escape, but then Nana punched one of them on the jaw, breaking it. "You really think you can stand against us?" Nana said angrily. The dragons had always been the strongest, yet here they were, being overwhelmed by a group of determined students. "Fire blast!" One of the dragons attempted a desperate attack on Nana, but Kirishima stood in front of her. "Ha, you call that fire? I've turned the heater warmer than that before. Also, attacking like that is totally unmanly." Kirishima swung, sending the dragon's head back. His feet were still frozen, but his head moved back, right into Kirishima. The villains felt scared. Kirishima was using the dragon like a punching bag. After a nasty left jab, right hook, and a left uppercut that finished with a right haymaker, he remained upright as the lights had gone out. Bakugo sidestepped another desperate slash. "Bah, they call you the hero killer," Bakugo taunted, leaning back to dodge a slash, only to kick Stain in the chest, sending him to the ground. "I'd be surprised if you could even kill a fish, you're pathetic." Stain told him to shut up and jumped forward, blades in hand, but Katsuki just dodged in. He stomped his foot down on Stain's leg, breaking it badly, then grabbed the back of Stain's head. "Eat dirt, scumbag." He slammed Stain's face into the dirt, using a small explosion to increase the damage. Before the villains arrived, a broken, demonic voice screamed loudly through the quiet street, "I'm a mother. I have come to save you." Dozens of children playing outside were quickly ordered inside, well aware of how to respond. The heroes ran outside. Aizawa and Present Mike were the only ones present at the moment, but Rex and Toru also stepped out, accompanied by nearly 24 dragons including Kai. "I'm sorry, but she isn't here. Try again later. How about we make an appointment?" Present Mike said kindly. Shigaraki made a strange sound, a painful squeal that resembled as he walked forward a couple of steps. "If you come from my mother, mommy come to me." His skin turned scaly, his eyes became slits, and a large tail formed behind him, along with 2 dark wings. He transformed into a dragon. "Oh no," Present Mike said, his hand moving toward his neck to adjust the dial to max, opting for more direct sound rather than nullification. "Hold on," Aizawa said as he stepped forward. "You want Inko, right?" "Why yes, mother. We need mother, brother wants mother, we need mother," Shigaraki insisted, inching closer. "You will have to kill me before I ever allow you to touch my wife," Aizawa replied, his eyes glowing. Eskin, shield 2nd stage durability, Sulik, power, 2nd stage strength, Vur, legend increase overall stats. The dragons boosted the 2 heroes, who instantly noticed the difference. But Aizawa's words enraged Shigaraki, causing him to dash forward. "Hell nah!" Mike screamed,